Imagine a night in the city where the only thing faster than the cars is our heroine's heart rate. But things go from 0 to 60 in the worst way possible. Our poor nugget Lukai is trapped in a car with a literal psycho. Hyo Mingchin has completely snapped and decides if he can't have Lukai, they're both going down together. Lukai's last thoughts are nothing but pure regret for the life he wasted. But as the flames rise, a mysterious system reboots his entire existence. He's falling through time, getting a second chance to fix his tragic ending. Suddenly, he wakes up in a cramped rental house with rain pouring outside. He's back 5 years in the past, but he's still dead broke and surrounded by loan sharks. He realizes he has to make a choice, be a victim again or become a savage. He arrives at the neon-soaked club, looking like a total snack despite his empty pockets. He finds his future murderer passed out on a couch. Up close, this psycho is actually illegally handsome. Lukai hauls him out, ignoring the whispers of everyone watching. They step out into the pouring rain, a scene straight out of a tragic drama. Hyo Mingchin is a mess, but Lukai decides they're heading straight to a hotel. The way they're clinging to each other in the storm is enough to make anyone swoon. Lukai's gaze is icy, he's playing the long game this time. He carries the man bridal style through the rain like the absolute boss he is. They finally make it to the hotel, safe from the storm but not the tension. Inside the luxury rooms, Lukai looks at the man who ruined him. Hyo Mingchin looks so peaceful when he isn't trying to drive off a bridge. Lukai remembers the spicy but toxic moments from their past life. In the last life, this past led to a hospital bed and a funeral. This time, Lukai decides to walk away while he still can. But as he's leaving, Hyo Mingchin's wallet slides out of his coat. Our hero, sees a chance to solve all his many problems in one go. But the second he reaches for the cash, the system zaps him like a disobedient puppy. The self-reliant system is savage and refuses to let him eat soft rice or take handouts. Lukai is left nursing a scorched hand and a bruised ego. He leaves the room in a huff, leaving the sleeping giant behind. Later, it's back to the daily grind of military training at his college. The sun is brutal and the instructors are even worse. Lukai stands tall in his uniform, looking like a total heartthrob. He's forced to do push-ups until his arms tremble. He remembers being a weakling in his past life, but not today. When a classmate struggles, Lukai steps up and offers to do her punishment too. He's grinding out push-ups like a machine. His courage is contagious, and soon the whole squad is joining him in the dirt. Ding, the system actually rewards him for his power of unity. Hard work actually pays off for once, and he's looking fierce while doing it. The girls are definitely taking notice of this new savage version of Lukai. He checks his phone and sees his first honest paycheck credited. After training, he's absolutely parched and heads to a small shop. He's just a handsome student trying to survive the heat. He buys a refreshing orange soda to celebrate his small win. He's drinking like his life depends on it when a familiar voice stops him cold. It's Hyo Mingchin looking icy and expensive as ever. The tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. Hyo Mingchin actually thanks him for the hotel help, which is a total shock. Then the big boss asks him out for a meal. Lukai plays it cool, acting like he's too busy for a billionaire. Before he leaves, Hyo Mingchin hands him a fresh bottle of orange soda. Lukai freezes in absolute confusion. How on earth did this man know his favorite drink? That night, the system reminds him that he's still 40,000 yuan in debt. Then a text arrives from the man himself. A flashy red sports car is waiting outside his dorm, looking like a mountain of money. Lukai is internally screaming at the audacity of this man. He approaches the car, trying to keep his guard up. He remembers how Hyo Mingchin used to keep their relationship a dirty secret. The window rolls down, revealing the face of his obsession. Lukai just wants to return the jacket and run. But Hyo Mingchin's gaze is locked onto him, intense and unreadable. Lukai tells himself that feelings are just a massive headache. He looks serious, determined to not fall for the same trap twice. But Hyo Mingchin leans in with a look that would melt an iceberg. "Are you free for dinner?" he asks, and the emotional roller coaster starts all over again. Hyo Mingchin flicks his lighter with that "I'm the main character" energy. He looks Lukai dead in the eye, promising to take full responsibility for whatever happens next. He casually tosses a gold card onto the dashboard like it's pocket change and tells our boy to get in. The door slams shut, and Lukai wastes no time buckling up because a free ride is a free ride. Our hero is already dreaming of a feast at a nearby Hunan spot. Hyo looks at him like he's a puzzle he can't wait to solve, while Lukai is busy humming a victory tune because he finally secured the bag. But of course, the fun police, aka the system, immediately starts screaming about unearned items and threatens to fry him with an electric shock. With a countdown ticking away, Lukai has to shove that glorious gold card right back where it came from. He's officially soul-crushed, convinced he's destined to be a broke college student forever. As night falls over the city, they settle into a restaurant where Lukai orders every single one of Hyo's favorites, without even looking at the menu. Hyo is stunned that this stranger knows his tastes better than his own parents. Lukai just plays it off like it's nothing, leaving Hyo wondering if there's more to this guy than meets the eye. Liu Kai even goes full wife mode and removes all the fish bones for him. Huo tries to act tough, laying down the law about expectations. He warns Liu Kai that if he even thinks about cheating, breaking his legs will be the least asterisk of his problems. Huo promises endless perks as long as Liu Kai is an obedient little puppy. Liu Kai smiles through the pain, internally screaming because the system won't let him enjoy any of those perks anyway. He agrees to everything just so they can eat and get back before curfew. But don't be fooled, he's already plotting to make Huo break up with him within a month. Dinner is done and Liu Kai tries the classic "I'm going to the bathroom" move to dodge the bill. The system is absolutely savage, calling him a soft rice loser and demanding he pay his share. He heads to the counter, grumbling, only to find out Huo already paid like the ultimate sugar daddy he is. Huo is starting to feel some type of way, but he quickly tries to convince himself this is purely transactional. When Liu Kai returns, Huo pulls him to the safe side of the sidewalk, talk about a smooth operator. They walk back in a haze of romantic tension, and Huo even offers to buy him a new phone or watch. Liu Kai has to turn it all down and asks for a part-time job instead. Inside, he's weeping for the lost gadgets, but he's gotta play the long game. Huo thinks he's too young to work and tells him to just spend the card, but Liu Kai counters by telling him to stop smoking. Huo's gaze softens, and he tells Liu Kai to come closer. The atmosphere in the car gets dangerously steamy, things are getting intense, and they are practically breathing the same air. Huo demands to know who else Liu Kai has been with, and Liu Kai jokingly calls his ex a crazy dog. After a chaotic little chibai argument where Liu Kai swears his loyalty, Huo is still suspicious. But then Liu Kai shuts him up with a surprise peck. Huo is absolutely short-circuiting as they head back. One look at Liu Kai's smug smile, and Huo's heart is doing backflips. At the dorms, Huo is acting like a bold boyfriend, not caring who sees them. He pulls Liu Kai close one last time, grabbing his collar with a look that says he's not done yet. Liu Kai decides to just go with the flow and satisfy the man. Back in the room, Liu Kai's roommate is busy losing his mind over a video game. Liu Kai just collapses onto his bed, totally drained. Suddenly, he gets a text and springs up. Meanwhile, Huo is on the phone, scaring the life out of his own roommate while setting up a secret job for Liu Kai. He's pulling every string he has to make sure his boy is taken care of. But Huo is already too far gone. He looks at the gold card Liu Kai rejected and wonders why he didn't want the easy life. Could it be that Liu Kai actually likes him for him? Finally, the nightmare of military training is over. Campus is buzzing with club recruitment. Liu Kai joins the student council to start building his empire. He nails the interview, and the system actually rewards him with cash for being a joiner. He's collecting rewards from student affairs, the photography club, and even the arts department. He's got a whole deck of ID cards now, but his first real task arrives immediately. As the sun sets, he finds out he's been assigned to the finance department, which is full of scary elites. His partner is worried they won't be able to collect any phones. Liu Kai puts on his glasses and looks like the ultimate intellectual snack. It's time for self-study, and Liu Kai starts collecting devices while the girls swoon and the guys act tough. He approaches a student hiding his face, and finds Huo Mingchen. Huo just smirks at him, and casually hands over his phone as a favor. The entire class is stunned, since when does the cold prince follow rules? As the clock ticks, the hottest girl in finance starts shooting hard eyes at Liu Kai. His partner is drowning in jealousy because Liu Kai is such a chick magnet. Suddenly, a crumpled note lands at Liu Kai's feet. He looks over at the blue-haired girl, who is being incredibly bold. Huo is watching the whole thing from the back, and the jealousy is radiating off him in waves. He clenches his fist, ready to explode. Later, Huo corners him against the wall, and Liu Kai can only blush as he realizes he's in big trouble. His heart is pounding right out of his chest. Liu Kai is struggling with his art while the girl with the blue hair watches him intently. He's clearly not in the mood for any distractions. Our poor girl tries to get his attention, but he's completely checked out. He just stares into space, probably thinking about his chaotic life. Finally, the bell rings, signaling the end of another long day. The students scramble to get out of there as fast as possible. But wait, the fun is just beginning because the inspectors have arrived to snatch up everyone's phones. Liu Kai's friend is losing his mind because Liu Kai somehow knew exactly when to hide his device. It turns out our guy had some inside info from a certain someone earlier that day. Liu Kai doesn't care about his friend's suffering and immediately ditches him for his secret lover. The night sky is looking extra dramatic as the tension builds. In the middle of the city, the atmosphere is electric. Huo Mingchen is waiting in the shadows, looking like a total snack. Liu Kai catches up to him, knowing full well he was being watched all evening. He teases the big guy, calling him out for his stalker-like behavior. Huo Mingchen tries to play it cool, but Liu Kai knows he's the only one on his mind. He even brings up the note from the blue-haired girl just to stir the pot. Huo Mingchen isn't having it and pins him against the wall in a total power move. Liu Kai just smiles and drops the ultimate line, "I don't need anyone else because I have you." His heart is doing backflips as he realizes just how whipped he is. Why look for a snack when you already have a full-course sugar daddy? Huo Mingchen decides they've talked enough and leads the way. He reaches back and grabs Lu Kai's hand, making it official. Our boy is caught off guard by the sudden skinship, but he doesn't pull away as they head toward a night they won't forget. Huo Mingchen whispers for him to follow, and things are about to get spicy. The night passes in a blur of passion. By the time the sun starts to peek over the buildings, they are both exhausted but satisfied in their hotel room. Huo Mingchen is back to his bossy self, questioning why Lu Kai didn't keep the money card he gave him. Lu Kai insists he can earn his own keep, but Huo Mingchen isn't buying it. Huo Mingchen looks absolutely devastated that his toy is leaving. He pauses, clearly wanting more. He leans in close for one last goodbye. He tells Lu Kai to be good and promises to see him tonight. Lu Kai leaves him behind, heading back to the grind. Back at school, the sky is turning dark again. Lu Kai is slumped over his desk, looking like he's been through a war. His friend is suspicious, noticing he's pale and didn't come home last night. He accuses them of moving way too fast. Suddenly, the room goes quiet because the inspectors are back. A massive inspector demands everyone hand over their devices. Lu Kai is too sick to even lift his head. The inspectors are closing in on his row. They're about to bust him for sleeping in class. But wait, a familiar face steps in to take over the inspection. It's Huo Mingchen, looking professional and deadly in his glasses. He walks straight to Lu Kai and realizes the boy is burning up with a fever. Lu Kai tries to act tough, telling him to mind his own business. Huo Mingchen isn't having it, asking whose business it is if not his. When a classmate tries to complain, Lu Kai snaps and tells him he'll sew his mouth shut. Everyone is shaking in their boots. Huo Mingchen decides he's seen enough. He looks at his exhausted lover and makes a move. His heart aches seeing him in this state. He commands Lu Kai to come with him right now. He tells the other inspectors that Lu Kai is sick and he's taking him to the infirmary. He leads him out of the room while everyone else just watches in shock. The two of them walk away hand in hand, leaving all the school drama behind. The night sky is peaceful, but the drama down below is just heating up. Huo Mingchen is done playing games and drags our poor hero along, who's currently trying to act all tough despite being caught. The Duke of Drama himself tells him to go ahead and try to hurt him, knowing full well Lu Kai doesn't have it in him. He's actually more worried about Lu Kai's health than his own safety, insisting they see a doctor first. Lu Kai can't believe how bold this guy has gotten lately, but he's clearly losing this battle of wills. Our boy is absolutely fuming because Huo Mingchen hasn't been answering his texts or calls like a good little subordinate. But the man has a valid excuse. His phone died after a literal marathon of student council meetings. Lu Kai snatches the phone to check, still playing the role of the demanding boss. He gives him a stern warning to never let it happen again, acting like he isn't totally obsessed. Finally, they agree to head in for that checkup, even if Lu Kai is doing it with maximum attitude. Huo Mingchen just smirks, knowing he's successfully wrangled his favorite chaotic mess. And just like that, the tension melts away into a soft, romantic handhold. They walk through the moonlit gardens, looking like a total power couple despite all the bickering. Under the watchful moon, things are finally calming down for a split second. They arrive at the infirmary where the doctor delivers the news. Our boy is running a fever. The solution is a quick Roman 4 drip to get that temperature back to normal. The doctor gets the needle ready while Lu Kai tries to protest, but Huo Mingchen isn't hearing it. He sits there crossing his arms like a grumpy toddler forced to take a nap. The drip starts and the room goes quiet as the medicine does its work. Meanwhile, Huo Mingchen finds a charger and realizes just how many times Lu Kai actually called him. But instead of getting emotional, he decides to fire up a game while he waits. He's deep in the zone, completely ignoring his patient. Lu Kai is offended beyond belief. He's here suffering and his man is happily gaming. He delivers a swift kick to get some attention, complaining that the medicine leaves a bitter taste. Huo Mingchen doesn't even look up from his screen, just hands over a candy with a simple eat. Lu Kai takes it with a huff, but Huo Mingchen drops a bomb, telling him he's actually sweeter than the candy. He takes it a step further, asking which is sweeter, him or his mouth, the absolute audacity. Our hero is left speechless by the sheer shamelessness of this man. Huo Mingchen finally puts the phone down to go grab a bottle of water, leaving Lu Kai to simmer. Outside, the night is still young and full of expensive infirmary bills. As he walks, he spots a very stylish snail with sunglasses just vibing on the pavement. The system thinks he's being unnecessary, but he's just out here living his best petty life. He's grumbling about how expensive this infirmary is, refusing to be a total dupe. The snail survives the squish while Lu Kai lets out a sick little sneeze back inside. Lu Kai ends up paying the bill himself, probably just to prove he's still the boss. Huo Mingchen returns with the water, finding his guy ready to bolt. Lu Kai complains he was gone too long, so Huo Mingchen offers to walk him back to the dorms to rest. The tension is thick as they stare each other down, neither wanting to be the first to cave. Lu Kai suggests staying out since he's already marked down as sick, but he gets shot down immediately. Still, they can't stay mad for long, and their hands find each other again. Back at the school, classes are finally letting out and the students are exhausted. Hyo Minchin looks thoughtful, probably planning his next move in this romantic chess game. A gentle touch says more than words ever could. Lukai is caught in his feelings, wondering why things feel so different this time around. He tries to play it cool, but the distance between them is shrinking fast. He asks Hyo Minchin why he's acting like he's the plague, demanding to know why he's being avoided. The intensity in his eyes is enough to make anyone swoon. But the real question is, what kind of flirtatious nonsense is coming next? Hyo Minchin pins him to the wall, calling out Lukai for his secret passionate side. The atmosphere is electric as things get dangerously close. Lukai is still hung up on being ignored, asking if he's suddenly contagious. He worries about what people will think if they see them together like this. Hyo Minchin doesn't care about the rumors, but Lukai is spiraling. He wonders if he's accidentally found himself a sugar daddy or a master to serve. He feels like he's the one doing all the heavy lifting while Hyo Minchin just looks pretty. Hyo Minchin invites him out this Saturday, and our boy immediately asks if he gets paid for the date. He's convinced that dating is a proper job and he needs his commission. Lukai thinks he's being nickel and dimed, but he's about to silence the complaints with cold, hard cash. He sends a casual $5,000 just to see that smile. It works. Hyo Minchin is suddenly the most enthusiastic date ever, offering to go out Sunday too. Lukai realizes he's created a monster, swearing he's not picking up an escort. He feels like he's been used for free one too many times. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, the hub of all school gossip. The friends spot Hyo Minchin and immediately start the teasing. Lukai tells them to eat their food and buzz off, not in the mood for their commentary. They remind him who covered for him when he was out busy all night. He's busy texting, ignoring the real-life drama for the digital kind. They ask if he's finally got a girlfriend and when they get to meet the lucky lady. Hyo Minchin plays it cool, blaming his absence on his uncle returning to the country. A text arrives telling him to stop playing with his phone and eat properly, someone's watching. He spots someone and decides to ditch his friends to go say hi. He makes his move, cutting through the cafeteria with purpose. He finds Lukai eating alone and asks if the seat is taken. Hyo Minchin hits him with a sharp-tongued retort as usual. Despite the sass, Lukai can't help but find this poison-mouthed guy charming. He wonders if he's actually a masochist for enjoying being sassed this much. He questions why Lukai is even eating here since he usually hates cafeteria food. Lukai starts to wonder, has this guy actually liked him for a long time? He remembers all the little moments that might have been signs all along. But when he tries to ask, Hyo Minchin just gives him a look of total confusion. Lukai backs down immediately, deciding it's better to keep those thoughts to himself. He casually takes a sip of Hyo Minchin's drink, causing a minor chibai crisis. Hyo Minchin asks if he really just drank that, and Lukai basically says, "What's yours is mine." Hyo Minchin tells him he can drink whatever he wants, however he wants. The tension is back. He tells him to eat up because he's taking him somewhere special after this. The meal is finished, and the real adventure is about to begin. The afternoon sun is bright, perfect for a secret getaway. They arrive at a familiar-looking mansion, the golden cage from Lukai's past. Lukai is baffled. Why did he bring him here 3 years earlier than in his previous life? Hyo Minchin leads the way, looking like he owns the place, which he does. He reveals he did the interior design himself and just finished the renovations. The place is stunning, a perfect blend of luxury and style. He asks Lukai if he likes it, seeking his approval for the first time. When Lukai says yes, Hyo Minchin pulls out a key and hands it over. It's his now. Hyo Minchin is the one stunned here because Lukai's reaction isn't what he expected. Our boy is holding the key to a literal mansion and his brain is short-circuiting. He tries to play it cool, saying he only needs Hyo Minchin, not a house, which is a total lie. Inside, he's mourning the loss of the gold and silver he just turned down. The beauty of the place is almost too much to handle. Hyo Minchin moves in close again, calling him out for being secretly passionate. No one else can talk as sweetly as he does, and he knows exactly what he's doing. He whispers that he only acts like this towards him, sealing the deal with a look. The atmosphere in the room suddenly gets heavy when he asks our boy to stay the night. He's being bold, and frankly, we are here for it. Those intense eyes are practically daring him to say no. Suddenly, he flips the script and pins him down, showing off a much more dominant side than we expected. He calls him clingy, but we all know who's really obsessed here. He leans in close, whispering that he's only like this with him. A soft kiss seals the deal, and honestly, the tension is just savage. He promises to discipline him, and we are absolutely swooning at the confidence. After things cool down, they share a moment of bliss that feels almost too good to be true. But the peace is shattered when a phone starts buzzing on the nightstand. It's a call he can't ignore, forcing him to pull away from the warmth. As he stares out at the city, the weight of his family's dark history starts to creep back in. He remembers the tragic accident that paved the way for his rise to power, and the lonely moments spent waiting in hospital hallways. His brother is calling him home for a family dinner, and the vibe is instantly suspicious. It turns out his second uncle is returning from abroad, which usually means nothing but trouble. He's hesitant, but his partner encourages him to go, knowing he can't run from his past forever. He agrees to listen, even if it means walking right back into the lion's den. The next evening on campus, the peaceful sky is a total lie. Students are just trying to survive their self-study sessions when Lukai is spotted walking with a girl. Out of nowhere, a guy comes charging and screaming about scumbags. He throws a massive punch, catching everyone off guard. The impact is brutal, and suddenly it's a full-blown brawl. Lukai gets kicked right in the gut, and his friend realizes this is getting out of hand. He frantically calls for backup, knowing our boy needs to get here fast. The fight turns into a chaotic mess on the ground. The attacker is screaming about someone named Zai Yan, accusing Lukai of being a heartbreaker. He's about to land another blow, when suddenly he's sent flying through the air. Our boy has arrived, and he is cracking his knuckles with lethal intent. He stares the bully down, asking if he really wants to try hitting him again. The intimidation factor is off the charts. The guards finally rush in to break up the explosion, and our hero tells the loser to just get lost. But the guy is a total coward and tries a sucker punch while his back is turned. This triggers a level of rage we haven't seen yet. He grabs the guy by the chin, looking absolutely terrifying, and delivers a counterpunch that definitely left a mark. He's literally ready to end the guy until he's held back. The campus security finally takes control of the situation while the attacker crawls away in pain. Later, they're safely in the car, but Lukai is looking a bit worse for wear with bandages all over his face. Our hero is still fuming, acting like he was the one who got hit. He can't stand the thought of anyone touching his man. They pull over to talk it out, and the jealousy starts to leak out. He brings up the girl Lukai helped before, wondering if he's just a sucker for a pretty face. Lukai is more worried about his face being disfigured, which is honestly so dramatic. He's just glad he's okay. This has Lukai blushing like a schoolgirl, feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. He tries to act tough, claiming he's physically strong even if he didn't fight back. But he gets roasted for only being fierce in bed. They head to dinner to thank the friend who called them. Our hero introduces Lukai as family now, making things very official. The friend is shocked that he's actually serious about this. To test his mettle, the friend challenges Lukai to a shot of some insanely strong liquor. Our boy steps in to drink for him, but even he isn't prepared for 67% alcohol. That stuff is basically jet fuel. They try to settle down with some soup, and our hero claims he doesn't even have a conscience to worry about. It's a hilarious moment of bickering that ends with them acting like chaotic little siblings. But the mood shifts as the friend gets wasted. It turns out he's miserable because his crush just got married to someone else. His family already matched him with someone suitable, proving that even with money, you can't always fight for what you want. Our hero looks thoughtful, realizing how lucky he is. He looks at Lukai and asks the big question: does he see them getting married in the future? Huo Mingchen asks the million-dollar question: what if he's forced into a marriage he doesn't want? Our boy Lukai, looking a bit worse for wear, doesn't skip a beat. He insists that everyone is different and he's willing to fight for his freedom. But the mood turns heavy as they contemplate a future that feels totally out of their hands. Lukai teases that maybe he'll get married and maybe he won't. That is exactly the wrong thing to say to a possessive man. Huo Mingchen snaps that he simply won't allow it. He gets right in Lukai's face, warning him that since they're together, he better not think about anyone else. He even drops a savage threat that killing him would be a mercy compared to letting him leave. And then, he literally bites him to mark his territory like a total animal. But the monster softens for a second, promising to treat him well if he just stays by his side. It's a rare moment of peace that almost makes us forget how toxic this is. Cut to Lukai wandering the city to clear his head. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. A stylish girl tackles him in a massive hug, thrilled to see him. She's so proud that he made it into a top university. This is actually his sister, Lu Yuan, and she's just in town following her boss around. She teases him about his love life, and Lukai can't help but think about the chaotic guy he's actually seduced. He's even decked out in Huo Mingchen's designer clothes while lying through his teeth that they're just cheap knockoffs. Sis hands over a bank card from their mom, and though he tries to act tough and independent, the system knows he's a big softie deep down. He tells her to take care of herself first, looking like the ultimate protective big brother. They walk off together laughing, but little do they know, Huo Mingchen is watching from a distance with eyes like ice. He looks like a final boss ready to ruin someone's entire life. Lukai remains oblivious, celebrating the fact that he finally paid off his massive debt to the loan sharks. He feels like a new man, ready to live a normal, down-to-earth life. He heads back to the luxury villa feeling accomplished, only to find Huo Mingchen sitting in total darkness like a serial killer. The floor is littered with cigarette butts, which is never a good sign. Huo Mingchen demands to know why he's so late. Lukai tries to play it cool, but the second he mentions hanging out with Lu Yuan, Huo Mingchen loses it and smashes his glass. He stalks toward Lukai with pure murder in his eyes. He pins him against the wall in a blind rage. He's convinced Lukai is out there looking for more sponsors to satisfy his greed. The insults hit deep when he claims people like Liu Kai never change and only care about money. Liu Kai's heart completely shatters at the lack of trust. If that's what he thinks, then fine. He puts on a fake smile and tells him to just go find someone else. Huo Mingchen raises a hand in fury, but he can't bring himself to strike the person he loves, slamming the wall instead. Liu Kai decides he's had enough and tries to end the relationship right then and there. But Huo Mingchen isn't letting go. He grabs Liu Kai's chin, declaring that he's the only one who gets to decide when this game ends. He storms out, leaving Liu Kai collapsed on the floor in the aftermath of their explosion. Our boy can only sigh at how incredibly dumb this whole misunderstanding has become. Our boy Liu Kai is tossing and turning, wondering why he can't just stay calm after the split. He's terrified that if the male lead goes full psycho, he might just end up as minced meat while he sleeps. But let's be real, his body misses the warmth even if his brain says run. He remembers how they used to be, all wrapped up in each other's arms in the middle of the night. It was a toxic kind of comfort, but it was his comfort. Shaking off the feels, he decides it's time to head back to the reality of the dorms. Back on campus, the air is thick with tension and the smell of impending drama. He spots the group and tries to play it cool, walking past like they're total strangers. His friends immediately notice the weird vibes between the two former lovebirds. Huo Mingchen is acting like a total ice king, telling everyone not to get chummy with people they don't know. The bros try to mediate, but the air is practically freezing over. Huo's gaze is sharp enough to cut glass before he turns his back on the whole situation. His friend pulls him aside, demanding to know what's with this constant on-and-off relationship chaos. Huo just lights a cigarette, looking like a moody main character in a tragic indie film. Then he drops the bombshell. He thinks Liu Kai cheated on him. The friend is shook, knowing Liu Kai usually ignores every single advance at school. But Huo is convinced he saw our boy walking into a hotel with some mysterious woman. He's got that scary look in his eyes, and it's clear he's planning something savage for this supposed homewrecker. His friend realizes he needs to step in before Huo does something he'll truly regret. Fast forward half a semester, and the campus is buzzing with the energy of the big sports meet. The stadium is packed, and the cheers are deafening as the games begin. Everyone is screaming for their favorites, but one name stands out in the crowd. The basketball court is where the real heat is, with players flying through the air for that winning shot. Liu Kai is just trying to do his job, but the girls are cheering for him like he's a K-pop idol. Meanwhile, Huo is on the sidelines, literally crushing a water bottle because his jealousy is off the charts. His friend tries to remind him that Liu Kai was only in it for the money and is drowning in debt anyway. But even with all that logic, the tension between them is still sparkling like gold dust. Suddenly, disaster strikes as there's an injury on the court and the crowd goes wild. Someone is being carried off and the atmosphere shifts from hype to pure panic. Liu Kai finds himself in the infirmary, gasping for air as he tries to process what just happened. He hears footsteps on the stairs and his heart starts doing gymnastics. He looks up and the look on his face says it all. He demands to know what the visitor is doing there, but the drama is only just starting. It turns out to be his friend, trying to convince him to clear up the misunderstandings with Huo. But our boy is stubborn, claiming he doesn't need anyone else to keep living. The friend isn't buying it, pointing out that Huo looks like he's barely holding it together. Finally, the friend gives up, figuring they might actually be better off as strangers. He leaves with one final warning: don't do anything to upset the ML right now. Liu Kai watches him go, his eyes full of a sadness he won't admit to. He thinks back to his previous life, determined not to repeat the same tragic mistakes. Memories of a fiery crash haunt him, but he's snapped back to reality by passing students. As he heads down the stairs, he looks like he's carrying the weight of the world. He manages a polite smile for his classmates, trying to play the part of the helpful senior. But then zap, the system hits him with a massive electric shock that sends his vision spinning. He loses his footing and goes tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic blur. The system isn't playing, demanding he return all unearned funds or face the consequences. Our poor boy is fuming, wondering who the heck is out here trying to feed him soft rice. He wakes up back in the infirmary bed, feeling like he's been through a blender. He's shocked to see the friend sitting there, watching over him like a hawk. He looks around for Huo, but the friend coldly tells him that he didn't come. Apparently, he rolled all the way from the top of the stairs like a human bowling ball. The friend sighs and heads for the door, leaving Liu Kai alone with his thoughts. Little does he know, Huo Mingchen is actually sitting right outside on the stairs, looking absolutely miserable. The friend reports that Liu Kai is awake and fine, probably just a mild heat stroke. Huo tells him to keep his mouth shut, still trying to play the I don't care card. He complains about the building, but we all know he's just deflecting his feelings. The friend reveals the truth. Huo was the one who piggybacked him all the way up the stairs in secret. He did the hero work but won't even take the credit because he's that dramatic. His friend can't help but think they are a perfect match, two stubborn idiots hiding everything from each other. He tries one last time to get Huo to give in and just talk to him. But Huo refuses to bow his head to a cheater, even if his heart is screaming otherwise. As the friend walks away, the infirmary remains a place of unspoken secrets. Inside, Liu Kai is staring at his phone, wondering where this mysterious debt money came from. He decides to call the loan shark and settle the score once and for all. He's ready to pay it back and be free, but the news on the other end is shocking. The loan shark tells him the debt is already gone and he's getting his ID back. It clicks, his creditor has changed from a scary gangster to his complicated ex, Huo Mingchen. Now he's stuck in a whole new kind of trap, because there's no way Huo will let him pay this back easily. Under the pale moonlight, Liu Kai stares out at the quiet campus, lost in thought. His peace is interrupted when a classmate asks if he's looking for the one and only Mingchen. Our boy Liu Kai doesn't even flinch, admitting he has some serious business to discuss. But the news isn't great. Mingchen has been acting out, skipping class to go drinking and fool around. Liu Kai takes the lead and heads straight to the neon-lit den where the trouble is brewing. Inside the club, the air is thick with the scent of expensive booze and bad decisions. A terrified lackey is already on his knees, begging for mercy from the king of the booze. Mingchen looks absolutely bored while pouring himself a drink, radiating pure savage energy. When his phone buzzes with Liu Kai's name, the cold atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. He knew our boy would come looking for him and tells the staff to let him in immediately. The lackey is practically crying with relief as he's dismissed by his terrifying master. He bolts out of there so fast he nearly leaves a cartoon dust cloud behind. Liu Kai steps into the lion's den, his presence immediately catching Mingchen's gaze. Mingchen simply gestures for him to sit, looking every bit the dark, brooding lady we love to hate. But Liu Kai isn't here for games. He drops the bomb and thanks Mingchen for paying off his massive debt. He slides a card across the table, determined to pay back every cent of that loan shark money. Mingchen isn't touched. He's insulted, wondering why Liu Kai would go to criminals instead of him. Our hero keeps it polite, but Mingchen's ego is clearly bruised by the sudden independence. He leans in close, asking if using his money makes Liu Kai feel that much shame. Little does he know, Liu Kai lost his sense of shame in a previous lifetime, so he pivots the topic to the mysterious girl from before. Turns out that girl was just his sister, and he was walking her back to her hotel. She's been working herself to the bone to pay for Liu Kai's tuition, which clearly tugs at Mingchen's heartstrings. Suddenly, the big bad duke of the club offers to set Liu Kai and his sister up with jobs at his family company. Liu Kai offers a genuine thank you, and for a second, the tension between them turns into something much softer. He leans in, asking if Mingchen still holds a grudge over their last chaotic physical fight. Mingchen looks him dead in the eye, his gaze softening into something far more dangerous. He pulls Liu Kai right onto his lap, and the room temperature starts rising fast. He warns Liu Kai not to test his temper again, but our boy just calls him out for being a total drama queen. Liu Kai whispers that he'll try his best to change, a promise that leaves Mingchen completely stunned. This vulnerable side of Liu Kai is something he never expected to see. Our hero promises they won't fight anymore, realizing their little Cold War felt like it lasted a century. Their hearts are thumping in sync as the air between them practically sizzles with romance. But as Liu Kai gets closer, he realizes that if he really let loose, Mingchen wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. He wishes they could just stay this way forever, hidden from the rest of the world. It's a moment of pure, unadulterated healing for both of them. Eventually, Mingchen decides it's time to ditch the club and head back home where it's safe. They step out into the crisp night air, the city lights reflecting in their eyes. Mingchen comments on the coming winter, but his hand is already reaching for Liu Kai's. He pulls him into a back hug right there in the street, looking like the happiest man alive. Liu Kai is absolutely mortified, blushing like a ripe tomato because they're still in public. He storms off toward the car, leaving a smugly grinning Mingchen in his wake. Mingchen follows, enjoying every second of flustering his partner. As they drive through the city, Mingchen suggests stopping for some dinner supplies. Liu Kai immediately kills the vibe by reminding him that he has zero cooking skills. Mingchen tells him to just stay in the car if he's going to be lazy. But Liu Kai can't help himself and slams the car door to follow him anyway. He complains that Mingchen's version of worrying involves starving him to death. Mingchen gives him a savage look, asking if he'd rather just eat leftovers then. Our hero is absolutely fuming at the lack of respect for his stomach. Inside the supermarket, Liu Kai gets hit with a wave of nostalgia from his past life. He starts grabbing random snacks, including a bag of winter jujubes. But Mingchen snatches them away and tosses them back, reminding him that he's allergic. Our chibai hero pouts, insisting he wants to eat them anyway because he's a rebel. He's touched that Mingchen remembers such small details, even if he plays it off as not being some lowly admirer. Mingchen keeps his cool, but his observant nature is clearly winning points. They end up filling the cart to the absolute brim because shopping therapy is real. As they push the heavy cart, Liu Kai starts taking playful jabs at Mingchen's shopping habits. Mingchen just gives him a look that says, "Keep talking and see what happens." Liu Kai leans in with a devious smirk, asking if Mingchen would still be attracted to him if he were a woman. Mingchen better answer carefully, or our boy is going to pull his ear right off. Liu Kai asks if he'd still be attracted to him, but the guy is clearly daydreaming. They hit the grocery store together, looking like a total domestic couple. After a long night of shopping, our boy just whips up some instant beef noodles. He even has the audacity to claim it's a delicacy because it's cheap and tasty. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as he pulls Lukai into a heart-pounding embrace. Lukai tells him to loosen up because he literally can't breathe. Mingchen just quips back that maybe he should just choke him to death instead. After some shameless flirting over who gets the bigger egg, we transition to a chilly day at school. Even a top student like Lukai is distracted, staring off into space instead of listening to the lecture. He claims it's nothing, but Mingchen isn't buying that blank stare for a second. With New Year's coming up, everyone is preparing to head home for the holidays. Mingchen asks if he needs to buy anything for the elders. And that's when Lukai finally asks for a massive favor: a stable job for his smart sister. He admits she doesn't have the best educational background, but she's a hard worker. Mingchen agrees instantly, noting it's the first time his boy has ever asked for anything. They share a cute moment as Lukai realizes that as long as he isn't the one eating soft rice, everything is fine. They joke about their names being the start of destiny, but the moment is ruined when Lukai gets called ungrateful. Mingchen tries to get a little physical, but Lukai isn't having any of it in public. He pinches him back, demanding to know when he'll actually be home from break. The answer: not until the next semester starts. As the departure looms, Lukai can't help but pull on him, wishing he'd come back soon. They spend their last moments in class together, soaked in melancholy. The atmosphere is way more tense as the family gathers. Minchen's uncle has returned to the company, and it's causing some serious waves. The old man claims he wants to use his remaining energy for the family business, but Mingchen tells him he should just retire. This sparks a fight with his older brother, who thinks Mingchen is just a spoiled brat. Once the uncle leaves, Mingchen questions why they're letting a man back in who was exiled 15 years ago. He decides to use this opportunity to slide his friend's resume into the human resources department. He tells his brother he's recommending a real beauty for the secretarial role. His brother warns him not to do anything reckless, but we all know that's not happening. Finally, winter break arrives and the campus empties out. Lukai is at the station, ready to head home, when a flashy red car pulls up. Of course, it's Mingchen showing up unannounced to give him a ride. He reveals that the sister's job is already arranged as a high-level secretarial assistant. Lukai is genuinely touched that he put so much thought into it. The traffic is a total nightmare, leading to some hilarious Chibai road rage. When they finally reach the entrance, it's time for a dramatic goodbye. But before Lukai can leave, Mingchen grabs his scarf. He pulls him in for a spicy Happy New Year kiss right there in the car. He tells him to stay warm and wear more layers, leaving our boy completely stunned. As Lukai walks away into the crowd, Mingchen shouts his name one last time. He wishes him a Happy New Year under his breath, but immediately regrets being so dramatic. He hides his blushing face in his own scarf, realizing he's totally obsessed as he takes a deep sniff of Lukai's scent. Lukai is totally showing off his detective skills, bragging about how he knew exactly which room Mingchen was hiding in. But Mingchen tries to play it cool, sending over a photo of his lavish New Year's dinner to prove he's occupied. Lukai scrolls through the photo of the massive spread, but his sharp eyes immediately catch something suspicious in the background. He zooms in, realizing that the man sitting at the table is actually the secret assistant to the family's biggest snake. Lukai doesn't waste a second and calls him back, demanding to know why that old bastard is already making moves on the company. Mingchen just sighs, lounging back on his bed and acting like Lukai is being way too bold for calling him during a family event. Lukai just smirks, telling his baby not to be so impatient because he's got even more outrageous things planned for him later. Mingchen is left speechless, clutching his phone while his entire family sits in awkward silence just a few rooms away. The atmosphere at the table is suffocating, especially with the grandfather watching everyone with a terrifyingly stern gaze. And then there's the second uncle, looking like the picture of innocence while he calmly sips his tea. Lukai looks across the table later on, feeling like he's sitting right in front of a literal wolf waiting to strike. He can see right through the fake smiles and the corporate posturing. Mingchen is genuinely confused, wondering why Lukai is acting so hostile toward an uncle who has always been kind to him. Lukai just scoffs at his naivety, knowing that in this cutthroat world, kindness is usually just a mask for something much darker. He warns Mingchen that he's dealing with a total white-eyed wolf who will betray him the moment it benefits him. Later that night, Lukai is back at his place, looking like a total heartthrob while he intentionally ignores his buzzing phone. He lets the missed calls pile up, watching the screen glow in the dark room without lifting a finger. He's leaning back on the sofa, looking like the ultimate cool and collected mastermind. When the phone finally buzzes again after 15 minutes, he decides he's made his point and finally picks up. Mingchen is practically pouting on the other end, demanding to know why he's being given the silent treatment. Lukai just rubs his face, laughing as he explains he's just giving Mingchen a tiny taste of the emotional roller coaster he's been on. Mingchen is stunned, realizing his man is actually petty enough to take revenge over a single missed call. He wonders if he's going to die young from the sheer stress of trying to keep up with this chaotic energy. Mingxin starts rolling around his bed in a total flustered mess, making the mattress creak with his dramatic movements. Lu Kai hears the noise and immediately gets suspicious, demanding to know who exactly he's rolling around with in the middle of the night. Mingxin just hugs his pillow tight, telling him he's just fighting for his life against the cold air. Lu Kai's voice goes dangerously low as he whispers that he'd much rather be the one rolling around with him instead. Mingxin's face turns a shade of red that shouldn't even be humanly possible as his brain completely short-circuits. His heart starts thumping so hard against his ribs that he's terrified it's going to burst right then and there. Lu Kai is getting teased by his man, and honestly, the sass is real. Our boy is fuming in chibai mode because he's being told to just roll around with the air instead of his boyfriend. Huo Mingxin promises to be back after New Year's, mentioning the upcoming snow in the capital. He's even drawing Lu Kai's name on the foggy glass like a total love-struck dork. He wants a video call just to see the first snowfall through Lu Kai's eyes. Lu Kai tries to act cool, but you can tell he's totally swooning inside. Cut to the neighborhood where life goes on. Lu Kai is holed up in his room, grinding away at some code for a new startup. His mom and sister are in the kitchen, gossiping about how hard he's working. His sister is basically a little devil, joking about blasting music to ruin his focus. But Lu Kai is actually just staring at his phone, dying because his man hasn't messaged him all day. He's literally checking the empty chat logs like a thirsty protagonist. When his sister calls him for dinner, he plays it off like he's actually busy. He looks out the window, disappointed that the weather forecast was a total lie. But then his phone finally buzzes with that one special name. He answers with a tired smile, admitting there's no snow in sight. He finds himself wrapped in Huo Mingxin's arms, hearing all about the family drama with a shady second uncle. Apparently, this uncle is trying to stir up an inheritance war, proving he's a certified villain. But the drama fades when Lu Kai notices something magical. The snow is finally starting to fall, covering the city in white. They actually got to watch the first snowfall together after all. Sitting in the car, Lu Kai is blushing like a maiden while Huo Mingxin drops a heavy hint about a sleepover. Our boy is worried about what the family will think, but Huo Mingxin is ready to just call him a friend to keep things low-key. Lu Kai playfully asks what would happen if he said no. Huo Mingxin just gives him that smooth, predatory look, promising to drive him back if he must. But then he leans in, getting all emotional and clingy. Half a month later, we're at the massive Huo Enterprises headquarters. Lu Kai's sister, Lu Yuan, is looking like a total boss as she prepares for her new job. She thinks Huo Mingxin is a nice person, which is hilarious given how savage he actually is. Huo Mingxin meets them in the lobby, looking expensive in a suit. He warns Lu Yuan to be careful because rich kids are never as nice as they seem. Lu Kai shows up and the two men start acting all poised and professional for the audience. Once the sister is whisked away to HR, the masks finally come off. A little while later, they walk out looking way too satisfied with themselves. But the elevator chime breaks the mood. When the doors open, they're greeted by Mingxin's second uncle and his assistant. Lu Kai puts on his best polite face to greet the man. Mingxin keeps it brief, claiming he's just dropping by with a friend. The uncle laughs, calling Lu Kai a handsome lad and noting how close they seem. He finds it suspicious since his nephew isn't the type to associate with just anyone. Lu Kai plays along with the compliments until the elevator finally hits their floor. As soon as the uncle leaves, Lu Kai complains about having to talk to that old geezer. Mingxin dryly suggests he should have just ignored him then. While Mingxin checks his phone to coordinate with his brother, Lu Kai is still fuming, cursing under his breath about Mingxin's attitude. Lu Kai snaps that he thinks he's all that now. Mingxin looks down at him, totally unbothered by the tantrum. He tells our boy to have some class and stop swearing so much. Lu Kai snaps back that he'll swear all he wants after what they just did in the office, but Mingxin has to literally muffle him before the bystanders start asking too many questions. The bickering continues about who gets to be the big brother in this relationship, but Lu Kai isn't ready to call him that just yet. Meanwhile, back in the office, a private investigator delivers the tea on the second uncle. Turns out the guy was in rehab for using company funds on drugs before being shipped abroad. Secretary Lai finds it incredibly suspicious that he's suddenly forcing his way back into the company. He's been secretly meeting with shareholders, clearly plotting a coup while Mingxin was away. Mingxin demands a copy of the accounts to see exactly where the money is leaking. He knows the battle for control is just beginning. A new face arrives at the office, and this girl is Lu Kai's secret weapon, trying to blend in with the staff. She plays the part of the confused newbie to get the office gossip moving. A senior employee quickly bites the bait, introducing himself as Guo Kang. He starts spilling the beans on the power struggle between the chairman and the vice chairman. But Secretary Lai shuts down the chit-chat immediately, scaring the life out of them. Our girl is fuming internally, cursing Lu Kai for making her do this dirty spy work. She's definitely going to make him pay for this later. Back at the villa, the mood is much more relaxed. They're lounging around while a drama plays in the background. Lukai is still annoyed that Mingchen is spending so much time with the company instead of him. He calls him a total scumbag for changing his mind about their future plans. Mingchen just smiles, realizing that life is much more interesting this time around. In his past life, everything was boring and predictable. Now he has someone passionate and chaotic by his side. He teases Lukai, asking if he actually enjoys it when he's mean to him. Lukai goes silent, not expecting the direct attack. He hides under the blankets, wondering why Mingchen isn't actually mad at him. Mingchen clarifies that he's no masochist. He obviously prefers it when Lukai is nice. He reaches out, treating him with a tenderness that Lukai isn't used to. But for Lukai, even this much affection isn't enough. He climbs on top, determined to leave a mark that Mingchen won't forget. He references a classic drama where the girl bites her lover so he'll remember her forever. Mingchen tries to block him, but Lukai is committed to the bit. He calls Mingchen a chicken for being afraid of a little bit of pain. Finally, they settle down, staring out at the city lights. Lukai explains that he wants to be remembered just like the demon girl from the story. Mingchen watches him, his heart clearly softening. He realizes that one lifetime of memories might not be enough. He pulls him close, promising that they'll remember each other for 2 lifetimes instead. Their hands intertwine, sealing the promise. No matter what drama the company throws at them, they're facing it together. Our cold CEO, Huo Mingchen, isn't falling for the trap though, sensing that someone is trying to tank the company's reputation with a shady contract. Instead of blocking them, he decides to lure the snakes out of their holes by giving them exactly what they want: total control over the budget. He wants them to feel safe right before he strikes, proving that being this handsome and this ruthless is a deadly combination. Meanwhile, our boy Lukai is enjoying the sunset, but his mind is racing with future knowledge. According to his intel, today is the day Mingchen is supposed to get into a life-altering car accident. He's desperately trying to think of a way to stop him from leaving, even as random passers-by swoon over his Model T looks. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and snatches the glasses right off his face. It's Mingchen, acting all smug and telling Lukai that his compliments are a bit too feminine for a man. Lukai tries to scramble to get his glasses back, complaining that he's actually nearsighted from staring at screens all night. But Mingchen isn't letting up, teasing him for looking way too cool in them. Our boy strikes back with a savage comment, saying that hot people look good no matter what they wear. Mingchen just gives him that intense, soul-piercing gaze as he heads down the stairs. Before he can get far, Lukai grabs his hand, refusing to let him go into danger alone. It's a total cinematic moment on the grand staircase, dripping with tension. Lukai tries to deflect the mood by accusing Mingchen of having a mind full of trashy thoughts. Mingchen leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper as he tells Lukai he won't let him insult himself like that. The vibe is absolutely chaotic as Lukai realizes he's just recorded the whole embarrassing confession on his phone. He's cackling like a little gremlin, teasing the CEO for being so deeply in love. Mingchen actually looks happy to be called trash for once, which is a total first for this icy man. Lukai dives in for a massive glomp, clinging to his back like a koala. Internally, Lukai is still panicking because he knows he has to stop that meeting at all costs. He can't explain how he knows about the accident, so he has to resort to being the most annoying boyfriend ever. He even suggests they ditch picking up Mingchen's sister, acting like a total crappy older brother just to buy time. They walk off together, but the real plan is already in motion back at the office. Inside the company, the atmosphere is suffocating as the secret betrayal nears its peak. Secretary Lai is looking incredibly stressed, clutching a coffee cup like her life depends on it. She's received a cryptic message about the chairman being in danger and knows she has to stop him from leaving the building. She's practically vibrating with anxiety, terrified she's going to lose her job over this stunt. She spots the chairman's driver whispering with the vice chairman's secretary and realizes the betrayal goes deeper than they thought. The suspicion is written all over her face as she watches the shadows move in the hallway. The elevator dings and Mingchen steps out, looking like he's ready to conquer the world. Secretary Lai doesn't hesitate, she charges forward with a plan. With a dramatic awe, she accidentally slams right into him. Sploosh, an entire cup of hot coffee goes flying right onto Mingchen's pristine white shirt. The CEO is absolutely soaked, and his assistant looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Lai puts on her best "oh no, I'm so sorry" face, while Mingchen just stands there looking like he's contemplating a triple homicide. He is visibly fuming as the hot liquid seeps through his expensive suit. His shirt is a total disaster zone covered in dark brown stains. Mingchen is forced to pivot, telling his team to head to the meeting without him while he goes to change. He looks completely disheveled, which is a rare sight for the man who is usually put together. As he walks back to his office, Secretary Lai watches him go, feeling a mix of guilt and relief that he's staying behind. But the drama isn't over yet, as an old man with a cane intercepts him in the hallway. It's his uncle, who can't help but laugh at the chairman's pathetic state. Minchin just sighs, explaining the accident with a dry tone. The uncle tells him to hurry up and change so he doesn't keep the UK team waiting. Minchin heads into his private suite to strip down, unaware of the chaos unfolding elsewhere. Back at the desk, Secretary Lai is mourning her career, convinced she's fired for sure. Suddenly, the office erupts into whispers. News just broke that the car meant for the chairman was involved in a horrific accident. Secretary Lai freezes in shock as she realizes what just happened. If it wasn't for that coffee spill, Mingchen would be the one in the hospital right now. Later that evening, the danger has passed and Mingchen is relaxing at home, looking absolutely illegal in a loose robe. He's on the phone, telling someone to just rest and not overthink the day's events. The sunset glows behind him as he contemplates the power struggle within his family. He knows his grandfather's shares are the only thing keeping the vultures at bay. As long as he's alive and kicking, the opposition can't make a single move against him. He lies back on the bed, showing off those ironclad abs, looking way too satisfied. In a moment of pure sweetness, Minchin actually pulls out a hair dryer and starts drying Lu Kai's hair for him. Lu Kai looks up at him, suddenly vulnerable, asking if it's hard being in a relationship with someone as unlikable as him. Minchin just smirks, calling him self-aware but clearly not minding one bit. Then he drops the big question, "Are you still with me just because of the money?" Lu Kai doesn't even blink, firing back with a savage reminder that he hasn't taken a single penny since they started dating. He dives back into Minchin's arms, hugging him tight as the CEO lets out a soft laugh. Our boy is just happy to be safe and sound. His heart is doing backflips as he realizes just how deep his feelings have grown. Huo Minchin is laying it on thick, telling our boy that whether he's here for the money or not, he's never letting him go. He starts teasing Lu Kai about playing rough, even bringing up the fact that he got bitten during their spicy session. But the peace doesn't last long when a phone starts buzzing on the nightstand. While Lu Kai is busy dreaming, Mingchen steps out to take a very serious call. He's back in boss mode, standing on the balcony and demanding his people keep a close eye on that old bastard, while reporting any news immediately. He lights up a cigarette, looking cold and calculating, a far cry from the man who was begging for kisses just moments ago. Meanwhile, at the office, Lu Yuan gets the dreaded summons to the chairman's office. She's shaking in her boots, convinced she's about to get fired for the coffee incident from the other day. She nervously creeps into the room, barely able to stutter out her own name. The chairman asks if she really likes coffee that much, and she frantically claims she loves it strong for the energy. She tries to keep a straight face, but her soul is practically leaving her body. He grills her on how many packets she uses, and she starts guessing wild numbers like 4 or 5 just to sound hardcore. The chairman points to the massive stain on his shirt, noting that it looks like she brewed a potion specifically designed to ruin his clothes. He also calls her out on the coffee being cold, which is definitely not normal for a fresh brew. Lu Yuan is frozen in fear as he looms over her. She finally cracks and admits she used warm water because she was terrified of accidentally burning him. But then, the twist, he reveals that his car was actually tampered with yesterday, and if she hadn't delayed him with that terrible coffee, he might not have survived the accident. Lu Yuan is so relieved she isn't getting fired that she practically flies out of the room. But she pauses at the door, realizing she needs to pick a side in this family feud. She decides to be a hero and warns the chairman that she saw his driver acting suspicious with a shady character recently. She tells him exactly where they were meeting and how distressed the driver looked. She even mentions an envelope changing hands and the fact that the security cameras were conveniently broken at the time. She begs him not to put her in a difficult position, having done her part to keep him safe. The chairman is left in deep thought, realizing the snakes in his circle are closer than he imagined. Later, Lu Yuan runs into Secretary Lai and is shocked to see him walking and talking. She thought he was in critical condition, but he casually mentions he only had light injuries while the driver got the worst of it. He tells her to stop listening to office gossip before they start reporting his funeral next. He dramatic walks away, leaving her feeling like a total clown for worrying. She's so annoyed she could scream, realizing she's been stressed for absolutely nothing. A few days pass and it's finally the big birthday. Lu Yuan is on the phone being the bossy sister she is, insisting they go out for a proper dinner and cake to celebrate their first birthday in the capital. Lu Kai is trying to play it cool, but he can't say no to her. He tells Mingchen he's heading out for dinner with his sister and might be back late. Mingchen looks like a kicked puppy, sadly telling him to come back soon. He claims he isn't petty about Lu Kai spending time with family, but our boy can tell he's changed from his previous obsessive life. Lu Kai asks if Mingchen is going to give him a gift, and the CEO offers a red envelope full of cash or even a new computer. Lu Kai calls those gifts tasteless and suggests something much more personal. He looks Mingchen dead in the eye and asks, "How about you give yourself to me?" Mingchen is absolutely stunned, his brain short-circuiting at the bold request. But then the punchline drops. Lu Kai wants him to do the laundry, cook, and mop the floors for free. Mingchen loses it and chucks a pillow at him, telling him to dream on. Lukai meets up with his sister, who looks stunning as she waves him down. People in the street start whispering, thinking Mingchen's car belongs to her rich boyfriend. Lukai tells her to let them think whatever they want since it'll keep the scumbags away from her. He's not even hungry and wants to keep the celebration simple, but Lu Yun calls him a smart mouth. He insists no woman would marry a guy as poor as him anyway, so he needs to save his money. Back at the house, Mingchen has actually bought a gorgeous flower-covered cake and hidden it in the fridge. He's pouting alone, feeling like he's terrible at being romantic. He starts eating the cake by himself in the dark, looking like the loneliest billionaire in the world. Suddenly, he hears a noise and nearly jumps out of his skin. It's Lukai. He came home early and sneaks up for a back hug, catching Mingchen red-handed with the birthday cake. Maybe I should have found a hot girl and spent the night with her before coming back, he teases, testing his luck. Our poor hero isn't having it, threatening castration if he doesn't drop the act immediately. They settle in for a quiet moment, and despite the drama, he hands over a plate like a true gentleman. It's Lukai's birthday, and our chibi-fied boy is absolutely vibrating with excitement. He presents a cake with a single glowing candle, telling his man to make a wish. Lukai is feeling generous, telling him he can have as many wishes as his heart desires. The first wish is for wealth in the next life, but the second is much sweeter. He just wants to meet his lover again. And for the third, he wants the big boss to be his personal sugar baby. Lukai can't help but give him a soft head pat, his heart melting into a puddle. He claims he's the happiest man alive, even more so than the birthday boy himself. He seals the deal with a sweet, lingering kiss that's pure sugar. "MHM, I'm even happier than you," he whispers as they swoon into the night. Fast forward 2 weeks and the drama shifts to the cold halls of the corporate world. An old man with a cane is lurking, questioning why the driver's medical fees are still being paid. He tries to act like he's looking out for the company, but those eyes are screaming villain. It is a person's life, after all, the younger man counters with ice in his voice. Huo Mingchen isn't interested in the lecture and coldly excuses his uncle from the room. Left alone, the uncle grips his cane until his knuckles turn white. He's absolutely seething because the shareholders are playing hardball. They want a higher price for their shares, and this old man is about to blow a fuse. He grips his cane with a trembling, savage fury. He slams it down, demanding they buy the shares at any cost, even if it means draining the company dry. He sits back and orders his lackey to use the company funds to crush the competition. Lighting a cigar, he looks like he's plotting a total takeover. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated greed. He even suggests it would be cleaner if the injured driver just died already. How savage can one man be? His assistant looks nervous, but he knows better than to argue with a monster. Back at the mansion, Lukai is throwing a full-blown tantrum because he doesn't want to leave. "I won't go, let go," he shouts, making a scene in front of the massive estate. He's literally clinging to his man like a koala, begging to stay. He promises he won't cheat and begs to come back as soon as possible. Boot goes the car door as he's shoved inside for his own safety. He's always getting angry for laughs, but the boss knows he needs to go. Before he heads off, he gets one last tender head pat and a final kiss to keep his heart racing for the drive home. Lukai's heart goes badump as he watches his man fade into the distance. He watches the mansion disappear in the rearview mirror, feeling the weight of the separation. He's tired of hiding their love and is determined to make things official. Driving away, his eyes are full of a new, fierce resolve. Meanwhile, at the hospital, things are getting loud and chaotic. A greedy son is making a massive scene, demanding to take his sick father home. The staff tries to explain that the old man just had surgery and moving him is a death sentence. That's when Huo Mingchen arrives on the scene, looking absolutely lethal in a trench coat. He sees right through the act, knowing these vultures just want the old man dead for the inheritance. He tells the doctor to ignore them and promises to take full responsibility if anything happens. He stands there, a towering wall of authority that no one dares to challenge. The hospital staff tries one last time to reason with the screaming relatives, but the son doesn't care about vitals, he just wants his father discharged today. The director stands firm, warning them that the patient's life is at risk. When the son keeps shouting, the director threatens to call the police. Realizing he's outmatched, the son cowers and says he'll be back in 7 days. He drags his partner away, cursing the hospital staff under his breath. Huo isn't letting them off that easy and orders his men to follow them immediately. He watches them go, looking like a dark god of vengeance ready to strike. The greedy couple meets up with the villainous assistant in a dark alley. The assistant is furious they couldn't get the old man out of the hospital. They explain they tried every trick in the book, but the hospital wouldn't budge. They claim the director eventually agreed to a 1-week wait to stabilize the old man. The assistant is suspicious, wondering if they're being fooled. But the couple is only interested in the money, showing their true ugly colors. "I've done my part already, so the money?" The son begs like a dog. The assistant warns them to keep their mouths shut while he smokes his cigarette. The couple laughs, saying once the old man is buried 6 feet under, there will be no more problems. They start counting a massive stack of cash, their eyes glowing with pure greed. They're already dreaming about the next payout when the old man finally kicks the bucket. Ha ha ha, we'll get another chunk after he dies. They gloat, completely unaware they're being watched. Suddenly, they realize they aren't alone and turn around in a panic. It's a total ambush as Huo Mingchen steps out of the shadows. He looks at the pile of cash and mocks the pitiful price they put on a father's life. The couple is absolutely paralyzed with fear as their payday turns into a nightmare. Huo stands over them, the money fluttering in the air like worthless trash. He orders his staff to block any random people trying to sneak into the hospital to snatch him. Our powerful CEO is playing chess with people's lives while looking effortlessly handsome by the window. He summons Lu Yun to his office, likely to send her on a secret mission that requires absolute discretion. Poor Lu Yun is having a mini breakdown, wondering why she's always the one stuck dealing with the scary boss. She rushes out to do his bidding, terrified of that cold and imposing aura. But as soon as she steps out of the lion's den, she lets out a massive sigh of relief because the chairman is just too much to handle. Unfortunately, her coworkers are waiting like a pack of hungry wolves to grill her for the latest tea. They're dying to know if she's secretly dating the boss, but our girl is just a squirrel in a den of lions. She quickly shuts them down, explaining she's just running errands for the driver who just woke up. The office girls swoon, relieved their chance with the CEO isn't gone yet, while a shady figure lurks in the background. This old snake hears the news about the driver, and you can practically see the gears of a new plot turning. He tells everyone to get back to work, but his fake smile is giving us major red flags. Back in the office, the chairman knows exactly who the traitors are, calling them snakes about to leave their holes. The hunt is officially on, and he's not planning on letting anyone escape his trap. Meanwhile, at the mansion, everything seems peaceful under the beautiful moonlight. The maids think Lu Kai is being a studious angel, but little do they know what he's actually studying tonight. Our boy is actually glued to his screen, watching some very educational content of a certain shirtless man. It's Minchin looking like a whole snack right out of the shower and showing off that perfect physique. Lu Kai tries to play it cool, but the flirting between these two is absolutely chaotic. He demands some sweet words, but Minchin is a savage who refuses to give in that easily. He catches Lu Kai poking his image on the screen, calling him out for being a total little creep. Our boy is caught red-handed and tries to play it off with the most adorable "Who face. Lu Kai admits he wants to actually touch him, and the mood shifts from snarky to spicy real fast. Minchin dares him to come over right now, promising he can have all the kisses he wants. But the romance is cut short by a buzzing phone duty calls, and it's time to face the family drama. Lu Kai promises to be back soon, but he's got a snake at the hospital to deal with first. He asks a hypothetical about spending their lives together, testing the waters of Minchin's heart. Minchin gives a sassy reply, but Lu Kai's internal monologue is much more sentimental. He realizes that being with anyone else is literally impossible because Minchin has ruined him for the rest of the world. He's completely whipped for this man, but he'd rather die than admit it out loud. If he tells the truth, Minchin will get way too cocky, so he keeps his true feelings locked away. They keep up the banter, with Minchin claiming nobody else is as hot or rich as he is. He tells Lu Kai that he's the only one allowed by his side, making our hearts flutter. Lu Kai decides to give him a little show in return, looking absolutely stunning before the call ends. Later, Minchin finds him in the most ridiculous shark pajamas and seriously questions his life choices. Our boy tries to act sexy in a onesie, but Minchin isn't buying the shark appeal one bit. Lu Kai throws out a wild threat about making him unable to walk for 3 days, acting all tough. Minchin just smirks, clearly not intimidated by a man in cartoon pajamas. They share a rare moment of vulnerability, discussing things they've never dared to say before. But the flirting has to end eventually, and Minchin tells him to get some beauty sleep before midnight. Lu Kai leans in for a screen kiss, but Minchin ruins the moment by worrying about screen germs. Annoyed by the total lack of romance, Lu Kai hangs up, feeling totally rejected. But look at those blushing faces. Both of them are actually screaming internally after that digital smooch. Lu Kai curls up in a bowl, calling his man an idiot while his heart does backflips. The next day, the atmosphere turns heavy as the real investigation begins. Lu Kai arrives at the hospital to visit the driver, Mr. Zhang, who is finally stable after surgery. He plays it nice at first, mentioning how the man's family was making a massive scene outside. Apparently, they were so desperate to get him out that they almost destroyed the hospital roof. Mr. Zhang looks haunted, knowing his family is up to no good. Lu Kai stops playing nice and drops the bomb. He knows the driver was trying to kill the chairman. The old man tries to deny it, but his shaking hands tell a completely different story. We see the flashback. The villain used the son's massive gambling debts to blackmail this man into murder. Lu Kai demands to know who is pulling the strings, and the pressure is finally too much to bear. The driver breaks down, confessing that Chen Liandong ordered the hit and even wanted his own father dead. He begs for mercy, realizing he's been a pawn in a truly disgusting and disgraceful game. Lu Kai records every single word of the confession, finally getting the evidence he needs to end this. He tells the man his son will pick him up soon, but this is the last time they'll ever see each other. The driver is left alone with his guilt, while our hero walks away with a decisive victory. He doesn't look back, even when the man tries to call out to him in desperation. The truth is out, and now the real snakes in the company are about to get crushed. Elsewhere, the villain is losing his mind because his contact isn't picking up the phone. He's panicking, realizing that his perfect plan is falling apart at the seams. He demands answers, but he has no idea that he's already been caught in the chairman's web. The henchman trembles as he reports his failure to the big boss. But the vice chairman isn't interested in excuses. He wants results, and he wants them now. Lighting a cigar with the coldest gaze you've ever seen, he reminds the young man that ruthlessness is the only way to get ahead. The henchman realizes he's trapped between a rock and a very scary place as his phone rings again. He whispers into the receiver, desperate to keep his dirty work under wraps. The vice chairman sits back, looking like a total final boss, questioning if this guy is even worthy of being his second in command. With a final shaky "I understand," the deal is sealed and the scene shifts to the dead of night. Under the cover of darkness, the hospital looks eerily quiet. But someone is lurking in the shadows, and with a quick snip, the security cameras go blind. The henchman creeps down the silent hallway, heading straight for the target's room. He slips inside, his hands trembling as he prepares to do the unthinkable. He lunges for the bed, ready to end it all. But suddenly, a heavy hand grips his shoulder, stopping him dead in his tracks. The lights flick on, exposing him completely. Before he can even scream, a boot slams him onto the floor. Our boy Mingchen steps out of the shadows, looking absolutely savage with his personal guards behind him. The henchman grovels on the floor, trying to play dumb, but Mingchen isn't buying any of it. He casually sits on the hospital bed, revealing that he knew exactly when the move was coming and set an ambush ahead of time. He mocks the guy for thinking that cutting a few wires was enough to hide his crimes. With a cold glare, Mingchen wonders aloud just how many years someone gets for attempted murder. The henchman completely breaks, begging for mercy and claiming he was just a pawn. He starts spilling everything, promising recordings and financial records as long as he's spared. He's a total mess, revealing he's even the middleman for illegal drug deals. Mingchen watches as the data transfer completes, securing all the evidence he needs. Now he forces the henchman to play double agent and call the vice chairman right then and there. The guy lies through his teeth, telling the boss that the old geezer is dead and gone. Mingchen listens in, his expression unreadable as the trap is set for the main villain. He gives the henchman strict orders on how to handle the situation and warns him never to come back. With a final, chilling threat, he reminds the man that while he can protect himself, nobody will protect a traitor. Finally alone, Mingchen heads out to his car and makes a call of his own. On the other end, Lukai is back to his usual shameless self, dropping lines that would make anyone blush. Our poor heroine Mingchen tries to act tough, but he's clearly swooning inside as he leans against the steering wheel. The team looks like absolute zombies after pulling an all-nighter. The boss tries to cheer them up with some takeout, but they are too exhausted to even function. They finally manage to rally for a quick toast, but the mood shifts instantly when a breaking news alert pops up on a phone. A major construction site owned by the Huo family has collapsed. Lukai's eyes sharpen as he sees the stocks plummeting. He immediately makes an excuse and rushes out of the office. He's frantically checking locations, needing to find Mingchen immediately. A sleek red car screeches to a halt right in front of him. Mingchen leans out, acting like a total hottie, asking if Lukai is looking for a ride. Lukai hops in, teasing him about how obedient he is for showing up so fast. Mingchen tries to act like he isn't a total simp, but his inner chibai is having a full-blown crisis about being a bootlicker. He tries to convince himself he's just being nice to someone he likes. Lukai just laughs, calling him a ferocious little kitty with a bad temper. But the playfulness fades when Lukai asks about the construction site disaster. Mingchen looks at him, wondering if he's actually worried. Without a word, Lukai grabs his hand. He pulls Mingchen's hand to his chest, letting him feel his racing heartbeat. Mingchen is absolutely stunned, his face turning bright red as he pulls away. He quickly tries to pivot back to business, explaining that his brother had already accounted for the site issues to avoid casualties. He claims the loss is just tiny profits to a family as rich as theirs. Lukai's inner self is crying over what rich people call tiny, but he realizes he's becoming even more possessive of the man sitting next to him. He stares at Mingchen, who looks ethereal in the fading light. Lukai decides the mood is perfect for something special. He leans in, voice dropping low, and suggests they go watch a movie together. Lukai's brain short-circuits as he wonders if this is a real date. Hyo Mingchen finally makes a move and asks what kind of movie our guy wants to watch, offering up comedy, thriller, or even romance. Lukai decides a comedy is the way to go, and luckily, there's a showing starting in just 15 minutes. Lukai notes that even though his companion never says what he likes out loud, he always makes sure to mention his preferences first. They arrive at the theater ready for a good time, but Hyo Mingchen stares in disbelief when Lukai returns with 2 massive buckets of popcorn. He asks if our hero has a fever, but Lukai just gives him those puppy dog eyes. Apparently, he's just starving and considers this a light snack. Hyo Minchin can't help but call him a rich dummy as they head inside. Liu Kai demands help carrying the load, but Hyo Minchin is feeling savage. He tells Liu Kai that whoever bought the junk has to hold it. He leans in close, whispering that he's happy to hold Liu Kai, but the popcorn is a hard pass. Suddenly, our guy trips in the dark. He nearly makes a massive mess, but Hyo Minchin catches him just in time. The tension is high as they finally settle into their seats, hands intertwined while the movie starts. On screen, a dramatic escape is unfolding. But Liu Kai isn't buying the plot, calling it totally stupid. He scoffs at the idea of staying behind to die together. He imagines them in an action movie, guns blazing against a sea of enemies. He leans his head on Hyo Minchin's shoulder, wondering if they'll really stay together until the end. He even jokes about buying a burial plot right next to his, making things chaotic as usual. Later that night, the mood shifts as they stand outside the luxury villas. Liu Kai watches as Hyo Minchin pulls out a cigarette. But then he realizes he was basically tricked into quitting while this man keeps his habit. He snatches the cigarette away, declaring that if he can't smoke, neither can Hyo Minchin. He grabs his hand firmly, ending the smoking session right there. The cigarette hits the pavement as the air between them turns electric. Liu Kai pulls him into a tight embrace, whispering how much he actually missed him. His heart is racing a mile a minute as he looks up. Hyo Minchin knows exactly what's going on in his head. He leans in, his touch lingering on Liu Kai's neck. He tilts his chin up, making it clear that he knows Liu Kai is thinking only about him. Meanwhile, trouble is brewing as the older generation plots their downfall. The chairman stares out the window, claiming that everything the Hyo family owns still belongs to him. His assistant warns him that a board meeting is coming up and Hyo Minchin might be a threat. They view him as nothing but a child who hasn't even been weaned yet. But just in case, they're ready to bring him down by any means necessary. They whisper a dark plan to get rid of the competition once and for all. They overlook the city like vultures, planning to use the dregs of society to do their dirty work. The assistant gives a chilling smile, ready to show everyone what a good dog can really do. The next morning, Hyo Minchin steps out of his house. He notices a familiar red car parked outside and wonders if it's really him. He knocks on the glass, finding Liu Kai slumped over inside. Liu Kai looks absolutely drained as he rolls down the window. Hyo Minchin asks if something happened or if his brother gave him a hard time. Liu Kai admits he couldn't sleep a wink because he wasn't in his own bed. He's been waiting there since 4 in the morning like a lost puppy. Hyo Minchin decides talk can wait and takes him to get some breakfast. They head to a cozy local spot filled with history. As they eat, Liu Kai jokes about what they'll do when they are old men. He suggests square dancing, but Hyo Minchin is way too proud for that. He claims he'll be so handsome even as an old man that ladies will be chasing him down. Liu Kai gets competitive, insisting he'll be the popular one. Hyo Minchin suddenly gets serious, asking if they'll still be together then. After finishing a mountain of food, he asks what was so important that Liu Kai showed up at dawn. He jokingly asks if Liu Kai's family went bankrupt. Liu Kai deadpans that they aren't even rich enough to go bankrupt in the first place. Hyo Minchin laughs, asking what else Liu Kai would do for him besides feeling sorry. Liu Kai leans in close, his gaze becoming intense. He whispers that he'd let Hyo Minchin sleep with him once for free. Hyo Minchin can't help but burst out laughing at the generosity. But Liu Kai isn't joking, promising to let him stay by his side for the rest of his life. He's not shy about reminding his darling Hyo Minchin that they've shared a bed more than once without him charging a dime. Honestly, the audacity is sending me. Before Minchin can even process the sass, Liu Kai grabs his hand. He's whisking him away to some nice place, and by nice he means a total vibe. They head to the parking lot, but not before Liu Kai drops a total bombshell. He asks if Minchin wants to see what it's like to be bedridden for 3 days straight. Our hero is sweating, part terrified and part, well, intrigued. They end up on a gorgeous hill overlooking the city. Liu Kai starts listing off everything Minchin likes, from light-colored clothes to quiet rain. He even points out that Minchin's absolute favorite thing is money. Savage but accurate, Minchin wonders what the prize is for getting it all right. But Liu Kai's only prize is more flirting, calling Minchin handsome and rich. Minchin is like, wait, that's it. Liu Kai explains that a good face and a full bank account are all you need to win at life. Naturally, this turns into a chaotic wrestling match on the grass. Minchin tries to fight back, but Liu Kai is just too strong. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as they stare into each other's eyes. Then things get spicy as they finally lock lips under the willow tree. It's a moment of pure bliss as they hold hands. The mood is peak romance until it's time to drive home. They're bickering about who was more aggressive during their sunset make-out session. But just as things get serious, disaster strikes. A blinding light hits the car and everything goes black. When they wake up, it's a total nightmare scenario. They're both tied up and blindfolded in some sketchy warehouse. Minchin doesn't miss a beat, telling Liu Kai to lean in so he can help. In a move that is equal parts impressive and spicy, Minchin uses his teeth to pull off Liu Kai's blindfold. Finally, they can see the mess they're in. The kidnappers are just outside playing cards, completely unaware of the chaos brewing. While tied up, the boys can't help but bicker about whose fault this is. Lukai is worried sick about Mingchen getting involved in his mess. They even start planning their future make-out spots just to keep their spirits up. Mingchen tries to wiggle free, but those ropes are insanely tight. Meanwhile, the boss outside is drinking and plotting their demise. Mingchen is looking pale as a ghost, but Lukai promises he won't let him die. Hyo Mingchen asks if Lukai can even fight, but the answer is a hilarious no. They realize that if they wait for help, they'll probably be dead before it arrives. Luckily, the kidnappers are more focused on their stomachs than their prisoners. As they argue about who's going to get food, Mingchen sees his opening. He manages to dig out a lighter from his pocket. He starts sizzling through the restraints, much to Lukai's shock. The ropes finally drop and it's go time. Mingchen's got a plan to light the grass and lure the thugs inside. He refuses to leave without his man, insisting they escape together or not at all. Look at that determination, our boy is officially done being the damsel. Lukai looks Hyo Mingchen dead in the eye, reminding him that the only goal right now is staying alive. Hyo Mingchen finally caves, promising that if they make it out of this nightmare, they're going public. Our boy Lukai isn't asking for permission. He's demanding an okay, even if it's a total lie just to keep his spirits up. Hyo Mingchen weighs the risk of his brother beating him to death against losing Lukai, and honestly, the choice is easy. They share a desperate, high-stakes hug in the middle of the warehouse. Lukai knows they're outnumbered 4-1, but he refuses to live in a world where Hyo doesn't make it. He's done being useless and decides it's time for a literal fire sale. A hand drops the lighter, and the entire place goes up in a glorious, chaotic explosion. Outside, the thugs finally stop playing cards when they realize their paycheck is literally turning into ash. The boss is absolutely fuming as he realizes the warehouse is a furnace. But our boys didn't just sit there to bake. They broke the chains and waited for the perfect moment. As the thugs rush in, Lukai comes out of nowhere with a savage surprise attack. He lands a brutal punch right on the boss's jaw. It's a total free-for-all as they brawl through the flames. Lukai is fighting like a man possessed, taking on 2 guys at once. But things take a dark turn when Hyo Mingchen gets slammed to the ground. Desperate to save the man he loves, Hyo Mingchen screams at Lukai to run and save himself. Lukai hesitates, but with the building collapsing, he has no choice but to dash into the pouring rain. He sprints through the mud, his heart pounding out of his chest. He tries to flag down a passing car, but the driver is a total jerk and tries to speed off. Our boy isn't having it and goes full savage, hurling a massive rock right at the car's rear window. The driver screeches to a halt, ready to fight, but Lukai just hijacks his phone to call the cops. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out from the warehouse, and Lukai's soul practically leaves his body. He doesn't care about the danger anymore. He sprints back toward the sound of the blast. He finds the warehouse area littered with bodies. The boss is still standing, pinning a wounded Hyo Mingchen to the ground. Lukai doesn't even blink, grabbing a pipe and delivering a satisfying thwack to the boss's head. He collapses next to Hyo Mingchen, cradling his face in the rain. Hyo is coughing up blood, convinced he's been shot and is about to meet his maker. Lukai is sobbing, promising to give him everything: his money, his life, his soul. Hyo Mingchen's eyes practically sparkle as he realizes he's finally got Lukai right where he wants him. But wait, as Lukai checks the gunshot wound, he realizes it's just a scratch and Hyo is being a total drama queen. As the police sirens wail in the distance, the 2 of them just lie there in the rain, exhausted and tangled together. But the romantic moment is short-lived because a very familiar, very angry man is standing over them with an umbrella. The big brother has arrived, and he looks like he's ready to commit a crime of his own. Back at the hospital, Chairman Hyo is losing his mind trying to figure out who the mystery man kidnapped alongside his brother is. He asks if it's just a friend, but Mingchen admits it's a very specific kind of friend. The second he says boyfriend, the chairman's composure completely evaporates. He starts screaming loud enough to wake the dead, demanding to know who taught him such ridiculous things while the staff cowers outside. Meanwhile, our girl Lu Yun arrives with a special delivery of brain-boosting stew for Lukai. She's terrified that hanging around a Hyo is a death sentence after this kidnapping drama. Lukai tries to act cool, but his sister isn't buying the nonchalant act for a second. He takes a massive gulp of the soup and immediately spits it out in horror. Turns out, she made him lamb kidney soup because she thinks he's a weak little chicken who needs all the help he can get. Lukai gets serious, asking if she'd be happy if he found her a sister-in-law, while the chairman is next door having a literal stroke over the gay news. Lu Yun assumes her brother is just crushing on a pretty nurse. But Lukai drops the hammer: the person he likes is Hyo Mingchen. Both siblings are absolutely chaotic now, screaming for an immediate breakup. In the other room, Mingchen is standing his ground, refusing to leave the man he loves. Lu Yun accuses Lukai of just being a gold-digging snake. The chairman backs her up, shouting that Mingchen is only being used for his money. But Mingchen knows the truth. He's seen how hard Lukai works and how much he's sacrificed. Lukai reflects on the fact that they've spent 2 lifetimes trying to get this right. He remembers the tragic cycle of fate and the car crashes of the past. He knows Mingchen worked himself to the bone in another life just to provide for his family. He tells his sister that he loves the man regardless of his flaws. The chairman is so done he delivers a savage slap to his brother's face. Lu Yuan is in tears, begging them to stop before they ruin their lives. But Lu Kai is cold as ice, stating that the only way to separate them is to kill one of them. The chairman is so enraged he says he should have strangled Mingchen at birth. He slams the door and leaves them to rot. In the aftermath, Lu Yuan tries to resign from her job at the Huo company, but the chairman tells her to just take a leave of absence while he deals with his problem brother. He orders his guards to escort Mingchen home and lock him up under house arrest. They tell the poor guy that even if he ends up a cripple, the family will keep him contained. Mingchen smirks and agrees to get into the car just to escape the hospital walls. But instead of the family mansion, he orders the driver to head straight to Tourmaline Bay. The guards are sobbing in the front seat because they're too scared to disobey either brother. Mingchen arrives at the house on crutches and immediately gets a video call from Lu Kai. Lu Kai is frantic, wondering how he got discharged with a broken leg. Mingchen tries to act like a tough guy, saying he's physically strong and doesn't need a hospital bed. They finally meet up outside and the tension is through the roof. Mingchen tries to maintain his master-servant banter, but Lu Kai is done with games. He steps forward and scoops Mingchen up in a massive princess carry. He tells him they're going home, leaving the crutches abandoned on the porch. The next day, the chairman meets Lu Kai at a cafe. He's been busy digging through Lu Kai's files. He demands that Lu Kai break things off immediately to save the family's reputation. Lu Kai smiles, waiting for the classic "here's a check to leave my brother" moment. When it doesn't come, he internally roasts the chairman for being a cheapskate. Lu Kai decides to play a dangerous game, pretending to agree to the breakup. He tells the chairman he'll call it off once he's in a safe location. He acts completely heartless, playing a game on his phone while claiming that love is just a temporary distraction. He tells the chairman that it's better to just rip the band-aid off and be ruthless. He doubles down on the scumbag act, saying that while Mingchen might be obsessed, he can live perfectly fine without him. But the drama peaks when he realizes Mingchen has been standing right behind him the entire time. Mingchen looks absolutely shattered, his eyes dead as he stares at his lover. He coldly notes that Lu Kai seems to be having a lot of fun playing with his heart. The system finally delivers the long-awaited message. Our host has successfully carved out a new path and completed his previous life's mission. He looks at the floating screen with a mix of relief and nostalgia, knowing his time in this world is coming to an end. The system gets surprisingly sentimental, assuming he must hate being bound to it, but he simply offers a gentle smile. He can't help but tease the little blue interface, pretending to despise it before letting out a genuine laugh. In reality, he's incredibly thankful for the chance to repent and live a life he can actually be proud of. He's managed to protect the things he once overlooked and make amends to the people he betrayed in his past life. As the disconnection sequence begins, a warm pair of arms wraps around him, grounding him in the present. His lover wonders why he's up so early, but our boy just didn't want to be away from his warmth for even a second. They share a playful, bickering moment about morning kisses and unbrushed teeth as the progress bar hits 100%. But for the system, there's no rest, and System 008 is immediately launched into a brand new mission. It dives through the dimensions, landing right in the heart of a bustling ancient capital. In the Great Jin dynasty, a massive scandal is brewing on the wedding night of the duke's son, Zai Yuzhai, and a poor scholar named Shen Mayaping. The servants are already whispering in the shadows, calling the marriage a total humiliation for their master. To make matters worse, the groom is nowhere to be found, leaving the second master alone on their first night. They label Shen Mayaping a handsome but good-for-nothing leech, who only knows how to sweet-talk his way into trouble. Suddenly, a shout rings out through the residence. They found Master Shen in a maid's bed, and the scene is absolutely scandalous. Zai Yuzhai, a legendary warrior who has survived countless battlefields, is pushed past his limit. He grabs his bow, his eyes burning with a cold, lethal fury that promises heads will roll. His expression is stone-cold as he prepares to deal with his unfaithful husband. Meanwhile, the original Shen Mayaping is being dragged through the courtyard, screaming about his status as an imperial scholar. He tries to act tough, but his face goes pale the moment he sees Zai Yuzhai approaching with a weapon. Without a single word, the second master draws his bow, aiming straight for the man who shamed him. Shen Mayaping begs for mercy, but the arrow is already whistling through the... A blood-curdling scream echoes through the estate as the screen fades to black. The servants cry out in shock, assuming the groom has just met a violent end. But this is exactly where our new host arrives, being dropped into the body of the soft rice man with a mission to be self-sufficient. He wakes up and immediately realizes he's in the middle of a total disaster. He sees a courtyard full of wedding lanterns, a half-naked woman, and weapons pointed right at him. He's been caught red-handed as a cheater on his very first day in this body. Zai Yuzhai stands over him, looking like a god of death ready to strike. He demands to know if Shen really prefers a lowly servant over his own husband. Our hero is internally screaming because this hell mode opening is beyond unreal. He panics, looking for any kind of plot armor to save him from this nightmare. Zai Yuzhai presses a blade to his throat, demanding an immediate explanation for his behavior. Shen desperately begs the system for a pause button so he can at least figure out who he's supposed to be. The system reveals the truth. The original Shen was a 20-year-old social climber with a silver tongue. He manipulated the Duke's son to pass his exams and secure a life of luxury. But he got arrogant and decided to have a little fun on his wedding night, which backfired spectacularly. The original Shen literally died of fright the moment he saw his husband's killing intent. Our guy begs for a different body, but the system coldly informs him there's no other way. Realizing he's on his own, he vows not to be the transmigrator who sets a record for the fastest death. He gathers his resolve and grabs onto Zai Yuzhai, preparing to deliver the performance of a lifetime. He puts on his most sincere and sparkly eyes, claiming that Zai is his one and only everything. The onlookers are literally puking at the sheer cheesiness of his sudden confession. Zai Yuzhai remains unimpressed, pressing the sword harder against his throat and demanding the truth. Shen pivots instantly, claiming he was just so overwhelmed with joy for the wedding that he drank too much. He tells Zai that his desire for him was simply too hard to suppress. He swears he just got disoriented and accidentally climbed into the wrong bed. But the maid, Chun Kaio, starts crying, claiming he was the one who bought her and promised to treat her well. She begs him to believe her, making him look like a total liar in front of the crowd. Shen quickly changes tactics, claiming he only bought her out of compassion and has no interest in her as a concubine. Zai Yuzhai watches him closely, his expression unreadable as he weighs his husband's words. He decides that if Shen truly has no feelings for the girl, there's a simple way to prove it. He drops a dagger onto the stones with a heavy clang. Zai gives him a direct order: if he's telling the truth, he must kill the maid himself. Our boy is completely paralyzed, knowing he can't even kill a chicken, let alone a human being. He realizes the plot is going in a terrifyingly wrong direction. Zai asks if he's unwilling, his voice dripping with icy suspicion. Shen tries to stall, saying spilling blood on a joyous day is bad luck, but Zai doesn't care about tradition. He makes it clear that one of them must die today, either the maid or Shen. The atmosphere is suffocating as everyone waits for his move. Terrified of being executed, the maid snaps and grabs the dagger for herself. She lunges at Shen with everything she's got, determined to take him down with her. He's skating on thin ice, but he's got to find a way to convince Zai Yuzhai that he's worth keeping around. A precious jade pendant is tossed aside like yesterday's trash. It shatters against the cold stone, a brutal sign that the choice has been taken out of her hands. Our girl Chun Kaio is bound and shivering, while Second Master Zai Yuzhai looks on with a gaze that could freeze fire. He's questioning if saving a woman who betrayed him was even worth the effort. Meanwhile, Shen Mayaping stays silent, feeling the heavy tension thick enough to cut with a blade. But there's no time for drama, as the Duke is demanding an immediate audience with his son. Zai Yuzhai walks away, leaving our hero alone with a nanny whose stare feels like a death sentence. Shen Mayaping is internally screaming, terrified that his father-in-law is about to end his comfortable life. Even the system is mocking him, popping up with a cheerful congratulations for surviving the first scene. He looks at the massive courtyard and realizes he's in way over his head. In his past life, he was a useless playboy, and in this one, he doesn't have a single martial art to his name. Our poor hero starts panicking, imagining a future where he has to sell his body just to get a meal. He looks down at the broken pieces of the jade, realizing he needs to make a move fast. He chases after the second master, desperate to smooth things over before the Duke kicks him to the curb. He catches up and explains that he couldn't kill the girl, not because of love, but because of his own principles. To him, she's just a fleeting cloud in his life, and he refuses to let her blood stain his hands. Zai Yuzhai looks at him, searching for a lie, but our boy is being 100% savage with the truth. He doesn't want to remember an irrelevant person for the rest of his life by becoming a murderer. He presents the broken jade, offering to find the best craftsman to fix the treasure. But the second master is cold as ice, declaring that he never keeps things that have already broken. Not missing a beat, Shen Mayaping promises to buy him a new one that's even better. He watches as his husband walks away, wondering if he actually managed to dodge a bullet. The estate is massive, but it feels more like a prison than a home right now. The headmaid Ren Dong arrives with medicine, offering to help our boy get cleaned up. But he politely declines, knowing he needs to stand on his own 2 feet if he wants to survive this house. He thanks the heavens for a partner who is tall, rich, and apparently very naive. Our hero prays to any god that will listen to keep his father-in-law from kicking him out. Over at the pavilion, the Duke is absolutely losing his mind. He's screaming that the humiliation of the marriage is a slap to the family's face. The Duke lectures his son, telling him to open his eyes to who truly holds the power. Since the older brother passed away, Zai Yuzhai is the only heir, and his stubbornness is driving the Duke crazy. The Duke accepted his son's preference for men and this marriage, but his patience has finally run dry. As punishment, he orders the second master to kneel outside for an hour to restore some dignity. It's a harsh lesson in family honor, and Yuzhai has no choice but to accept it. He bows to his father, preparing to endure the public shame in the freezing night. Suddenly, the air is filled with the sound of a whip cracking through the silence. Zai Yuzhai stands tall as the rain begins to pour, his pride refusing to let him break. Everyone is stunned as our hero grabs Yuzhai, refusing to let him suffer alone. The maids are horrified, screaming that he isn't allowed to help the second master up. But our boy doesn't care about the rules, shielding his husband from the judgmental eyes. The rain comes down harder, drenching them both as the clock ticks slowly. Finally, the hour is up and the nanny announces that the punishment is over. Shen Mayaping clings to Yuzhai, his heart aching for the man who tried to be so stoic. He tries to nudge a cushion under his husband's knees, trying to be subtle but failing miserably. He looks him in the eye and declares that he wants to shoulder every burden together. Of course, our chaotic king secretly wore knee pads because he's smart like that. The Duke watches from the shadows, feeling a rare moment of satisfaction at the display of loyalty. Under the pouring rain, the two of them look like a scene straight out of a tragic romance. Yuzhai is speechless, clearly moved by this unexpected show of devotion. Shen Mayaping insists on using the cushion, refusing to take no for an answer. He begs his husband to just listen to him this once for the sake of his health. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Yuzhai finally gives. He orders the servants to let go of the whip, the tension finally breaking. Our hero tries to step in and stop the rest of the punishment, acting like a true protective husband. But the nanny is a stickler for the rules, and the whip cracks again with a terrifying whoosh. The sound echoes through the courtyard, a brutal reminder of the family's strict laws. Zai Yuzhai flinches as the strike lands, but Shen Mayaping is right there to catch him. He blocks the view of the onlookers, making sure his husband's vulnerability is hidden. Lightning strikes across the sky, matching the chaotic energy of the night. He whispers that he'll stay by his side until the very end. He counts down the minutes, promising that the pain will be over soon. Standing tall with the umbrella, he looks like a guardian angel in a handfoot. Then he drops to his knees right beside his husband, shocking everyone once again. He tells Yuzhai to use the cushion because the Duke would hate to see him in this much pain. For the first time, the second master looks at him with something other than cold suspicion. The maid takes the cushion, her eyes wide at the bravery of the man everyone thought was a coward. Yuzhai asks if he's just there to mock his failure. But Shen Mayaping just smiles, telling him he needs to take better care of himself. The Duke scoffs from his balcony, calling his son a stubborn fool, but we know he's swooning inside. As they finally walk away together, the bond between them has clearly shifted. The maids scramble to bring dry clothes and warmth, the atmosphere of the house transformed. The rain continues to fall, washing away the bitterness of the evening. And as our hero looks out at the storm, he knows his journey in this palace has only just begun. Back at the Kfeng courtyard, the bathwater is finally ready for our second master. But as soon as he steps inside, the maids are horrified to see him absolutely drenched from the rain. The savage head maid Fu Ling doesn't hold back, basically saying she expected him to come home with broken legs instead of just a little water. Our hero Shen Mayaping is internally screaming because this woman gives off the scariest vibes imaginable. Seeking a little peace, the Duke, Master Zai Yuzhai, decides to strip down for a soak, looking like a total snack in the steam. With a massive splash, he drags the person right into the deep end of the tub. It's just Mayaping, who is currently fighting for his life and his dignity in the water. Zai reminds him that he hates having people around while he bathes, but our girl's husband is looking extra grumpy today. Mayaping tries to play it off, claiming he just wanted to help apply medicine since doing it alone is such a chore. Zai challenges him, asking why he still uses formal titles instead of his actual name. The tension in the water is thick enough to cut with a knife as they lock eyes. Mayaping starts groveling, admitting he was foolish for the whole maid incident and promises it'll never happen again. He even swears a dramatic oath that he'll be struck by lightning if he ever cheats on his husband. Zai just squishes his cheeks like a piece of dough, telling him he'll believe him for now. But the warning is savage. If Mayaping tries to pull the wool over his eyes again, Zai will rip him to pieces himself. Mayaping nervously agrees, while internally thinking he's way too smart to get caught if he ever did cheat. He shifts the mood to something much more chaotic, suggesting they finish their betting ritual right then and there. It tells him he can't accept the higher rank because real accomplishments must be earned through hard work. Mayaping argues back, saying what's his husband's is his, so why bother with boundaries? He thinks it's a win-win situation, but the system labels this as soft rice behavior. The system demands sincerity, which Mayaping clearly lacks at the moment. When he keeps talking back, the system decides it's time for a literal shock to his system. Mayaping gets absolutely fried, screaming as the electricity jolts through him. Smoldering and defeated, he quickly changes his tune and agrees that the system is 100% right. He starts weeping about how a true man should be self-reliant, even if it kills him. In a hilarious twist, Zai catches him wearing knee pads under his robes and wonders what on earth is wrong with him. The next morning the sun is high, but Maya Ping is still dead to the world in bed. The maids are worried because it's almost time to head to the imperial palace. Zai watches him sleep for a moment, looking surprisingly soft before duty calls. He gives Maya Ping a poke, warning him that showing up late to the palace is a one-way ticket to execution. Maya Ping wakes up and immediately starts flirting, asking if Zai would really let his precious husband die. Zai just tells him to hurry up and get ready before he loses his patience. Our hero eventually gets dressed, though he's clearly still feeling the effects of the ritual from last night. The carriage is waiting at the front gate, ready to take them into the heart of the empire. Zai helps Maya Ping inside, and the physical contact has the maids swooning in the background. They whisper about how in love the two look, especially after the chaotic wedding night they had. But the rumors are also flying about Zai's ruthless reputation and how Maya Ping was a nobody. Everyone remembers how Zai turned the tide in a losing battle despite being betrayed by a confidant. He famously boiled the traitor alive, making sure everyone knew exactly what happens to those who cross him. Inside the carriage, Maya Ping is busy buttering up his husband, calling him handsome and accomplished. Zai admits that most people think being with him is basically a death wish. He finds it fascinating that Maya Ping is the only one with enough courage to stay by his side. But he warns him if Maya Ping uses that flowery language on anyone else, he's losing his tongue. Suddenly, the carriage hits a massive bump, sending everything into chaos. Maya Ping falls straight onto Zai, leading to a very awkward and very close encounter. Outside, the road is blocked, forcing them to take a long detour through the city. It turns out the commoners are rioting because of the recent imperial exam results. Maya Ping realizes the cheating scandal is spinning out of control, and he's right in the middle of it. People are whispering that he only got third place because of Zai's connections. Zai watches the crowd with a cold expression, knowing exactly what kind of fire is brewing. Maya Ping internally jokes that eating soft rice is awesome, even if the system thinks he's despicable. They finally arrive at the palace to greet the noble consort, wishing her a long life. Zai's sister, the consort of brightness, greets them with a teasing smile about their marriage. Maya Ping is stunned, thinking that this family really hit the genetic lottery with their beauty. She praises Maya Ping's aura, saying Zai has a great eye for picking such a handsome man. She mentions his upcoming post at the academy and how it might be too trivial for someone like him. She offers to help him move up from being a lowly 7th-rank official. Fearing another shock from the system, Maya Ping humbles himself and says he wants to earn his way up. But the mood shifts instantly when a messenger arrives with news of cheating complaints reaching the emperor. The air gets cold as everyone realizes the emperor is in a terrible mood. Maya Ping starts sweating bullets, realizing he might be getting thrown into way more trouble than he bargained for. The imperial court is in a state of high alert as the big boss finally makes his grand entrance. The emperor was hoping for a little peace and quiet, but he's finding out that the palace is just as chaotic as the streets. He's looking absolutely stressed out and ready to snap at the first person who gives him bad news. It turns out the recent imperial exams were a total disaster, filled with bribery and ranking scandals that have the scholars rioting. The emperor's eyes land on our boy Shen Maya Ping, wondering who this new face standing next to Yuzhai is. After hearing that Shen is this year's third-place flower seeker, the emperor decides to put him on the spot. He wants to know exactly what a newcomer thinks about all this cheating and corruption. Our girl's husband is internally screaming because he's technically a fake himself and has to improvise a genius answer before his head rolls. The empress watches nervously as Shen begins a bold speech about the massive gap between the elite and the poor. He explains that it's not just about money, but about the resources and connections that commoners can never touch. He even starts dropping names of wealthy candidates who definitely had an unfair advantage this year. The emperor listens intently while his attendants scramble to verify the list of names Shen is exposing. Shen warns that this scandal is the perfect trigger for the people to start hating the entire system. The emperor calls him bold, but Shen doesn't flinch, claiming he'll accept any punishment His Majesty deems fit. The emperor tries to argue that success is down to the individual, but Shen isn't backing down from his social commentary. In a move that has everyone gasping, Shen actually challenges the emperor to a small test of wits. Yuzhai looks like he's about to have a heart attack and tells Shen to shut his mouth immediately. But the emperor is actually amused by the audacity and gives him the green light. He lets out a massive laugh, clearly enjoying the break from the usual boring flattery. Shen and Yuzhai head to a desk, but Yuzhai is fuming that Shen is gambling with their lives. He warns Shen that if the emperor gets angry, there is absolutely no saving him. Yuzhai is genuinely stressed, his face pale as he realizes how high the stakes are. Shen leans in close, whispering for the second master to help him write, sending a sudden blush across Yuzhai's face. The tension is off the charts as they basically share a back hug while crafting the perfect riddle. Shen presents a story about a scholar and a raining day handing over a cryptic note. The emperor studies the paper, trying to decode the confusing string of words. At first glance, it looks like a complete mess of grammar. The emperor gives his interpretation, but Shen prompts him to look deeper for a second meaning. Shen stands there looking cool and confident while the most powerful man in the kingdom overthinks it. Finally, the emperor catches the wordplay and calls it incredibly clever. Shen explains that just like the note, every person has a unique interpretation based on their own school of thought. The empress is stunned by the display, while the emperor admits that while nobles are the backbone, talent needs a fair shot. The news comes back that the names Shen mentioned are indeed on the passing list, confirming the bias. Furious, the emperor orders that every official involved be stripped of their titles and flogged. Sensing the mood is right, Shen suddenly drops to his knees and begs for death. He confesses that the chief examiner actually leaked information to him before the exams. The empress and Yujai are paralyzed with shock as Shen spills the tea on his own success. He claims he didn't realize it at the time, but now he knows his ranking is tainted. The emperor slams the table so hard the room shakes. He is absolutely livid that even his most trustworthy officials are parasites. He screams that they are all good-for-nothings who deserve the ultimate punishment. He sentences the cheaters to death, but Shen has one more trick up his sleeve. He begs the emperor to be lenient because the examiner was sincere in his confession. The emperor looms over him, asking if he's really not afraid of being beheaded for cheating. Shen argues that he didn't actually use the info, so calling it cheating is a stretch. The empress jumps in to defend him, pointing out that Shen isn't greedy for power or money. Shen says he'd rather be a commoner than live a life fueled by guilt and unease. Impressed by his eloquence, the emperor decides he's seen enough and heads back to the palace. The empress tells the couple to just go home before they cause more heart failure. As they leave, the tension between the two is palpable. Yujai is walking so fast he's practically running away despite his leg injury. Shen tries to slow him down, but Yujai snaps that it's none of his concern. Our girl's husband realizes that the second master is actually deeply hurt. Shen realizes Yujai probably feels like he married a fraud who's about to lose everything. Inside the carriage, Shen tries to lighten the mood by saying they can at least die together. He tells Yujai not to be so hung up on an inadequate guy like him. But Yujai has had enough, pinning Shen against the wall with a fierce look. He demands to know why Shen thinks he cares about status or titles over the man himself. The drama ends with a chaotic chibai moment of Yujai finally letting out all that pent-up frustration. While the servants are busy hauling a mountain of treasures from the royal consort into the storage room, our chaotic hero Shen Mayaping is already planning how to inspect the loot for himself. He stumbles upon a commotion in the courtyard where poor physician Juan is being kicked out yet again. Recognizing a chance to play hero, Shen steps in, and the old doctor is absolutely floored to meet the famous flower seeker in the flesh. Shen starts grilling him about the second master's treatment plan, but it turns out the poor guy has just been prescribing basic medicine packs for chronic pain. Shen offers to take the medicine in himself, but not before leaning in with a savage warning. If the doctor wants to talk smack about his husband, he better wait until he's off the property. Inside, he finds Zai Yujai lounging like a literal king, but Shen immediately kills the vibe by asking if he's reading spicy adult novels. Zai gives him the ultimate side-eye, wondering if improper books were the only thing Shen studied to pass his exams. Our boy doesn't even deny it, admitting he's read every forbidden title under the sun. But the teasing stops when Shen claims he actually knows a thing or two about medicine and grabs Zai's leg. He pulls back the fabric to reveal a horrific purple-mottled bruise caused by a poisonous weapon. Shen's face drops into a mask of pure terror, as he explains that this poison is spreading toward Zai's internal organs and will eventually be fatal. With a completely straight face, he tells Zai the only way to save him is to amputate the entire leg right now. Zai looks like he's ready to commit a crime, but Shen just bursts out laughing, revealing he was totally messing with him. Zai isn't amused and grabs him by the collar, but Shen just leans into the chaos, asking if this fiery personality is what Zai likes about him. As the sun sets over the pavilion, Shen continues to hold Zai's leg, his playful energy shifting into something much more intimate. Zai looks on with a complicated expression, clearly falling for this beautiful idiot despite himself. Later, while admiring the architecture, Shen gets into a heated debate with his system about how long they'll be bound together. He worries that if the system leaves, he'll end up as a beggar on the streets. But the system coldly informs him they're likely stuck together until he dies. Apparently, the only way to unlink is for the host to kick the bucket. To make matters worse, the system reveals it has eased the soft rice rules because he's now married into a wealthy duke's family, which just makes Shen feel like a total gold digger. Lost in his thoughts, he nearly barrels into someone in the hallway. He barely manages to stop in time and offers a quick apology to the handsome stranger. It turns out this is Pingjai, the third born of the family, who is more than a little curious about the man his brother picked for a husband. Pingjai gives him a look that is way too intense for a first meeting, and Shen decides it's time to make a hasty exit. He can't help but pity his father-in-law. With two sons who both seem to prefer men, the family line is in serious trouble. But Zai Yuzhai is waiting for him, and the jealousy is practically radiating off him. Back in the study, Zai calls him a fraud and a liar for his earlier medical prank. Shen just smirks, playing the weak and helpless scholar card to lower Zai's guard. Zai scoffs, claiming he could handle Shen in just 3 moves. That's all the invitation Shen needs as he lunges forward, pitting the powerful second master against the table in a total power move. That's one move, Shen whispers, trapping Zai's hands as the tension in the room hits a boiling point. He moves even closer for the second move, sending Zai's heart into a frantic bad-ump rhythm. By the third move, Shen is inches from his face, daring the man who promised to fight back to actually do something. Zai is completely overwhelmed, his bravado melting away under Shen's intense gaze. Shen doesn't stop there, sweeping Zai off his feet in a princess carry and heading straight for the bed. He tells him to relax as the robes start flying. And the night definitely doesn't end with medicine packs. The next morning is peaceful until Zai drops a total bombshell. The emperor has called for a private meeting with the duke to discuss Shen's cheating on the imperial exam. Shen's morning glow vanishes instantly as he realizes he isn't in the clear. Zai looks at him with a grim smirk, warning him that he's in real, life-threatening trouble this time. Our poor hero is currently having a total meltdown because he's convinced the emperor is about to serve him a one-way ticket to the executioner. Second Master tries to play it cool, telling him he won't die today, but Maya Ping isn't buying the optimism. He's more worried about losing his title and getting kicked out of the family for being a fraud. He even starts spiraling about moving to the countryside and finding a wife, which earns him a savage threat. If he even thinks about another woman, Second Master will personally turn him into a palace eunuch. It turns out the emperor has sent a special envoy to test Maya Ping's actual abilities. If he answers well, his title is deserved, but if he answers poorly, he's in deep trouble. Maya Ping is sweating bullets because, let's be real, he doesn't even know how to hold a calligraphy brush properly. Second Master gives him a serious look as the stakes get higher. Despite the nerves, Maya Ping tries to act like he's got this under control. He arrives at the pavilion to face his father-in-law and the emperor's personal aide, Eunuch Liu. He offers a respectful greeting, trying to look like a scholar instead of a panicked modern guy. Eunuch Liu looks like he's seen it all and isn't easily impressed. The task is simple but brutal. Maya Ping has to write an essay on a difficult issue from the morning assembly. He stares at the blank paper, realizing the emperor wants to know exactly how he views the downfall of a previous dynasty. He tells himself to stay calm and treat this like a high school reading comprehension test. He knows a basic answer won't cut it. He needs something with personality that stands out. He takes a deep breath, looking every bit the elegant noble while his brain is running at 100 miles an hour. He starts by apologizing for his messy writing, claiming he injured his hand earlier. Then he drops a classic line about using history as a mirror to learn from past wrongs. As the incense burns down, the pressure is on. His father-in-law watches him like a hawk, while Eunuch Liu waits patiently for the results. Little does Maya Ping know his husband is actually lurking on the roof, keeping a protective eye on his man. From his vantage point, Second Master watches the little scholar work his magic. Finally, the time is up and Maya Ping announces that he's finished. He presents the scroll, hoping his modern insights are enough to save his neck. He hands it over to Eunuch Liu with a polite thank you. Stepping out into the garden, he finally takes a breath. He stands by the lotus pond, looking totally aesthetic in the light. Second Master continues to watch him from above, clearly impressed by his bravery. Suddenly, Maya Ping senses someone nearby. Second Master pulls a legendary move, jumping down from the roof with insane grace, leaving our hero totally starstruck. Second Master admits he saw the whole thing and praises the quality of the writing. He steps closer, the tension between them rising. Then he pulls Maya Ping into a sweet back hug, whispering that he's always known how great he is. Back at the palace, the emperor is burning the midnight oil reading the submission. He notes the messy handwriting but gets sucked into the content. When he hits the line about history being a mirror, he's absolutely floored. He realizes that while other scholars just ramble, Maya Ping actually understands the relationship between a monarch and his people. Compared to the usual crowd of boring officials, this insight is revolutionary. The emperor is so obsessed, he tells the eunuch to frame the essay and hang it right above his bed. Poor Eunuch Liu can only sweat drop at his boss's new fanboy behavior. The emperor decides that since Maya Ping is so brave, he's the perfect person for a tough new job. He officially promotes him to a 6th-rank position in the censorate. The next day at the courtyard, Maya Ping is lounging around like a king while checking out his new custom gadget. It's a magnifying glass and he thinks he's the coolest guy in the dynasty. The Second Master walks in, looking like a dream as usual. He mentions he has plenty more treasures where that came from. They sit down to catch up, while the servants try to act invisible during the couple's moment. Second master drops the big news. Maya Ping is officially a ranked official starting tomorrow. Maya Ping's jaw hits the floor. He's actually made it into the government. He's desperate to see the decree, but second master demands his present first. A second master takes the booklet, and Maya Ping hands over the magnifying glass. Second master looks at it like it's a weird toy. Maya Ping smirks and makes a bet. If he can prove this pendant is magical, second master has to let him do anything he wants. Second master accepts the challenge, looking way too confident. Maya Ping checks with his system, making sure this job counts as being self-reliant. The system gives him the green light, praising his literary talent. Maya Ping thinks a street managing job sounds low stress and easy. He gets a little too cocky, wondering if his new jurisdiction includes the local brothels. He gives a cheeky thumbs up, but second master's expression immediately goes cold. Maya Ping excitedly suggests they go check them out together, but second master isn't having it. He grabs Maya Ping's face with a terrifyingly beautiful smile, asking if he wants a one-way trip to hell instead. Maya Ping immediately folds, swearing his heart only belongs to his husband. Second master pulls him close, the atmosphere getting spicy. He whispers a warning about Maya Ping's weak body being unable to handle the ladies, leaving our hero totally flustered. The bustling streets are alive with energy as our guy starts his first day on the job. He's currently inspecting the pendant Zai Yuzhai gave him, wondering if this shiny little trinket is actually worth anything. While he's lost in thought, a group of ladies on a balcony start swooning over his handsome face, tossing sachets down at him. Shen catches one with a smooth grin, jokingly telling the girls they should join the Imperial Archery Division. His fellow official is stunned, noting that Shen is the only person who can make a street patrol look like a casual stroll through the red light district. The senior official tries to keep him focused, explaining the different districts and the minor disputes they usually handle. He even offers to take Shen to the famous Chengxiao house for some after-work relaxation. Our girl's husband politely declines, sweating bullets at the thought of Zai Yuzhai catching him there and tearing him limb from limb. Suddenly, the peaceful vibe is shattered by a loud commotion further down the road. A greedy merchant named Zhang is causing a massive scene, screaming at an old man in front of a crowd. Shen steps up to do his duty, introducing himself as the new inspecting censor. The merchant claims he's a victim of a contract dispute involving 3,000 guan worth of medicinal herbs. He accuses the local physician, Sun, of using his mentally challenged son to sign a deal and then refusing to pay up. The locals try to defend the doctor, saying he's a saint who heals the poor for free, but Zhang insists the law is on his side. Shen decides to play a little dirty, pretending to be from the merchant's hometown to gain his trust. He starts acting like a totally corrupt official, practically begging for a contribution to help settle the case. Zhang, thinking he's found a greedy ally, happily stuffs a fat roll of cash into Shen's hand. The crowd is absolutely savage, cursing Shen for being a rotten, money-hungry official. High above on a balcony, Zai Yuzhai is watching the entire drama unfold with a look of pure disappointment. His companion is furious that Shen took the bribe, but the Duke tells him to be patient and keep watching. Back on the street, Shen inspects the contract and tells the poor physician that the law is the law. The old doctor is heartbroken, calling Shen scum and threatening to release his secret formulas to the public rather than let them be stolen. As the guards move in to restrain the old man, the crowd pleads for mercy, but Shen remains cold. He then proposes a sign from the heavens to decide the outcome, suggesting they let the sun judge the contract. Zhang is confused but agrees, holding the paper out in the blazing afternoon heat. What Zhang doesn't realize is that Shen is secretly using his crystal pendant to focus the sunlight like a magnifying glass. Within seconds, the paper starts to sizzle and a hole burns right through the center. The crowd goes wild, shouting that the heavens are punishing the greedy merchant. Shen inspects the damage and points out that the hole perfectly erased the zeros in the price tag. He calmly rules that the physician now only owes 3 guan instead of 3,000. Zhang is shaking with rage, but Shen shows the divine proof to the entire crowd. He orders Zhang to deliver the herbs by the end of the day or face immediate imprisonment for fraud. When the merchant tries to expose the bribe, Shen just gives him a savage smirk and says he accepted it as a voluntary gift. The crowd erupts in cheers as Shen hands the entire bribe over to the physician to fund his clinic. Zai Yuzhai watches from the shadows, finally admitting that he totally misjudged our clever hero. But the chaos doesn't end there, as a wealthy brat who witnessed the miracle demands to buy the divine weapon. Shen immediately shifts into scammer mode, claiming the pendant is made of celestial essence and costs 6,000 guan. To prove its magic, he shows the kid how it can magnify tiny ants on the ground. The rich kid is floored and agrees to drop the massive payment off at the office. Shen refuses to give him the current pendant, thinking to himself that he can't part with a gift from his wifey. As night falls, Shen decides to treat his entire squad to dinner and drinks at the very place he said he'd avoid. He's inside having a blast, completely unaware that Zai Yuzhai's scouts have already spotted him. The Duke arrives outside the entertainment house, looking cold enough to freeze the entire city. He stares at the building with a terrifying expression, ready to drag his husband home for a very long talk. The brothel is buzzing with activity as the night heats up, but our guy is sitting there looking bored out of his mind, even when the staff offers to find him some company. The locals laugh, suggesting he's in the wrong place and should look for a male courtesan across the street. Shen just shrugs and decides to take their advice, mostly just to get away. He sighs to himself, thinking none of these people are even half as good-looking as his husband, Zai Yuzhai. Suddenly, a wild hater appears. It's Liu Zhenhu, the second-place scholar, and he's ready to talk some major trash. He starts mocking our boy for marrying into the Zai family and only placing third in the exams. Shen is visibly annoyed that this clown is dragging him back into the spotlight. His colleagues offer to beat the guy up for his foul mouth, and Shen gives them the green light to knock his teeth out. But when his friend chickens out, Shen has to handle it with words instead. He plays the humble official, claiming he's honored to protect the people. Liu tries to flip the script with some sarcastic praise, but Shen is already done with the conversation. He's secretly planning to jump the guy in an alleyway later. Liu won't let it go, asking if he's scared his husband will catch him at a brothel and divorce him. The crowd laughs, thinking Shen is just a henpecked husband living off connections. Shen gets serious for a second, declaring he married Yuzhai for love and would never disrespect him. Liu thinks it's all just grand words to hide the fact that he's ogling the girls. Shen just smiles, saying that once you truly love someone, everyone else is just a passing cloud. The ladies in the room are absolutely swooning over his romantic speech. However, the top courtesans, Yin Feng and Zhu Yi, think he's just a smooth-talking liar. Zhu Yi decides to teach him a lesson and steps out onto the balcony. Shen immediately senses that she's out for blood. She approaches him with a fake smile, pretending to be an admirer. Liu jumps back in, reminding everyone that Shen only got third place. But then Liu trips like a total klutz. Shen doesn't miss a beat, mocking Liu's injury and comparing it to his husband's war wounds. He gets defensive, daring Liu to say those insults to Yuzhai's face. Shen goes off on a tangent about how Yuzhai is a war hero who fought 80,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, Liu broke his leg just falling off a horse while trying to show off. He compares Liu to a common sparrow trying to act like a phoenix. The crowd erupts in laughter at the savage burn. When another scholar tries to lecture him on mercy, Shen just calls him an idiot. He offers a fake apology with zero sincerity. Zhu Yi, seeing her chance, asks Shen to gift her a poem to prove his talent. Shen hesitates, knowing his poetry skills are mid at best. Liu smells blood and bets 7,000 guan that Shen will lose, demanding he crawl and bark like a dog. Shen realizes this is basically a free payday because he can just borrow a masterpiece from the future. He's already imagining the money. He agrees to the bet, setting the stakes high. The competition begins and the pressure is on. Liu starts writing, looking way too confident. Shen's friends worry he's too drunk to even hold a brush. But wait, a mysterious, handsome figure is watching from the shadows. It's Zai Yuzhai himself, and he does not look happy. Liu finishes his poem, but Zhu Yi calls it lackluster and below average. Now it's Shen's turn to drop a lyrical nuke. He starts writing a classic poem about the Lantern Festival. The crowd is stunned by the opening lines, even if his handwriting is a mess. As the poem continues, the entire room goes silent. It's a masterpiece about searching for a loved one in a crowded room and finding them where the lights are dim. Yuzhai stands there, completely floored by the words. Zhu Yi admits defeat immediately. Shen feels a tiny bit of guilt for stealing from a legendary poet, but hey, money is money. He wastes no time demanding his 7,000 guan. Liu is fuming but has to hand over the bag of cash. Shen catches it with a smug grin, feeling like a total boss. He heads out into the night and runs right into his husband. He tries to play it cool by offering Yuzhai some cake. Yuzhai is cold as ice, asking if he's afraid of being punished for visiting a brothel. Shen insists the poem wasn't for the courtesan, it was for Yuzhai all along. He pins his husband against a wall, acting all smooth. Yuzhai isn't buying the sober act and drags him home. Back in their room, the tension is thick. Yuzhai asks if his confession at the brothel was actually true. Shen swears his sincerity, saying everyone else is just dust to him. They start bickering about a previous bet regarding a divine weapon. Shen gets cocky and tells Yuzhai he can do whatever he wants to him. Yuzhai's response, "Give me the 7,000 guan you just won." Shen is absolutely devastated. He was saving that money for their future candy fund. He hugs Yuzhai, crying about his lost treasure. Yuzhai asks if he thinks he's a child, but things quickly turn spicy as they start flirting. Morning arrives, and Master Shen is already deep in a high-stakes business meeting about crystal pendants. He's ready to make a fortune, but he warns his staff that if these designs leak, he'll personally deal with them. He finally wakes up to find the second master hovering over him, looking as handsome as ever. Our boy gets hit with a reality check when he's told to stop slacking and go on patrol. The second master even threatens to slash his allowance if he's caught in a brothel again. Shen tries to act smooth, claiming he's only out there earning money to provide for them both. But internally, he's sweating bullets because his weakness has been totally exposed. Down on East Street, a group of foreign Lao soldiers are causing a massive scene. They've gorged themselves on mutton and wine, but now they're refusing to pay the bill. Shen is called to the scene, and he knows this isn't just a dinner dispute, it's a matter of national honor. He gathers his men and heads over to show these foreigners exactly who's in charge. The soldiers try to pay with a rusted, worthless dagger, basically spitting in the merchant's face. Shen doesn't skip a beat, mockingly pointing out that the dagger isn't even worth 3 copper coins. When the soldiers try to play the We're Allies card, Shen delivers a legendary burr. He offers to pay for their meal himself, loudly pitying their kingdom for being so poor they can't afford a snack. He tells the vendor to keep a tab and send the bills straight to the Lao prince for payment. The foreigners realize they've been completely played and retreat before things escalate into a diplomatic disaster. Shen's subordinate is confused why they didn't just lock them up, earning himself a quick whack to the head. Shen explains that politics is a delicate game, but he's got bigger problems. Other officials are already snitching on him for his gambling and brothel visits. He realizes it's just a bunch of jealous haters trying to bring him down. But honestly, he's not stressed. Being the object of envy just means he's doing something right. Suddenly, a massive storm rolls in, drenching the city. While the other guards are shivering in the rain, an exquisite carriage pulls up just for Shen. The second master sent it along with warmer clothes because he's a total sweetheart. Shen immediately ditches the rain, claiming he's going to patrol from inside the luxury carriage. His subordinate can only watch in disbelief as Shen lives his best life. Back at the residence, things take a turn when a roof leak ruins the Duke's important documents and sculptures. Shen quickly realizes that the missing shingle was likely caused by the second master sneaking around on the roof. When he tries to tease him about it, the second master gets flustered and covers his mouth, calling him a heartless brat. He gets so annoyed that he throws Shen's money pouch back at him and storms off. Shen worries he might have actually pushed his luck too far this time. He starts panicking that he might actually lose his head if he doesn't fix this. He comes up with a plan and starts launching paper airplanes toward the grumpy general. The second master tries to ignore him, swatting the planes away like a total tsundere. Shen persists, offering him half of his money just to get back in his good graces. The second master points out that his math is terrible, but the tension finally starts to melt. Shen leans in close, admitting he was just teasing and would never actually snitch on him. He asks if the general still dreams of being a hero on the battlefield. The second master admits that while it's his calling, he truly just hopes for peace. Shen then hands him a special folded gift that he insists is shaped like a butt. It's a chaotic and ridiculous gesture, but it's his way of showing love. He tells the second master that regardless of what it looks like, it's a fortune for him to spend. The general can't help but smile, finally accepting the gift from his favorite troublemaker. Shen is living the high life at the palace banquet for the Lao envoys. She spots the Grand Duke's son stuffing his face and realizes he's a walking aura of good fortune. But our girl starts sweating bullets when she remembers she conned this kid's family out of a small fortune back in the day. She tries to play it cool while reminiscing about her savage scamming days. The mood shifts when she notices Prince Yellow Junkie staring daggers at their table. This guy looks like he walked straight out of a warrior's nightmare. Shen's chaotic brain immediately wonders if Zai Yuzhai and the prince have a secret history. She's literally imagining them in a sparkly, rose-filled ballroom dance. The mental image is so cursed it gives her a physical reaction. She starts hacking up a lung, catching Zai Yuzhai's attention. She leans in and asks if the prince has a crush on him. She even points out the supposedly flirtatious stares being sent their way. Zai Yuzhai casually drops a bombshell. He's staring because Zai Yuzhai killed 2 of his brothers. Talk about a total vibe killer. As the emperor retires for the night, the atmosphere remains tense. The mysterious Grand Duke Lai takes center stage to host the rest of the night. Shen isn't buying the Duke's modest act for a second. She knows an upright man doesn't raise a son with thousands of coins on hand while claiming to be humble. Feeling a bit inferior next to the giant Lao prince, our heroine starts pouting. She looks like a kicked puppy, and Zai Yuzhai can't help but notice her sudden mood swing. He gives her a look that could melt butter. He leans in close, whispering that they are actually the perfect match. Their romantic moment is interrupted by a grumpy elder who thinks they're being more talkative than the ladies. Shen pulls out her best innocent newbie act to smooth things over with her father-in-law. The old man begrudgingly admits she's at least considerate towards Zai Yuzhai. Outside the palace, the night air is crisp as they realize the father-in-law stayed behind. Zai Yuzhai suspects a secret meeting is happening behind closed doors. He plays coy, leaving our girl hanging with more questions than answers. She tries to guess his thoughts, but he remains a mystery. Suddenly, Zai Yuzhai's half-brother pops up trying to act all sweet and clingy. Zai Yuzhai isn't having it and hits him with a cold shoulder. When the brother persists, he gets a glare that would freeze the sun. The brother starts pulling a poor me routine that is honestly Oscar-worthy. He even squeezes out some fake tears for dramatic effect. Shen is cringing so hard she's getting actual goosebumps from the fake drama. Zai Yujai asks if she thinks he was too harsh, but she knows a snake when she sees one. He explains that this brother has been pulling tricks since they were kids. Family reunions really are the worst. Shen gives him some savage advice: if you're going to take down a snake, do it in one go. Zai Yujai opens up about his lonely childhood, and for a second the world stops. He reaches out, and as they hold hands, he promises she'll always have him from now on. Back in the city, the air is thick with the smell of the envoys cooking. Shen's associate is complaining about the stench when a bucket of water nearly takes him out. It's the beautiful Ruo Yun, and she is absolutely fuming. She's tired of the Grand Duke using her establishment as a playground for the rowdy envoys. She rants about how the Duke's reputation is a total lie. Shen listens as she vents her frustrations about the lack of respect. Our girl looks sharp in her disguise, taking in all the tea. The associate tries to offer financial help, but Ruo Yun roasts him for being broke. Despite the banter, they share a moment of genuine concern. Shen promises that if the envoys cause trouble, she will handle it. The associate leaves with a heavy heart and a light wallet. As Shen walks home through the dark streets, the associate reveals Ruo Yun's tragic backstory. She wants to help her friend save up to buy her freedom, but it's revealed Ruo Yun is an untouchable and can never be released. Shen's heart breaks for her as she realizes the cruelty of the system. She looks determined to find a way to fix this. But first, she has to survive the walk home in the pitch black. The dark alleys start playing tricks on her mind. She starts getting the creeps, convinced a ghost is about to jump out. She begs her system for a chat, but the useless thing is just as terrified as she is. Suddenly, a thumping sound echoes through the silence. Shen starts screaming like she's in a horror movie. A bloody figure stumbles into the light, looking like a literal nightmare. Our heroine completely loses it, calling for her mommy. She's crying and sprinting for her life towards safety. Even the system is hiding and refusing to look. She finally reaches the residence, howling at the top of her lungs. The guards are bewildered as she collapses against the gate. She gasps for air, terrified that the ghost followed her. She hides behind the guards, pointing at the mysterious figure. The ghost falls to the ground with a thud. It's not a spirit, but a man named Wang Yu who is desperately begging for help. Shen finally breathes a sigh of relief, realizing it was just a person all along. Wang Yu is on his knees, trembling as he begs official Shen to intervene before it's too late. Shen tries to stay calm, asking for the details of the crisis. It turns out that absolute trash, Grand Duke Lai, brought the Prince of Liao back to the brothel to cause chaos. That entitled prince is demanding Zhu Yi accompany him, acting like the world owes him everything. Look at this guy's face, he's literally the definition of a villain we love to hate. The madam tries to play it cool, explaining that Zhu Yi only entertains with poetry and doesn't serve guests. But the prince isn't having any of it, shouting nonsense at the top of his lungs. He claims he saw a man enter her room and demands they hand him over or send her out. The madam stands her ground, reminding him that even princes have to follow the rules of wooing. She begs Grand Duke Lai to talk some sense into the prince. But of course, that old fox sides with the prince, saying it's a small request for such an esteemed guest. The madam realizes she's surrounded by vermin who only care about power. The prince's face twists in rage as he demands the girl come out right now. Our savage madam refuses to back down, declaring she won't let anyone mistreat her girls. The prince threatens to torture every single lady in the building until he gets what he wants. The girls downstairs are shaking in their boots as the threat looms. Up in her room, our poor heroine Zhu Yi watches the horror unfold, unable to let her sisters suffer. Wang Yu is right there with her, warning her that every exit is swarming with the prince's men. Zhu Yi looks absolutely heartbroken, knowing there's only one way out of this nightmare. She flings the window open, telling Wang Yu to jump and save himself. He's the only hope they have left. Wang Yu refuses to leave her behind in that den of vipers. With tears streaming down her face, she reminds him that she funded his studies so he could serve the kingdom, not die like a dog. She pushes him to find official Shen, hoping for a miracle while she stalls for time. With a heavy thud, he makes the leap into the dark. Back in the present, Wang Yu begs Shen to show mercy and help the woman who sacrificed everything for him. Shen is sweating bullets, knowing he's just a minor official up against a prince and a grand duke. It's a political suicide mission, and there's no legal way to stop them. Wang Yu realizes he's asking too much and prepares to face his fate alone. As he walks away in despair, Shen watches him with a conflicted heart. Our boy Shen realizes he can't just sit back and watch this tragedy happen. He stares at his official hat, complaining about the low pay and the literal weight of his responsibilities. His neck might ache, but his conscience is screaming louder. He decides to throw caution to the wind and heads straight for the Zai residence. He arrives at the gates, ready to spark a revolution. Back at the brothel, things have gone from bad to worse as Zhu Yi is thrown to the floor. The prince smirks, mocking her for finally coming out to serve. But our girl is a total boss, calling him a dog and reminding him of the blood on his hands. Enraged by her defiance, the prince orders his guards to slap the life out of her. They yank her hair back with zero mercy. A brutal slap echoes through the room as they try to break her spirit. The other girls can only watch in horror as their sister is tormented. Just when it couldn't get any worse, the guards drag in a battered Wang Yu. Zuyi screams his name, her heart shattering into a million pieces. She calls him a fool for coming back when she told him to run. The prince laughs at their pathetic little sweetheart romance. He decides that since they love each other so much, they can die together. The guards raise their weapons, ready to end it all. Suddenly, a massive weapon whistles through the air and smashes into the executioner. A sword clatters to the floor as the girls gasp in shock. Soldiers burst into the room, demanding to know where the thief is. They claim the military defense plans were stolen and they're here to lock the place down. Grand Duke Lai is fuming, but he's met with the cold, hard gaze of General Zai Yuzhai. Zai explains his plans were swiped and he traced the culprit right to this very spot. Even the Grand Duke knows he's in trouble, considering Zai is the emperor's favorite and controls half the army. This general might be young, but he's got the backing of every loyal soldier in the kingdom. The prince tries to act tough, calling the search a provocation. He demands Zai stop playing games, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Grand Duke Lai tries to play the diplomat, calling Zai a role model while dying inside. Zai doesn't blink, stating that as a loyal citizen, no matter is too small for him to handle. He politely tells them to get lost so he can catch his criminal. He even warns the prince to scurry back to his own kingdom before his king starts worrying. The prince is absolutely seething but has no choice but to back down. They finally withdraw, stomping out like the losers they are. The soldiers salute their commander, knowing they just pulled off the ultimate save. Zuyi falls to her knees, thanking the general for saving her life. Zai and his men head out, their mission accomplished. Outside, the night air is finally still as the chaos subsides. High on the roof, Shen watches the scene unfold, finally able to breathe. He sees the general leaving and knows the crisis is over. Shen Mayaping is suddenly playing the hero, planning to submit a memorandum to kick those Liao envoys out of the capital. It turns out our guy actually has a heart, remembering his father's words about protecting the kingdom's citizens. Zai Yuzhai calls him cool, and Shen has to explain that in his world that basically means he's a total hunk. Zai isn't buying the sudden praise, convinced Shen is just finding a new fancy way to insult him. But the vibe stays chaotic as Shen decides it's time to head home. He even offers a piggyback ride, which Zai finds absolutely scandalous. After some persistence, the second master finally gives in and hops on. But the peace is shattered as spies lurk in the shadows. With enemy troops closing in and political tensions reaching a breaking point, the capital is drowning in fear. Poor Shen ends up bedridden after catching a cold, and Zai is right there to play nurse. Shen tries to be a savage flirt even while sick, but Zai just tells him to shut up and take his medicine. Shen whines about the bitter taste, so Zai softens up and feeds him a sweet treat instead. Shen is totally swooning, begging for this kind of treatment every time he's sick. The drama shifts back to reality as they discuss the general dragging his feet on military orders. When a messenger summons Zai to the pavilion, Shen senses the danger and grabs his hand tight. Zai warns him to stay out of the upcoming mess because of his leg. But Shen isn't having it, reminding him that a bad leg never stopped him from leading an army before. Zai drags him to a secret room, revealing a hidden mechanism behind a vase. He explains that the city is about to become a war zone and he's hiding Shen for his own protection. He's prepared a secret passage for an escape and hands Shen a divorce letter. It's not because he's done with him, it's a lifeline to keep Shen alive if their family is targeted. Zai drops a line that has us all trembling, "Alive you're mine, dead you're my ghost." He gives him a final kiss on the cheek, promising to pay back this debt in their next lives. Shen is devastated, asking if all the kindness was just a long-term deception. He tells Zai that if it was a lie, he should just keep deceiving him for the rest of his life. To break the tension, Shen jokes that if Zai dies, he'll just run off with the money, marry a woman, and have a son. He even promises to burn some spirit money for him during the holidays. But as Zai walks away, Shen is left alone with the crushing silence. He flashes back to his previous life, where his mother abandoned him with a lie about a business trip. He spent his childhood waiting for a mommy who never came back. He was treated like a burden by the uncle who took him. His stepmother even tore up the only photo he had of his mom. He spent years convincing himself she must have died rather than admit she didn't want him. Back in the present, the trauma of being left behind again hits him like a freight train. Even with his tough exterior, our poor guy is crying, realizing that nobody is born with an iron heart. Soldiers are throwing themselves at the gates as the world turns into a literal hellscape of fire and steel. In the middle of the chaos, Zai Yuzhai is fighting like a man possessed, but even a god of war has his limits. Suddenly, a stray arrow finds its mark, and our hearts collectively stop as blood spatters the air. As he collapses, his only thought isn't for his own life, but for the safety of his precious Shen Mayaping. He knows that if he falls here, there will be no one left to anchor the man he loves to this world. The horse goes down, the screams of war fade into a ringing silence, and it looks like the end of the line. The light is fading fast, and the promise to protect his family feels like it's slipping through his bloody fingers. Back at the manor, the candle is burning low, mirroring the flickering life of the man on the front lines. Shen Mayaping is sitting in the dark, his anxiety levels reaching a total breaking point. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing and wood splintering erupts right outside his door. He realizes the enemy has breached the courtyard, and the sound of a desperate struggle fills the air. Panic sets in as he calls out to his system, desperate to know if Zai Yuzhai is still drawing breath. The system chimes in with its usual cold indifference, announcing that it's currently 1:15 in the morning. Our poor boy is spiraling, asking the one question he's terrified to hear the answer to. Is he going to die? The system basically tells him that everyone dies eventually, which is not the vibe we need right now, as Shen collapses in despair. He's drowning in regret, wishing he hadn't said those savage things about marrying a wife and having kids just to hurt him. He didn't even let the man feed him his medicine today, and now he's terrified that was their final goodbye. But our hero isn't just going to sit there and wait for the executioner. He spots a letter and knows he has to move. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, he rips his robes and prepares to make a break for it. The system is judging him hard, asking if he's really about to pull a disappearing act. He snaps back that he's not staying here to be a sitting duck, as he uncovers a secret passage hidden beneath the floorboards. Just as he slips away, the guards burst into the room, finding nothing but an empty chamber and a cold tea set. Shen Mayaping emerges into the freezing rain, his heart hammering against his ribs as he looks out over the city. The sounds of a full-scale invasion are everywhere, and the sky is lit up by the fires of war. He peeks out from his hiding spot, realizing that the situation is even more dire than he imagined. The carnage is absolute, and he can only whisper Zai Yuzhai's name into the storm, praying for a miracle. He tells himself to stop freaking out because his man is a legend, and there's no way he'd go down this easily. The battle at the gates is a total bloodbath, and Shen realizes his side is hopelessly outmatched by the Liao troops. He wishes he had modern firepower to level the playing field, and suddenly the system decides to actually be useful. It starts a high-speed upgrade, the digital scrolls spinning as the store functionality finally unlocks. He's offered the chance to trade merit points for weapons, and he's absolutely losing his mind at the sudden turn of events. He demands to know what his balance is, and the system reveals he's been a good boy enough to earn exactly 3 points. A cannon is way out of his price range, but the system offers him a spicy alternative: 3 hand grenades. He smashes that buy button faster than a lightning strike, ready to rain some high-tech hell on his enemies. A holographic map pops up and he realizes he doesn't even have to throw them, he can just set the coordinates. He pins the Liao army camp as the target, making sure there won't be any friendly fire in the blast zone. He hits confirm and the world literally explodes in a pillar of fire and fury. The enemy soldiers are terrified, convinced that the gods themselves are striking them down with heavenly lightning. The enemy commander tries to rally the troops, shouting that they just need to take the general's head to win. But the second grenade hits, and the explosion is so massive it makes a cannon look like a firecracker. Seeing the divine intervention, the home troops are pumped, charging forward with a new sense of destiny. The tide has completely turned, and the Liao forces are being cut down like wheat in a harvest. The enemy leader realizes his army has been cut in half in seconds and screams for a total retreat. The banners of victory are raised high as the soldiers cheer for their impossible. But Shen Mayaping isn't celebrating yet. He's scanning the crowd, desperate to find his man. He spots his father-in-law, who is busy ordering the remaining troops to rush to the palace. That means Zai Yuzhai is currently at the heart of the uprising, and the danger is far from over. Shen knows he can't get through the gates as a civilian, so he starts looking for a way to blend. He finds an injured soldier and decides it's time for a little costume change. Donning the armor and helmet, our boy is officially undercover and ready to infiltrate the palace. He hitches a ride on a cart, sweating buckets as he tries not to look like a complete amateur. The other soldiers are too distracted by the chaos to notice the nervous wreck in their midst. At the palace, the situation is grim as the rebels demand the emperor hand over the throne. The traitorous leader mocks Zai Yuzhai, telling him that his loyalty is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Even surrounded and bleeding, our savage general looks them in the eye and tells them exactly where they can shove it. Shen is sprinting through the streets, his lungs burning as he prays he's not too late to save his husband. The rebel leader's smug face is enough to make anyone's blood boil as he prepares to end the resistance. A traitorous brother tries to play the talent card, urging Zai to join them for the glory he deserves. But Zai Yuzhai isn't a sellout. He shouts that his family has always been loyal to the crown and always will be. The rebel leader loses his patience and gives the signal for the archers to take aim. The bows are drawn, the tension is suffocating, and it looks like curtains for our favorite warrior. Suddenly, the ground shakes as the final grenade detonates right in the middle of the execution squad. As the smoke clears and the rebels scramble in terror, a familiar figure emerges from the chaos. Reinforcements thunder into the courtyard, horses galloping over the fallen traitors. The order is given to slay the rebels, and the real cleanup finally begins. Amidst the chaos of battle, a son's desperate cry rings out as he witnesses his world crumble. The betrayal cuts deep as Zai Yanping realizes the cold steel isn't meant for the enemy, but for his own kin. In a savage twist of fate, the man he called father falls, leaving behind a trail of blood and shattered loyalty. Our girl's allies aren't holding back, with archers lining up the perfect shot to end this rebellion once and for all. The impact is brutal, sending shockwaves through the ranks as the hidden truth finally comes to light. Blood splatters across the battlefield as the high-stakes gamble for the throne reaches its bloody climax. With one final, decisive strike, the treasonous officials are wiped from existence, their ambitions dying with them. The general bellows for a total surrender, offering a sliver of mercy to those who drop their weapons immediately. Zai Yuzhai watches with a heavy heart as the surviving soldiers realize their cause is lost and beg for their lives. The rebellion is crushed, and the air is thick with the smell of iron and the sound of men kneeling in the dirt. Word is sent to the emperor that the heavens have protected the great Jin, signaling the end of this chaotic nightmare. The palace stands tall, a silent witness to the carnage that nearly tore the empire apart. Victory has a high price, but for now, the halls of power are safe from the usurpers. Tucked away from the slaughter, our boy Mayaping finally breathes a sigh of relief. He's safe, and more importantly, he realizes he still has the chance to annoy his favorite second master. Through tears and sweat, he prays that they can go back to their chaotic, bickering normalcy. Suddenly, the sound of hooves thunders through the gates as Zai Yuzhai appears like a dramatic hero on horseback. Mayaping screams out for him, but in a hilarious and soul-crushing twist, the second master rides straight past him like he's invisible. Our boy is absolutely floored, wondering if the man has suddenly gone blind in his old age. He fumes with rage, offended that his dramatic reunion was completely snubbed. Zai Yuzhai gallops through the city streets, his mind consumed with only one person. He bursts into their room, calling Mayaping's name, only to find the place trashed and empty. The silence is deafening as he stares at the wreckage of what was supposed to be their home. He tries to convince himself that Mayaping was smart enough to hide, but the fear in his eyes tells a different story. He clenches his fist, refusing to rest until he has his chaotic partner back under his protection. But just as despair starts to set in, a familiar hand grabs his, stopping him in his tracks. In that moment, the weight of his previous life and the modern world flashes before his eyes, reminding him of the loneliness he once knew. He remembers the coldness of a family that didn't care and the cutthroat nature of his past existence. He had nothing back then, no one to call his own in a world of suits and skyscrapers. But looking at Mayaping now, he realizes his true home isn't a place, but this person. They collapse into a deep, desperate hug, letting the reality of their survival sink. Mayaping promises he's never leaving again, choosing this life over any other path. Zai Yuzhai finally lets the tears fall, vowing to stay by his side until the very end. As the dust settles, the imperial decree is read aloud, sealing the fate of the traitors. The Grand Duke's ill intentions have cost him everything, and the emperor is seizing every last bit of his wealth. There is no room for mercy when it comes to treason, and the punishment is absolute. The once powerful Zhao family is brought to their knees, facing the ultimate price for their greed. The executioner raises his blade as the crowd watches with bated breath. With a single swift motion, the era of the traitors ends in a flurry of screams and steel. Justice is served, and the sky seems to clear as the blood of the rebels stains the court. Back at the Feng courtyards, things are finally looking up for our favorite couple. They lounge together, discussing how the emperor is showering the Zai family with rewards for their loyalty. Zai Yuzhai's sister is even the new empress, but Mayaping is perfectly content with his minor official post. He's living his best life, avoiding the stress of high-level politics. He didn't work this hard for power, he just wanted a comfortable life with his man. Zai Yuzhai pulls him close, teasingly asking what he's really aiming for if not prestige. Mayaping leans into the embrace, realizing that being right here is exactly where he's meant to be. As the first snow begins to fall, the world outside feels peaceful for the first time in ages. Mayaping reaches out to catch a snowflake, reflecting on how beauty is often found in the simplest moments. He reflects on the vastness of the world, yet finds himself drawn to the warmth right beside him. But Zai Yuzhai isn't about to let him get too poetic without a little action. He shares stories of his past expeditions, where the snow was so thick it looked like swan feathers. Looking out over the estate, the view is breathtaking, but Zai Yuzhai only has eyes for one person. He tenderly drapes a cloak over Mayaping, reminding him that his injuries still haven't fully healed. Mayaping tries to act tough, bragging that he didn't even cry when he was shot. But Zai Yuzhai shuts him down immediately, reminding him that he literally fainted while hugging him. Our boy is caught red-handed, blushing as he realizes his dramatic flair backfired. Zai Yuzhai asks if he regrets giving up the glory of the battlefield for this quiet life. Mayaping looks at him with nothing but love, realizing he's long since past the age of chasing empty glory. In an era of peace, there's no place he'd rather be than right here. They promise to grow old together, buried side by side when their time finally comes. Life is short and the world is vast, but they've found the one person worth staying for. Every encounter led them to this moment, and they've learned that love is the greatest victory of all. As they settle in for the night, the chaos of the past is finally behind them, leaving only a future filled with warmth and each other. Shen is out in the freezing cold distributing kanji to the citizens. He's playing the local hero until a fancy carriage pulls up and grabs everyone's attention. The crowd is dying to know who this mystery guest is. A dainty hand pulls back the curtain, revealing Lady Zhu Yi looking absolutely ethereal in her winter furs. Shen is genuinely stunned to see her out here. She asks if he still remembers her with a look that could melt the snow. Shen realized he'd almost forgotten how stunning she was behind that veil. He greets her warmly, wondering what brings a lady like her to such a chaotic scene. She presents a gorgeous chest, explaining that she wants to contribute to his cause. Shen is touched but feels a bit awkward about taking her money. She insists it's for the impoverished people of the capital. Shen tries to play the gentleman and refuse her hard-earned cash, but she explains it's a group effort. Her sisters from the entertainment house all chipped in to help. She gives him the most selfless smile. Having come from poverty themselves, these women empathize with the people more than anyone. The chest is packed with precious jewelry and savings. She admits they only trusted him with this because of his legendary integrity. If it were any other official, they wouldn't have given a single cent. Shen is left speechless by their collective kindness. She credits his and General Zai's reputations for inspiring their generosity. With a final bow, she prepares to head back. Shen watches her carriage disappear into the snow, feeling the weight of their trust. He looks at the treasure and jokingly tells the system he might just pocket it. Of course, our girl knows he's just being his usual snarky self. The system stays silent while he goes back to managing the stands. He suddenly notices a small, scruffy child lingering nearby. He asks why the little one isn't lining up for food. The kid looks terrified and completely frozen to the bone. Shen hands over a warm bowl of kanji with a gentle, brotherly smile. The child explains their mother is sick and couldn't make the trip. The poor thing gobbles down the food like they haven't seen a meal in days. Shen tells them to just explain the situation next time so the guards can give them double portions. The kid looks at him like he's a literal saint descended from the heavens. As the snow continues to fall, the town looks peaceful yet incredibly harsh. Shen notices the child is still following him around. He's still lugging that heavy chest of donations. He turns around and asks why they're tagging along. The kid beams and calls him Brother Fairy, saying they have to repay his kindness. Shen is absolutely dying at the fairy comment. He's flattered, but he knows a certain someone at home is the real heavenly being. He learns the kid is 12 and self-taught because they are too poor for books. The child dreams of passing the imperial exams to give their mother a better life. Shen feels a pang of sadness knowing that in this world, only the wealthy get an education. He walks the child home through the quiet, snowy streets. He gives them an encouraging pat, telling them not to make their mother worry. The kid waves goodbye with a face full of hope. Shen starts to say something about the future but hesitates. He decides he needs to discuss a new plan with Zai Yuzhai. Back at the courtyard, the second master is deep in thought. He's staring at a crystal pendant resting on a silk pillow. He's thinking about how Shen never seems to ask him for power or riches. He respected Shen's dignity as a man, but something is clearly eating at him. He touches the love token with a very complicated expression. He's actually low-key annoyed because he realized Shen has been selling these unique pendants to everyone. Shen arrives, shaking the snow off his fan and trying to look charming. He warns Zai not to venture outside in this weather. But then he spots what's on the desk and his heart nearly stops. Shibai Shen is currently having a total internal meltdown. He realizes he sold the exact same one-of-a-kind pendant to a random kid. He tries to play it cool by acting like he's suddenly exhausted. He literally bolts for the bed to avoid the inevitable interrogation. He dives under the covers like a total coward. But Zai Yuzhai isn't letting him off the hook that easily. He grabs Shen's collar, demanding they have a little chat. Shen thinks he's absolutely dead meat. Zai asks if he's planning on selling his love tokens all over the streets again. Shen tries to act like that's impossible and they're rare. Zai smirks, praising his ingenious ways of making money. Shen tries to hide his face, mumbling that he didn't make that asterisk much. Zai pulls the blanket back with a savage, knowing look. He tells Shen to take a guess at how much he knows. He drops the exact number, 6000 guan. Shen's jaw hits the floor because the guess was spot on. His brain is running at max speed, trying to find a lie that actually works. He starts sweating bullets while trying to explain that meaning is what matters. Zai tells him to stop twisting his words to sound nice. He offers to buy every single pendant Shen has left for the same high price. Shen is shocked and says if he wants them, he'll just give them for free. Zai suddenly stands up, making Shen think he's finally snapped. He walks toward a cabinet in the back of the room. He pulls out a heavy, dark wooden box. He looks incredibly serious and handsome as he approaches. He insists that he won't just take Shen's things without paying. He hands the box over to a stunned Shen. He tells him to take the money and spend it however he wants. He just adds one savage condition: no spending it on drinking or entertainment houses. Shen is back to his smug self, claiming there aren't many great men like him left. He slowly opens the lid. It's filled to the brim with rows of silver ingots. Shen stares at the small fortune in disbelief. He looks at Zai and suggests using this money to establish a school instead. Zai is caught off guard by the noble suggestion and his expression softens. He tells him the money is his to spend however he wants. Pure devotion here because everything he owns belongs to his partner now. Our guy gets scolded for even mentioning death because their love is supposed to be eternal. They're in their prime, so why worry about the distant future? A tender kiss to seal the promise of a long life together. The dream is to grow old and reach their 80s side by side. That way, neither of them has to face the world alone. Their bond is literally unshakable at this point. He wants to be with him in every life, even if he's just a tiny insect. As the night fades, a new legacy begins. Welcome to Pingyu Academy, the start of something revolutionary. A public announcement goes out that has the whole town buzzing. A school open to everyone, regardless of wealth or status, sounds too good to be true. The villagers are calling it a total hoax because nobody does anything for free. But this little guy doesn't care about the rumors, he's just hungry for knowledge. He sprints inside before anyone can stop him. The interior is massive, looking more like a palace of books than a simple school. It's perfectly set up for students to study in peace. Seeing a child finally get a chance to read is honestly so wholesome. Our leads are watching from the sidelines, sipping tea and judging the empty seats. It's a slow start, but our boy isn't discouraged. He's got big plans that involve more than just a classroom. He explains the concept of a library, a place where knowledge is free for everyone. But he gets a literal smack for suggesting they stock some of the spicier classics. Chibai violence is the only way to keep his chaotic mind in check. Still, his partner is impressed by how much he actually knows. He even offers to help fund the whole project, a little fan flip for some extra flair. And they use that fan to hide a very spicy celebratory kiss. They're ready to take on the world one book at a time. Fast forward 9 years and the academy is a total success. Life in the Kfeng courtyard is peaceful, but big changes are coming. Suddenly, the system chimes in, its 9-year service is finally ending. He passed the interstellar jury's assessment with flying colors. He jokes about going back to his lazy ways once the system leaves. But he knows he's changed. He's not the same man who just wanted an easy life. The system reveals it was always about his heart, not just his bank account. He learned to give everything to the person he loves. It's a bittersweet goodbye to the voice in his head. He raises a glass to his old friend as it fades away. The unbinding process begins, leaving him truly free. His partner catches him toasting thin air and gets suspicious. He plays it cool even though his secret helper is gone for good. His partner is aging like fine wine, still looking absolutely gorgeous. He's still a bit of a brat, but his love hasn't faded one bit. He gets scolded for climbing trees like a child, but he's just enjoying his freedom. He falls right into his partner's arms, promising to drag him along wherever he goes. And with that, his journey in this world is complete. But wait, we're jumping to a modern city where the rain is pouring down. We find our new protagonist in a hospital and things aren't looking great. His manager is a total sleaze, demanding he get back to work immediately. Meet Chen Yi, a C-list celeb with a reputation for being a total nightmare. His agency forced a toxic persona on him just to get clicks and views. Now his manager wants him to play nice with a wealthy investor for some extra perks. But the system is back with a vengeance and Chen Yi is not having it. The manager keeps pushing, telling him to lean into his bad reputation for the money. He's basically holding his career hostage with a predatory contract, and he uses Chen Yi's sick sister as leverage to keep him in line. Little does he know, this Chen Yi is a transmigrated martial artist who takes zero trash. The system threatens him with electric shocks if he doesn't behave. But our boy is a savage and dares the system to just kill him instead. He shows up at the filming location for a rural reality show. The crew is ready to film his every move, hoping for some drama. The live comments are already flooded with haters who want him gone. It's basically a digital firing squad, but he couldn't care less. Then we meet the Miss OK of the group, looking like a literal ray of sunshine, along with a top-tier singer who looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. And Lai Silu, an influencer who's basically the queen of fake vibes. She tries to act worried about him, but it's clearly all for the cameras. The internet is roasting them both, calling them the ultimate abomination duo. She even has the audacity to ask if he's had plastic surgery. Chen Yi hits her with the ultimate savage reply, everything but his gender has been fixed. The sheer audacity leaves her speechless while the chat goes wild. She gets told to start sweeping, but she's way too delicate for manual labor. She complains that her fresh manicure makes it impossible to work. Then she has the nerve to ask Chen Yi to do her chores for her. Instead of a broom, he pulls out a pair of nail clippers. He tells her to just clip them and solve the problem, absolute king behavior. The call for food finally breaks the tension of his savage burn. Everyone rushes off to eat, leaving the drama behind for a moment. Chenyi stays back to rest, looking like a moody prince under the tree. Someone approaches him with a much kinder vibe than the others. It's Fu Ziyunian, a new actor who might actually be a decent human being. The atmosphere in the village is peaceful, but the dining table is anything but. Lai Silu is already acting like a total diva, complaining that the rice is too hard and the food is way too salty. Our poor boy Fu Ziyunian tries to be the bigger person, apologizing since it was his first time cooking and promising to do better next time. But Chenyi isn't about to let her slide, savagely telling her that if the food is so bad, she should just get up and cook it herself. The viewers are absolutely living for this drama, though some think Chenyi is being even more ill-mannered than the resident villainess. The PD isn't letting them rest for long though, announcing a new mission where they have to head to the pond to catch fish. Chenyi is already plotting how to slack off, thinking the script said this was supposed to be easy. While the rest of the group is excited about finally having some meat to eat, Fu Ziyunian is ready to put in the work. Chenyi tries to play the weak and sickly card to get out of it, but Fu Ziyunian shuts him down instantly by asking if he's actually pregnant. The entire crew is stunned into silence by that comeback. Chenyi realizes he can't win this one and begrudgingly decides he'll actually go catch some fish. The PD sets the stakes high. The winner gets to pick items from the department store, but the loser has to do manual labor for an elderly lady. Everyone's eyes light up at the prizes, but they turn pale when they hear the last punishment involved cleaning up cow poo. In the comments, the fans are having a total war over whether Chenyi is a lazy trash-tier celebrity or a candid king. Down at the pond, the competition is fierce. Fu Ziyunian tries to give Chenyi some advice, telling him to move toward the middle where the fish actually are. But Chenyi is terrified of the deep water, claiming it's way too dangerous for his precious self. Fu Ziyunian just sighs, pointing out that the water barely reaches his chest. Suddenly, a huge fish passes by and they both scramble to grab it. It slips away, leaving Chenyi looking like a disappointed chiba. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Chenyi finally steps into the water. He refuses to use gloves, acting like a total pro even though he's never done this in his life. He stands there with a sharpened stick, looking like he's trying to channel some lost inner energy. Lai Silu starts nagging him for being too slow and scaring the fish away. But he bites back, asking if she thinks the fish are just going to wait around for her to catch them. The viewers are losing it, watching these two poisonous personalities battle it out live. Just as Lai Silu is about to launch another insult, Chenyi strikes with lightning speed and actually spears a fish. Everyone is shocked, especially the girls who didn't think he had it in him. Lai Silu tries to claim it was just a lucky coincidence, but Chenyi just tosses the fish into the basket Fu Ziyunian is carrying. He's back to his arrogant self, telling Fu Ziyunian to keep up and carry the load. Before long, Chenyi is on a roll, catching fish after fish like some sort of hidden martial arts master. By the time they're done, the basket is overflowing with a massive haul. He even manages to find some edible shepherd's purse on the bank. Fu Ziyunian is genuinely impressed, but he can't help but tease Chenyi, telling him not to go back in the water because he's not even as tall as the spring onions back home. Chenyi's face falls as he realizes how toxic his teammate can actually be. When it's time for the weigh-in, Chenyi is the clear winner. Lai Silu is fuming and immediately tries to play the victim, claiming she twisted her wrist so she can't possibly do the chores. She has the audacity to suggest that Chenyi should do the work for her since he's already rested. Chenyi is internally screaming at her reasonable logic. Thankfully, Fu Ziyunian steps in and suggests they all go together as a team to finish the work faster. As they walk back, Fu Ziyunian thanks Chenyi for being so helpful. He even offers to cook in Chenyi's place the next day. Chenyi plays it cool, but you can tell he's satisfied with the deal. Suddenly, a swarm of bees interrupts their walk. Chenyi is absolutely terrified, losing his cool instantly. In the chaos, Fu Ziyunian grabs him to keep him from tripping. He even goes as far as to throw his jacket over Chenyi's head to protect him from the bugs. The fans are swooning over the protective gesture, even if Chenyi is wondering if the guy is just angry. Under the coat, our boy looks surprisingly soft. Once they're safe, the PD confirms Fu Ziyunian is the winner of the shopping trip. When asked if he wants anything, Chenyi shamelessly asks for a pack of cigarettes. Fu Ziyunian has to remind him that they are on a family-friendly show and to stop being a brat. Fu Ziyunian returns with bags of instant noodles, much to everyone's delight. Well, everyone except Lai Silu, who complains that there are no snacks. Fu Ziyunian coldly tells her that if she wants to pick the food, she should try winning for once. Chenyi is hungry and demands a bowl of noodles immediately. Lai Silu tries one last time to attack him, mocking his poor background and asking why he doesn't know how to cook if his family was so struggling. The mood turns icy as Chenyi stares her down. He quietly explains that the reason he never learned to cook is because his family was so poor that they literally had nothing to eat. Chenyi casually admits that his family was so poor they had nothing to eat, which is why he never learned to cook. He's handed a simple bowl of noodles, and as he peels back the lid, we see a humble meal topped with an egg and some sausage. He mentions he left the cigarettes in the car, focusing instead on his meal. But our guy has a hidden sweet side, revealing he actually brought back a massive stash of candy instead. He shows off a handful of colorful lollipops, offering them up with a look that says he knows exactly how to charm his way out of trouble. As they sit outside, he jokes that the "Y" in his name actually stands for multi-billionaire. He admits he only joined the entertainment industry for the fast cash, but the reality of chores hits him hard when he realizes he has to wash the dishes. He tries to pawn the job off on poor Fu Ziunian, who can only stare back in utter disbelief. Later, Chenny snarkily questions his crappy system about why he's even stuck in this life. The system bluntly informs him he wasn't even the first choice, but his soul released such immense power when he died that it interfered with the judgment. We get a glimpse into his past life as a headstrong master, where his peers worried his fierce personality would lead to disaster, and it did. His Kai deviated, leading to a chaotic end. Back in the present, he just shrugs it off while enjoying a lollipop. The system mocks him, saying he can't even touch it if he wanted to hit it. Night falls over the quiet village, but inside, things are far from peaceful. Chenyi wakes up to find Ziunian doing some bizarre hand movements in the dark. He asks if he's a zombie trying to absorb the energy of the heavens, scaring the absolute daylight out of our poor guy. Ziunian sits there completely embarrassed, claiming he was just doing some late-night exercises. He huffs and tries to hide under the covers, clearly dying of shame. The next morning, the sun rises over the thatched roof, but Lai Silu is already fuming. She's bitter that Chenyi is hogging all the limelight, remembering how her manager threatened to replace her if she didn't step up her game. She watches as Chenyi casually strolls out, brushing his teeth like he doesn't have a care in the world. He spots a pair of suspiciously shiny shoes, just as a groggy Ziunian stumbles out to join them. Chenyi gives him a light smack to wake him up, reminding him they are completely out of food. Ziunian looks like he's still half asleep, so they decide to head into the mountains to forage for wild plants. The group treks deep into the lush forest, navigating the uneven trail. Chenyi tells Ziunian to walk in front of him, but while Ziunian struggles, Chenyi glides along like he's on flat ground. Ziunian is baffled by his stamina, until Chenyi literally lifts him by his hood to keep him moving. Deep in the mountains, Chenyi looks like he's in a photo shoot rather than a survival show. While our poor heroine is stuck doing the hard labor of digging, our savage king is just leaning against a tree, totally slacking off. The girls are absolutely livid at his laziness, but Chenyi just picks up a random rock. With terrifying precision, he hurls it, and thwack, he takes down a chicken in one shot. While the cameras capture the chaos, the others are left speechless by his wuxia-level skills. He beckons Ziunian over, and for a second, it looks like things are getting intimate. Nope, he just wants him to hold the dead bird. Ziunian is horrified, wondering why they are even bringing it back. Suddenly, villagers appear looking for their lost property. Lai Silu immediately tries to frame him for chicken slaughter, but Chenyi calmly explains the bird just fainted. Right on cue, the chicken wakes up clucking, and Chenyi proceeds to stuff the flapping bird right into Ziunian's hoodie. He's such a chaotic menace, and the fans are absolutely eating it up. Lai Silu tries to lecture him for his haphazard ways, but Chenyi gives her a chilling look, saying if he were actually trying, it wouldn't just be the chicken that ended up dead. They eventually head back with a haul of mushrooms, with the film crew trailing behind. Ziunian is still stuck carrying the evidence, replaying that insane rock throw in his head. The chicken looks like it's passed out again, and Chenyi shamelessly tells him that whoever is holding it is the one to blame. Ziunian calls him out on his secret rock-throwing tricks, but Chenyi just plays dumb, focusing on his lollipop like the ultimate chaotic protagonist. The crew lands at Mr. Lai's house, only to find a very dead-looking chicken hanging by its feet. Our poor heroine, Fu Ziunian, looks absolutely lost and asks what the heck they're supposed to do now. Chenyi just sighs and sucks on a lollipop like he's calculating the meaning of life. His solution, turning the evidence into a delicious chicken mushroom stew. Of course, Silu has to ruin the vibe, acting high and mighty while telling them to take responsibility for their mess. Fu Ziunian immediately jumps to Chenyi's defense, insisting he didn't know the chicken belonged to someone. He even offers to pay the old man back personally once filming wraps up. Chenyi doesn't wait for debate. He grabs the bird and heads straight for the front door. Fu Ziunian is low-key terrified that Chenyi's sassy attitude is going to start a literal war with the locals. In his head, he can already see the old man crying over his dinner being stolen. After a nervous knock, the owner finally appears to see what these city kids want. Chenyi casually explains they found his chicken in the woods and came to return it. Suddenly, the dead bird starts clucking up a storm. Turns out it was just taking a nap. The old man is overjoyed, explaining that his dog chased the poor thing away days ago. Seizing the moment, Chenyi asks if they can trade some fish for a bit of rice. The old man is so grateful he tells them to keep their fish and promises to pack them as much rice as they need. He even refuses any payment, proving that being a decent human actually pays off. Back at the camp, the sun is setting on another chaotic day of survival. But the drama never sleeps, and Silu is already complaining that the bag of rice isn't nearly enough for everyone. The comments section is absolutely roasting her for being ungrateful, but Chen Yi has a better idea. He tells her to just treat it like a diet. He's not in the mood for her attitude and tells her she should just go to sleep if she's that exhausted. When she asks why, he drops the ultimate burn: "You won't feel hungry if you're asleep." Absolute savage. Before she can explode, the director announces it's time for solo interviews. The cameras are rolling, and the crew is ready to dig for some spicy behind-the-scenes tea. They ask Chen Yi if he's aware of how much controversy he's causing online. He just deadpans that he doesn't go looking for ways to be miserable. Then they try to bait him into talking trash about Silu and why they're always fighting. The producers literally handed him a script to make her look like a high-maintenance villain. His manager is watching from the sidelines, practically praying he follows the instructions. But Chen Yi just shrugs and says, "She's irritating and I'm a smart mouth." Keeping it 100 as always, the interviewer is stunned by his honesty. He flat out refuses to say anything else. His manager is absolutely losing it, screaming about how he should have followed the script to boost his popularity. He rants about how Chen Yi missed a golden opportunity to feed off the controversy. Chen Yi just stares at him like he's a fly he wants to swat. Finally, Fu Ziyunian calls out that dinner is ready, but Chen Yi isn't interested. He claims the food tastes bad before he's even taken a single bite. Fu Ziyunian is offended, asking how he could possibly know that. Chen Yi just looks at the plate and says it doesn't look good. Instead of getting mad, Fu Ziyunian offers to bring him whatever he likes to eat next time he visits the set. He leans in and declares that from now on, he's officially a fan. Chen Yi asks if he means an anti-fan, given their history. But Fu Ziyunian corrects him with a sweet smile. He's a die-hard fan now. Our girl looks so soft and sincere it's almost illegal. Filming finally wraps up, and it's time for everyone to head back to the real world. They pack their bags, ready to leave the rundown village behind. Silu tries to play nice for the cameras, asking to exchange contact info with the guys. Chen Yi doesn't even look back, basically saying, "I'm leaving," and ghosting her in real time. She's left standing there holding her phone like a total clown. On the ride home, Chen Yi's assistant informs him that he's been booked as a special guest for Aya's concert tonight. He's not thrilled, especially when he sees the internet is already having a meltdown over the news. The haters are out in full force, wondering why an ethereal goddess like Aya would invite someone like him. He gets so annoyed he literally throws his phone across the seat. His assistant tells him to get some sleep because he's going to need all his energy for the show. He asks what a special guest even does, and she tells him he just has to show his face and interact with Aya a bit. He decides he'll just treat it like a free concert and try not to care. Meanwhile, Fu Ziyunian is in his own car, listening to his manager trash-talk Chen Yi's agency. Yan Jin claims the company is going under and only knows how to create meaningless hype. She predicts that as soon as Chen Yi loses his popularity, they'll abandon him. But Fu Ziyunian isn't having it. He's busy typing away on his laptop. He believes Chen Yi is going to skyrocket to fame, no matter what the critics say. He even suggests that their own company should try to sign him when his contract is up. His manager thinks the odds of that happening are zero. That's when Fu Ziyunian reveals he's been busy fighting with people online and got his account reported for cussing too much. He's taking his job as a die-hard fan very seriously, personally taking on the haters. The night of the concert arrives and the stadium is glowing under the stars. Fu Ziyunian arrives early, checking the comments to see if anyone is coming to support Chen Yi. The internet is being toxic as usual, betting that no one will show up for him. So Fu Ziyunian takes matters into his own hands, inviting a secret group to the show. He tells them all to wear masks to stay undercover from the paparazzi. He's got his own mask and hat on, looking like a total secret agent. Inside, the crowd is screaming for Aya, but there's a specific section holding up very different signs. Mixed in with the Aya fans are dozens of people holding glowing Chen Yi signs. It turns out Fu Ziyunian literally dragged his entire staff to the show as free labor. One of the guys is complaining that he's a dude and shouldn't have to cheer for another guy. Fu Ziyunian tells him to shut up and keep his mask on so they don't end up on the tabloids. He didn't just bring the office staff, he even brought the housekeepers and nannies. He starts bribing them, promising one woman a race car for her son if she screams loud enough. She takes a deep breath, ready to earn that toy. And just like that, her voice echoes through the stadium, leading the charge for the most unexpected fan club ever. The concert is in full swing as Aya lights up the stage, looking like a total goddess while performing for her adoring fans. She introduces her special guests to the crowd, and our boy Chen Yi keeps his cool composure as he's showcased on the big screen. But in the front row, our boy Kai Kexu is acting like a total maniac, screaming his lungs out for his idol. His friend is literally dying of embarrassment, wondering why he has to be so chaotic in public. Kai Kexu doesn't care though, claiming stans can't be reserved when their faves are on screen. When asked what's so great about Chen Yi, he simply loves how the man can rip people apart with just his savage words. The special guests are called up for a commemorative photo, and everything looks picture perfect for a second. Suddenly, disaster strikes when a dress strap snaps mid-pose. Tong Yu gets shoved in the chaos, nearly tumbling over in front of everyone. She ends up colliding right into Chen Yi, who barely flinches at the sudden contact. Mortified by the accident, she makes a break for it and runs off stage as fast as her legs can carry her. After the show, Chen Yi's manager tells him to take a few days off and spend some quality time with his sister. He heads out, scrolling through his phone with that classic bored but gorgeous look. Kai Kexu catches up with him outside, disguised in a mask and hat, asking if he's even recognizable in this fit. He shows off a picture of himself in the crowd, calling himself an idiot. His companion laughs, saying even his own mother wouldn't know it was him looking like that. Kai Kexu is genuinely confused about how Chen Yi clocked him so fast. It turns out Chen Yi already had him saved as a sneaky dog on his phone. Back at his apartment complex, Chen Yi finally makes it home to his sister, Xiao Meng. She's still on crutches, but immediately offers to whip him up some noodles to welcome him back. Our boy is a bit awkward, realizing he has no idea how to actually interact with a little sister. He tells her he already ate and insists she get some rest since it's late. She promises she's recovering well, even though she still can't walk for very long without training. While Chen Yi catches some Z's, Xiao Meng is busy grinding at the computer, looking absolutely determined. The internet is currently on fire with rumors that Chen Yi maliciously upstaged Tong Yu. Over at his place, Kai Kexu is frantically demanding the full concert clip to prove the haters wrong. He's fuming at the edited versions circulating online that try to mislead the fans. Once he gets the footage, he's ready to go to war. He settles into his chair, prepared to destroy some reputations with the truth. He drops the full clip, proving Chen Yi was actually helping Tong Yu the whole time. Apologies start flooding in, praising Chen Yi for his silent heroism. Even people in the real world are shocked by the massive reversal of the situation. The Tong Yu fan club officially posts a long, heartfelt apology for the misunderstanding. The comments section is a total mess of people switching sides and standing our boy. Chen Yi wakes up the next morning, completely oblivious to his own victory. He checks his messages from Kai Kexu, who is already pestering him to watch the show's premiere together. Chen Yi just gives him his usual savage attitude in return. Kai Kexu finally manages to sneak into an exclusive fan group. He starts chatting with the owner, who is super protective because of all the haters. They bond over the fact that Chen Yi might sound harsh, but he's actually soft-hearted. They both believe that one day he'll stand at the very top of the industry. Back at the house, Xiao Meng is trying to cook a seafood feast. Chen Yi walks in and starts roasting her potion brewing skills while she's still injured. She snaps back, telling him he can't even cook, so he doesn't get to give opinions. They have a full-blown chibai argument over whether homemade food is actually safer than takeout. Chen Yi decides he's had enough and heads out to grab some real food. His sister warns him to hide his face so anti-fans don't attack him. But our boy is fearless, claiming he'll take down every hater who comes at him. He pulls up to a luxury villa in a flashy red car. He looks way too good for a simple food run, and he knows it. Kai Kexu is waiting with the takeout, shocked that this is Chen Yi's cheapest car. When he jokes that he expected a tractor, Chen Yi gets serious and Kai Kexu threatens to withhold the food. They bicker over who invited who, with Kai Kexu looking like a total snack protector. Suddenly, the distance between them gets a little too close for comfort, and hearts start racing. Kai Kexu gets flustered and just tells him to eat already. Chen Yi asks if he's being charmed by his good looks, leaving the poor guy speechless. Kai Kexu eventually admits he's a die-hard fan, and it's only natural to find his idol hot. Chen Yi's phone starts buzzing incessantly. It's his manager demanding a response to Aya's clarification statement. He shows the pose to Kai Kexu, who is stunned to see Chen Yi's official response is just calling the girl an idiot. Kai Kexu thinks it's absolutely legendary and gives him 2 thumbs up while stuffing his face. The internet is naturally losing its mind over the Chen Yi you are an idiot hashtag trending at #1. They relax on the sofa together, with Kai Kexu criticizing the company's terrible PR strategy. But the drama isn't over yet as Aya posts another innocent apology. She tries to play the victim, making herself look like a fragile little girl to gain sympathy. Kai Kexu is absolutely livid at her fake tone. He immediately logs into his throwaway account, ready to chew her out until she questions her own existence. Fuzi Union is absolutely losing it over the savage comments online. Our boy Chen Yi really didn't hold back, basically telling the haters that everyone is equal, even the ones he's currently dragging through the mud. Fuzi Union can't help but swoon at how effortlessly savage he is. They decide to ignore the drama and actually watch the show they filmed together. As they connect the phone to the TV, the tension is already starting to simmer. But the second the show starts, the screen is flooded with timed comments from fans losing their minds. Fu Union realizes he forgot to turn them off and panics. He reaches out to stop the madness, but his hand lands right on Chen Yi's. The air gets thick enough to cut with a knife as they lock eyes. He tries to ignore it, but the fans are literally shipping them in the comments, calling them the ultimate couple. Fu Union is blushing like a schoolgirl, wondering if Chen Yi is reading the same thirsty messages. It gets even worse when fans start calling Fu Union wifey material. In a chaotic blur, he tries to grab the phone to hide the evidence. He ends up grabbing Chen Yi's phone by mistake, looking like a total mess. Chen Yi just smirks and pinches his cheek, teasing him for being a fake fan. Fu Union is left dazed by the sudden skinship. Suddenly, Chen Yi's phone buzzes with a call from his sister. Chen Yi quickly weaves a lie about staying at a friend's place for the night. Then he turns to Fu Union and drops the bombshell. Can he actually sleep over? Fu Union's imagination immediately goes to a very spicy, floral place. Chen Yi tries to be a gentleman and offers to take the couch. But Fu Union, feeling bold, insists they should just sleep together since they're both guys. He even offers Chen Yi a fresh set of pajamas. While Chen Yi is busy, Fu Union spots some failed cooking in the trash and realizes his guest was trying way too hard. Chen Yi tries to play it off, blaming the stove for his mushy rice. Later, the phone buzzes again with a sweet message from the sister. After a shower, Chen Yi walks out looking like a total snack, and Fu Union is struggling to breathe. He's looking so sexy and cool that Fu Union's heart is doing backflips. Fu Union tries to play it cool and asks about the girlfriend who might be messaging him. Chen Yi just gives a mysterious answer, leaving our boy feeling super petty. Chen Yi flops onto the couch with soaking wet hair, but Fu Union isn't having it. He grabs the hair dryer and starts being a total mother hen. It's a bit rough and Chen Yi complains, but the chibai vibes are adorable. Chen Yi stares him down, asking if he's abandoned his fandom for someone else. Fu Union just tells him to go to bed while he cleans up. Chen Yi feels a pang of guilt seeing the wasted food and the effort being put in. He finally heads to the bedroom and Fu Union is waiting there trying to act normal. But then Chen Yi walks in wearing nothing but a bathrobe, and Fu Union is staring at that thin waist like it's his last meal. They settle into bed, trying to keep their distance. But as the night goes on, they start scooting closer and closer. He's absolutely mortified that he was hugging Chen Yi so tightly while it happened. He makes a run for it, leaving a very confused and sleepy Chen Yi behind. Our poor heroine, our boy, is definitely catching feelings. Zeunian wakes up with a yawn and immediately offers to whip up some breakfast for Chen Yi. Our boy is chill with whatever is on the menu. Zeunian decides on a classic bacon and egg sandwich combo, while Chen Yi can't help but think his housemate is unexpectedly adorable. But don't let the cuteness fool you because Zeunian is a total kitchen tyrant. He's currently on his 9th egg because the previous ones weren't perfect enough. Chen Yi watches this culinary madness with an exhausted expression. Finally, the food arrives and Chen Yi straight up asks if he's got a case of OCD. Look at those eggs, they are suspiciously round and perfect. Zeunian just claims he likes the best results, but we all know it's low-key perfectionist paranoia. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by a buzzing phone. It's the manager, Zhu Ming, and he is absolutely losing his mind because Chen Yi blocked him. Turns out, the industry is on fire because Lai Silu is airing out all of Universal Entertainment's dirty laundry online. The internet is having a savage field day with the scripted personas reveal. Chen Yi realizes he needs to head to the office before they start harassing his friends. Zeunian asks if he's really going, and Chen Yi is actually excited to go watch the chaos unfold. He gives Zeunian a cheeky little head pat that leaves the poor guy short-circuiting. Chen Yi arrives at the headquarters looking like a total boss in his mask. He runs into Lai Silu on her way out, and she gives him a grim warning about being used and tossed aside. He just tells her to take care, knowing the path she's on is a rough one. Then comes the manager, trying to play tough and telling Chen Yi to keep his mouth shut about the scandals. They walk out into a literal war zone of reporters. The manager whispers a final warning to stay on script and keep it professional. But does Chen Yi listen? Absolutely not. When asked if the company forced him into a hate magnet persona, he looks them dead in the eye and says, "It's true." The manager's soul basically leaves his body right then and there. While the manager tries to do frantic damage control, the reporters start dragging his entire career for ruining previous idols. Chen Yi just smirks and walks away from the dog-eat-dog world. He spots a familiar car and realizes Zeunian has been lurking nearby. He hops in and teases him for being a part-time paparazzi. Zeunian tries to play it cool with a very weak excuse about having stuff to do in the area. He's nodding like a broken bobblehead while dying inside from embarrassment. The drive is thick with awkward tension as Zeunian realizes his lies are totally far-fetched. They eventually pull up to Zeunian's place. Chen Yi asks why they're here and Zeunian pulls the classic "I forgot where you live" card. Even though he picked him up from there literally yesterday. Ziyunian is internally screaming at his own chaotic stupidity. But Chen Yi decides to drop the bomb and asks, Fu Ziyunian, do you like me? Ziyunian freezes up so hard he starts aggressively cleaning his phone to avoid eye contact. He tries to pivot, saying he likes him as a fan. Chen Yi isn't buying it and reaches out to pull him in close. He gets right in his personal space, demanding to know the real reason behind the feelings. Chen Yi jokes that being cut off means he'll be starving for dinner. Fu Ziyunian swoons and promises he'll be the one to support him from now on. 3 days later, the internet is absolutely exploding with drama. A script reveal shows the company was forcing actors into terrible personas just to attract haters. The comments section is a total war zone between fans and antis. Chen Yi is literally spending his free time fighting anti-fans online like an absolute legend. Fu Ziyunian has to physically shut the laptop just to get a moment of attention. He gets serious and asks if Chen Yi is only with him out of pity. Chen Yi just flops onto his lap looking like a tired house cat. He asks if he really looks like such a nice, pitying person. Our boy gets all emotional, warning that his feelings aren't a game. Chen Yi reminds him that he's actually a total catch who's loyal and knows how to cook. He tells him to stop being so fussy and just let their feelings grow naturally. Fu Ziyunian finally breaks and pulls him into a desperate emotional hug. Suddenly, the vibe shifts and Chen Yi pins him down on the sofa. He teases that most people would think Fu Ziyunian is blind for wanting to be with him. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as they lock eyes. Another 3 days pass and Chen Yi meets his new manager, Ning Tong. She drops off a massive pile of scripts for him to choose his next project. She accidentally mistakes Chen Yi's sister for his wife because she's so pretty. Chen Yi quickly shuts that down before the misunderstanding gets out of hand. He looks through the options and calls most of the scripts total trash. He finally settles on a high-stakes script titled Minister. The manager is shocked because he's the living version of the second male lead. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and she's hyped for his comeback. After she leaves, Chen Yi decides to take his sister for a much-needed walk. They head out to the park to enjoy the afternoon air. His sister starts complaining about the heat and begs for a popsicle. While Chen Yi is away buying snacks, disaster strikes the park. An old man suddenly collapses right in front of her with a loud thump. Chen Yi rushes back and realizes it's a severe case of heat stroke. He stays perfectly calm and starts performing emergency first aid. The old man finally opens his eyes, much to their collective relief. The man's granddaughter arrives in a total panic. Chen Yi helps them into a taxi and even pays the fare like a total gentleman. But because they are such a good-looking pair, someone caught the whole thing on camera. And of course, Fu Ziyunian sees the news on his laptop and recognizes his man instantly. Our poor hero is staring at his phone, absolutely spiraling because his man isn't picking up his calls. He's debating whether to go full stalker and investigate the guy's sister, but his rational side is barely hanging on. He decides to roll around in his feelings instead, hoping the truth comes out naturally. Meanwhile, a door gets absolutely wrecked as someone barges in. It's our girl and she is not here for the peace and quiet. She starts shaking her brother like a Polaroid picture, screaming about a massive scandal blowing up online. Chen Yi is barely awake, wondering why everyone thinks he's secretly married. It turns out a photo of them doing a good deed went viral, and the internet has lost its collective mind. His sister is basically vibrating with stress because everyone thinks she's his secret girlfriend. She's demanding an explanation, while Chen Yi is just impressed the fans have better detective skills than the FBI. To make matters worse, his phone is sitting at tragic 1%. He's got missed calls piled up like a mountain, including some from our very stressed hero. The sister insists they post childhood photos immediately to prove they share the same DNA. But Chen Yi has his priorities straight and needs to send a text to his man first. He's terrified the hero is going to misunderstand the situation and dump him before he can even explain. Luckily, the internet is quick to flip the script, and suddenly everyone is standing the sibling duo. The comments are flooding in about how pretty she is and how smart she must be. People even recognize her from her university days, bringing up a tragic car accident from her past. The fans are swooning over Chen Yi for being such a supportive brother during her recovery. Of course, there's always one hater claiming celebrities have it easy, but the real ones know the struggle was real. They point out that Chen Yi was a nobody when the accident happened and probably took the infamous route just to pay her bills. Chen Yi reads the comments and feels a pang of sadness for the original host's rough life. He decides to shower his sister with some long-overdue affection. He brings her some fresh fruit, acting like the ultimate big brother. She's suspicious because he's being way too nice today. He just pats her head and promises to be even better from now on. Back at the hero's place, things are bubbling over in the kitchen. Our hero is watching the sweet sibling video and feeling a massive wave of jealousy. He's convinced Chen Yi has never been this gentle with him and it's eating him alive. He pinches the hero's cheeks, laughing at how incredibly naive he is. He doubles down on the chaos, saying he'd probably dump him anyway because sweet words are useless. The hero is just confused because Chen Yi never says anything nice to begin with. Chen Yi admits his compliments usually sound more like insults. The hero can't help but laugh because honestly, that's just his brand. He asks about the new drama, curious about what role Chen Yi landed. Chen Yi reveals he's playing the second male lead and the main villain in a show called Minister. The hero is stunned because he actually got a role in that same drama. Chen Yi is just as surprised, not expecting their worlds to collide on set. The hero explains he has a small role as an advisor named Lu Shuang. Chen Yi realizes they'll be filming almost all their scenes together. It turns out the hero's character actually dies at the hands of Chen Yi's character. The hero jokes about whether Chen Yi is actually going to kill him off. But Chen Yi just gives him a smoldering look and says he'd let the hero kill him instead. That's exactly what the hero wanted to hear. They're heading to the dressing rooms, ready to transform into their historical counterparts. Chen Yi is told to get his makeup done first before the crowd arrives. The room is filled with actors getting into their long-haired wigs. A co-star spots Chen Yi and is way too excited to see him. Another actor, the top star Sen King, watches from the side. Sen King introduces himself, but the vibes are definitely a bit competitive. Chen Yi keeps it professional, introducing himself as the villainous Manhua. They exchange a handshake that feels more like a standoff. The co-star starts nagging Chen Yi about his packing habits, acting way too familiar. She's worried about him getting sunburned, showing off how close they are. She explains to Sen King that they've worked together before, which is why they're so tight. Sen King seems interested in joining their little circle, but Chen Yi immediately shuts it down, saying they aren't actually that close. He pulls a possessive move that has the makeup artists absolutely swooning. They're practically crying over how much they look like a real couple. Finally, it's time for the big reveal. Everyone in the room drops their jaws when they see Chen Yi's transformation. He looks absolutely lethal in his black historical robes. The cast is left speechless by his presence. Sen King remembers that he actually wanted that role for himself. But seeing Chen Yi, he has to admit the guy was born for it. The co-star tells him to back off because Chen Yi is in a league of his own. Sen King just smirks, clearly intrigued by the new competition. That's a wrap on the scene, and our boys look absolutely ethereal in their historical gear. Chen Yi and Nyan are basically a visual explosion, making the director's job way too easy. Nyan can't help but swoon over how handsome Chen Yi looks in this outfit. But of course, our savage king Chen Yi replies that Nyan isn't ugly either, which earns him a major side-eye. He just flashes that trademark smirk, knowing his compliments always come out a bit chaotic. They barely have a moment to breathe before fans start swarming the set. Everyone is desperate for a piece of them, begging for autographs like their lives depend on it. Chen Yi plays the cool superstar role to perfection, while Nyan handles the crowd with total grace. Once they finally manage to escape the chaos to take off their makeup, Chen Yi gets bold and throws an arm around his man. Nyan panics, reminding him to keep it professional because what if his sister finds out? Chen Yi honestly couldn't care less about the drama, looking like he's ready to announce it to the world. But Nyan is terrified she'll block their relationship, so he insists on keeping things under wraps for now. Back at home, Chen Yi is dealing with his snarky system while nursing a cup of coffee. The system is whining about transfer requests and how long they have to stay in this world. Chen Yi looks completely done with the digital nagging. The system starts roasting him about eating soft rice and being defeated by love. Chen Yi just narrows his eyes, asking if the system really wants to catch these hands. He threatens to shock the system into silence, and honestly, we stan a king who doesn't take sass from AI. Meanwhile, Nyan is being the ultimate house husband, packing Chen Yi's bags with every single essential. He's even sorted the toiletries and sunscreen like a pro. Cut to the sister, Ryo Meng, who is busy being the world's most dedicated fan leader. Her fan group is blowing up with news about Chen Yi's new drama role. She's coordinating fan signs and colors, totally unaware of the secret romance. She's working overtime on her computer, making sure her brother gets all the support he deserves. Fast forward to the airport, where Chen Yi's manager is hyping him up about his contract ending and moving to a better company. But Chen Yi is distracted by something weird. He spots a group of fans dressed entirely in black, looking more like a mafia hit squad than a fan club. They start screaming his name at the top of their lungs. The manager thinks it's hilarious, but Chen Yi is genuinely wondering if these are anti-fans coming to take him out. It turns out they're just super intense supporters who brought him cooling patches for the heat. When one fan accidentally drops her phone, Chen Yi catches it with lightning reflexes. The fan is absolutely stunned by his cool factor. He's so used to people being malicious that he's almost awkward when they're actually nice. He even agrees to take a group photo, posing with them like a total natural. He even does a cute peace sign, showing a hilarious contrast to his cold exterior. The fans are officially obsessed with his obedient side. Later that night at the hotel, Nyan is humming to himself while waiting for Chen Yi. There's a knock at the door and our boy is already there. He practically teleports inside for a massive hug. Chen Yi immediately locks the door, for privacy. He's acting all clingy, offering to help Nyan Nyan fold his clothes. Nyan Nyan tries to be independent, but Chenyi just pushes him onto the bed. He starts a tickle attack that has Nyan Nyan howling for mercy. Our poor boy begs him to stop bullying him. Chenyi stops, looking down at him with eyes full of pure adoration. He whispers that he just wants to tease him forever. The atmosphere turns soft and romantic, as Chenyi tells him, "I only allow you to bully me." They share a sweet kiss, looking like the ultimate power couple. Nyan Nyan tries to block him, reminding him they have a cast dinner soon. Chenyi just smirks, saying he'll come over later to practice his lines. Nyan Nyan knows exactly what that means and tells him to stay in his own room. They end up lounging together, checking social media. Chenyi's mafia fans are trending everywhere. People are losing it over their edgy black outfits and Chenyi's boss energy. The fans are raving about how gentle he was in person. Nyan Nyan reaches out and touches Chenyi's nose, realizing that while he might not be a perfect person, he's incredibly loyal to those who treat him well. And Nyan Nyan knows that better than anyone. The director starts laying out the vibes for the next scene, where the Emperor is watching a sword duel that's supposed to be totally one-sided. Our guys give the professional nod, ready to deliver some top-tier drama. Turns out, Chenyi isn't just a pretty face. He's actually got some real martial arts experience under his belt. The director is hyped and calls for everyone to get into position. The clapper snaps and it's officially showtime. The duel kicks off with some serious, brotherly tension as they prepare to fight for their father's favor. The swords come out and the atmosphere gets heavy fast. Chenyi makes his move with a sharp swing, but it's met with a clean block that sends sparks flying. The director watches the monitor like a hawk, soaking in the intensity. Suddenly, the blade stops right at the throat, a total power move. With a respectful bow, the match comes to an end. They withdraw their weapons, leaving the crew breathless. Chenyi plays it cool, admitting defeat with a smirk. He pours on the praise, calling his brother's skills truly outstanding. The director is absolutely living for that smooth sheathing motion. He decides they don't even need another take because that was perfection. He's convinced Chenyi is the ultimate wolf in sheep's clothing for this role. Our other lead, Ziyunian, watches from the sidelines, feeling like a proud stage mom because he knew his man was a star. During the break, the duo cools off, though one of them is clearly struggling with the heat. Ziyunian gets a little sassy, asking if he looks like a slacker who doesn't know his lines. Chenyi swoops in with a peace offering, a super cute Pikachu fan. Ziyunian is instantly won over by the adorable gadget. Chenyi proudly admits his fans gave it to him, proving he's the local favorite. It's a sweet moment, and Ziyunian can't help but smile at how nice his fans are. He notices a side of Chenyi he's never seen before, and honestly, it's precious. But the break is over, and it's time to get back to the grind. The next scene is full of political intrigue and brothers being petty about being ridiculed. The tension rises over a simple cup of tea. They start discussing a mine collapse and the thorns in their side that need to be removed. Chenyi gets close, asking his teacher to handle a delicate situation. The loyalty is thick enough to cut with a knife as they pledge their mutual admiration. The director calls a cut, thrilled with the performance. But the drama doesn't stop when the cameras do. Ziyunian rushes over, worried that the hot tea actually burned Chenyi's hand. He's not taking any chances and stuffs a bottle of ice water into his hands. Chenyi tries to play it off with a joke about who isn't afraid of boiling water. The answer, a pig. He then gets savage, comparing someone's brain to the guy who let his sword fly earlier. He doubles down on the burn, comparing their coordination to pig feet. Our poor victim can only scream Chenyi's name in Chibai frustration. Later, Chenyi takes a moment to teach the proper sword form, getting very close and personal. There are definitely some jealous eyes watching this little training session from afar. A local girl nods, seemingly impressed or plotting something. The director calls for Ziyunian next, and he's ready to bring the heat. As Chenyi sheathes his sword, a hopeful actress approaches him. She tries the classic help me with my lines move, acting all nervous and humble. She's really laying it on thick, hoping for someone on one time. Chenyi thinks about it for a second. Then he drops the ultimate savage line. The only scene they have together is when he stabs her character to death. She realizes she's hit a brick wall and retreats immediately. Ziyunian has been watching the whole time, and his face is a total picture of jealousy. He corners his rival later, warning him not to touch Chenyi. The rival tries to act like it's no big deal, just testing him. He brings up their childhood connection, trying to get under Ziyunian's skin. He leans in with a nasty warning, suggesting Chenyi will dump him once he gets famous. Ziyunian isn't having any of it and gives him a firm shove. He looks him dead in the eye and declares that Chenyi would never do that. He tells the guy to mind his own business and walks away with total confidence. That night on the hotel rooftop, the vibe is much more somber. Chenyi can tell something is bothering Ziyunian and asks him to spill. Ziyunian tries to blame it on the director yelling at him, but his eyes tell a different story. Chenyi isn't buying that weak excuse for a second. He pulls Ziyunian into a sudden tight hug, sensing the hidden turmoil. Ziyunian finally breaks his silence, squeezing back tight. He admits he hated seeing that woman talking to him earlier. Chenyi realizes his boy is actually jealous and finds it a little bit hilarious. He asks if it matters as long as he doesn't fall for her tricks. Zeunian grabs him by the collar, demanding he take it seriously. He threatens that if it happens again, he'll be really mad. Chenyi just grins and leans into him, finding the possessiveness charming. He laughs it off, wondering what kind of family raised such a silly, intense person. The mood shifts when Zeunian reveals his parents passed away when he was only 10. Chenyi is genuinely shocked. He always assumed the guy grew up in a perfect, happy bubble. He starts feeling incredibly guilty for teasing him. He asks about the family business, realizing there's a lot more to Zeunian than meets the eye. Our hero tries to play it cool, claiming his family just moves bricks on construction sites to keep his background a mystery. Chenyi isn't falling for the humble act and asks if his younger brother is even aware of their secret relationship yet. The plan is to go public eventually, but at this rate, the entire industry will probably figure it out before they say a word. Our girl, well, our boy in this case, gets a little sassy about the drama of keeping secrets. Chenyi pulls him into a protective embrace, the chemistry between them absolutely sizzling. He suggests they wait until the current drama finishes filming before they break the internet with an official announcement. Cue the romantic atmosphere because these two are clearly in their own little world. Chenyi playfully stuffs a lollipop in his mouth to keep him from worrying about the risks to his booming career. But our hero is tired of the shadows and doesn't want to be sneaky anymore. He looks Chenyi dead in the eyes, challenging him to see if he's actually brave enough to handle the fallout. If everything goes south, I'll just go work on your family's construction site, he jokes, making Chenyi melt. He's genuinely touched that someone is willing to risk their whole future just to be with him. They share a sweet, lingering kiss that feels like a silent promise to face whatever comes next together. He firmly believes that good things happen to good people, and right now he feels like the luckiest man alive. Even as they look out at the stars, they know their journey won't be easy, but they're ready. They even start joking about their upcoming death scene in the drama, though the thought of actual betrayal stings. "Don't you dare even imagine cheating on me for a role." He pouts, causing a hilarious little spat. Their chibai bickering is adorable, but the vibe is about to take a dark, cinematic turn. The scene shifts abruptly to a world of ancient intrigue and shadows. Suddenly, we see a pool of blood staining the floor of the imperial palace. The crown prince lies broken and bleeding, his world crumbling as he realizes he's been sold out. A cold, sharp blade is drawn, signaling a ruthless end for the royal. Chenyi's character is left in a state of total, soul-crushing shock. Lu Shuang stands tall, the ultimate victor in this bloody game of power. The prince finally collapses into the red-stained snow, his tragic journey ending in total despair. It's a haunting image of a fallen hero that would leave any audience weeping. The tension lingers in the air for a moment of silence. But then cut, the director screams in excitement because that take was absolutely legendary. Chenyi is perfectly fine, though his co-star is still hovering nearby to make sure he's not actually hurt. The crew brings out flowers to celebrate Chenyi wrapping up his final scenes for the show. The director gives him some parting advice, warning him to stay grounded as his fame continues to explode. Chenyi knows he isn't planning on staying in this chaotic industry forever, but he appreciates the sentiment. The long day of filming finally comes to a close. Back at the apartment, the high-stakes drama is replaced by pure, unadulterated laziness. He flops onto the couch, feeling the sweet relief of finally being home. He immediately tries to use his charms to get Chenyi to do all the house cleaning, but our Duke isn't an easy target. "Just treat the chores like a workout," he teases, trying his best to wiggle out of his responsibilities. The peaceful moment is shattered by a phone call from the hospital regarding his uncle. It turns out his uncle has been admitted for chronic lung issues, and he has to rush over to check on him. "Now that he has me, he doesn't cherish me anymore," he mutters, feeling totally played. He's pouting in full chibai mode, feeling like a neglected housewife. A few days later, his manager drops a massive bombshell. The company wants him to be a guest judge on a dancing variety show. He's incredibly skeptical because, let's be honest, he has 2 left feet. He tries to argue that 2 months of lessons hardly makes him an expert, but the manager is desperate. The show is a massive hit, and since their top choice got injured, he's the only one left with a free schedule. He reluctantly agrees, knowing the company is just trying to milk his current popularity for every cent. On the day of filming, the lights are bright and the pressure is on. One of the other judges, Zhang Duo, is already giving him a death stare, clearly ready to trip him up. Chenyi doesn't miss a beat, savagely telling the judge that if he actually knew how to dance, the judges wouldn't even have a job. The audience is stunned by his boldness, and the tension in the room is off the charts. Little do they know, a mysterious fan in a mask and hat is watching from the crowd. Our hero realizes with a shock that he accidentally bought a seat right next to Chenyi's younger sister. He quickly fakes a cold to hide his voice, hoping she doesn't realize who's sitting right under her nose. She seems to buy the excuse, and he lets out a massive sigh of relief. On stage, Zhang Duo gives a pass to a contestant who clearly messed up their landing. The sister is absolutely fuming at the blatant favoritism and rigged scoring happening right in front of her. The host asks Chenyi to share his remarks, and the entire audience leans in to hear the drama. Chenyi stands up with a microphone, a mischievous glint in his eye. He starts off by pretending to praise the contestants' deep understanding of the dance form. Zhang Duo smirks, thinking Chenyi is finally falling in line and playing the game. But then Chenyi drops the hammer, sarcastically calling the contestants' shaky, unstable leg a highly difficult technique. The entire crowd erupts into laughter as the pro judge gets absolutely roasted on national television. Zhang Duo is seething with rage, realizing he's been publicly humiliated by a rookie. But our savage king Chenyi isn't having it, pointing out the stage is basically a death trap of old nails. When Zhang screams about there being no shortcuts to success, Chenyi just shrugs and says some people are born to run before they walk. He even turns a tangled mess of a ribbon dance into a poetic metaphor about a butterfly breaking its shell. Zhang is literally vibrating with rage because Chenyi refuses to agree with a single word he says. Chenyi just hits him with a look of pure, unadulterated disdain. Zhang quickly pivots to the show's favorite, the gorgeous Deng Jianting, trying to suck up to her talent. He's practically dazzled by her resume as a principal dancer and begs her to choose a mentor who actually knows what they're doing. He even tries to throw shade at Chenyi's lack of professional street dance background. Chenyi just gives this smirk that says, "Watch this," and tells the girl he's actually an expert in square dancing. The audience loses it, laughing at the sheer audacity of this man. Zhang is fuming, calling him despicable, while the favorite wisely chooses mentor Tang to stay far away from the drama. As the round ends and the judges head out, some hater in the crowd is still calling it all trash. Our girl, Chenyi's sister, tries to make a quiet exit on her crutches, but she's noticed by a mysterious masked guy in the stands. He rushes over to support her, immediately clocking that she's Chenyi's little sister. She's shook that she was recognized, but just wants to grab a taxi and disappear before her brother catches her. The masked guy insists on waiting with her like a total gentleman. She hops in her ride, thanking him for being a fan, while he watches her go with a look that's way too intense for a stranger. Cut to an hour later outside the residential buildings, as a flashy orange car pulls up. Inside, Chenyi is worrying about his sister being out alone. And surprise, the masked guy from earlier is actually Fu Ziyunian, and he's been acting as Chenyi's personal chauffeur. He tells Chenyi to stop being such a helicopter brother, before shifting the conversation to family health. Fu mentions his uncle is struggling to quit smoking, and Chenyi's just confused why he's getting a medical update. Fu suddenly reaches over and yanks a lollipop out of Chenyi's mouth, calling it toxic. Chenyi just raises an eyebrow, wondering if a piece of plastic is really more toxic than his own mouth. Fu Ziyunian is actually impressed that Chenyi was so nice to the trainees today. They both agree that mentor Zhang is basically a PR manufactured fraud who's beyond annoying. Chenyi tries to push him to go inside before they're spotted, but Fu isn't ready to end the night just yet. He pulls Chenyi in for a sneaky romantic neck kiss. Being a secret couple is clearly starting to grate on them. As Chenyi steps out of the car, he catches a suspicious flash in the distance. Some paparazzi in a white car are trying to hide, but it's too late. Chenyi just smirks. The cat is officially out of the bag. Back at the apartment, Chenyi decides it's time for some total honesty. He knocks on his sister's door and asks if she's still awake. Without even waiting for an answer, he drops the nuke. He's seeing someone. The door flies open instantly, and his sister looks like she's seen a ghost. He calmly tells her to take a seat and prepares for the interrogation. She's trembling, barely able to process the news. But Chenyi is dead serious. When she finally asks who the lucky guy is, he says it plain and simple, Fu Ziyunian. The room goes dead silent. His sister is reeling, demanding to know when this even started. She looks like her entire world just tilted on its axis. Chenyi gets all soft, explaining that it started back when she was his only real fan. He remembers how he hated himself back then, and Fu's support was the only thing that kept him going. Even though he has millions of fans now, none of them compare to the love he found in the trenches. It's a total heart-to-heart moment. His sister is skeptical, asking why it has to be him. But Chenyi explains that real love is about finding someone who treats you sincerely without asking for anything back. She asks the ultimate question, does he treat you well? Chenyi's gentle smile says it all, he treats him perfectly. His sister warns him that if this leaks, his career is toast. But Chenyi doesn't care, he's been at the bottom before and it can't be worse than that. Seeing his resolve, she finally gives in, promising not to interfere as long as he's happy. He gives her a comforting head pat, but the peace is short-lived. Suddenly, the internet explodes with breaking news. The secret relationship is the #1 trending topic. Fu Ziyunian is staring at his laptop in shock as the scandal breaks. We see exactly what the paparazzi caught the night before. They caught the moment Fu asked Chenyi to come out, the way they hugged like they'd never let go. And their playful bickering over candy. The camera even caught that final sweet kiss. The photos are high-def and absolutely undeniable. But instead of hiding, Fu Ziyunian shows up right at Chenyi's door. Chenyi is absolutely stunned to see him standing there. Fu just gives him a cocky look, asking if he's too happy to speak. Our boy is here to face the storm together. Our poor heroine is stunned, barely believing that Chenyi actually went public with their relationship. Chenyi just smirks, teasing him about whether he'd still be this emotional if it was all a mistake. Zayunian promises to cry on cue if that's what his man wants to see. Zayunian reaches for the phone, demanding the password so he can see the online chaos for himself. He's met with a stony, silent stare. But looking at the screen, it's official. The announcement is live on Weibo for the whole world to see. Back at home, they share a sweet, quiet moment to process the news. As Zayunian leans in close, but he has a confession that's making him sweat bullets. Chenyi is casually peeling an apple with a knife, telling him to just spit it out because he's not about to start chopping people up. Zayunian drops the bomb. His family isn't actually poor and they own a massive company. Chenyi just takes a bite of his apple, completely unimpressed by the sudden wealth. Our boy realizes that to Chenyi, a single dollar and a few billion are exactly the same thing. Relieved, Zayunian invites him to meet the family whenever he's free. And Chenyi gives him a simple, cool sure. A few days later on the set of Dancing Life, disaster strikes as the fan favorite Deng Jianting is left without a partner due to an injury. Chenyi steps up immediately, offering his revival vote to save her from elimination. The judges are skeptical since her partner's recovery is impossible. The rules are strict and she can't perform alone. Suddenly, a wild suggestion is made for Chenyi himself to step in and dance. Chenyi is like dance what radio calisthenics. He walks over to the weeping Jianting, and she looks up at him with desperate hope in her eyes. He asks what she had planned for the finals. She explains it was a high-stakes sword dance called Rainstorm. Turns out our boy actually knows his way around a blade. He agrees to be her partner even if he's not a pro dancer. Jianting is beyond grateful because she's not ready to give up on her dreams. Meanwhile, the haters are just waiting for him to fail spectacularly. During practice, Zayunian is right there to wipe the sweat off his man's face. Chenyi eventually collapses in exhaustion. Chenyi recalls the harsh words of his mentor, who told him he was too rash and greedy for success. Zayunian shares a story about his own overambitious childhood to cheer him up. He tells Chenyi that as long as the knowledge is his, who cares what anyone else has to say? Chenyi calls him heartless for being so chill, but when he tries to get up, his legs are completely numb. Chenyi just crouches down, offering a piggyback ride home. It's a chaotic but sweet end to a long day of training. Finally, the night of the big finale arrives. The stage is set and the first performers are called out. Backstage, Jianting asks if Chenyi is feeling the nerves. She points out her husband in the crowd, saying he's her source of peace. Chenyi looks out and sees his own secret weapon, Zayunian wearing a mask and holding a massive Chenyi sign. The lights flare, and the duo takes the stage. Zayunian watches with bated breath as the music starts and the water effects kick in. The performance is breathtaking, with swords clashing in midair. Their movements are sharp, graceful, and absolutely savage. Zayunian is completely mesmerized, whispering how good they are. And just like that, the crowd goes wild as they are crowned the champions. The winners are officially announced, and our boys Deng Jianting and Chenyi have snatched the championship title. Mentor Tong is absolutely living for their performance, praising the perfect balance of strength and grace they showed on stage. Chenyi keeps it humble as he thanks his mentor, while the competition can only seethe with jealousy in the background. Fu Zayunian is right there in the front row, giving his man a massive thumbs up because he knew they'd slay. Chenyi flashes a rare, dazzling smile back at him, making the victory feel even sweeter. Back at the dorm, Fu Zayunian is already planning their future, begging Chenyi to sign with his company the second his current contract ends. He's being so persistent that he's basically chanting the company name. Chenyi tries to keep walking to ignore him, but he accidentally slams right into the man's broad back. Fu Ziyunian turns around with a smirk, teasing him for following like a thirsty toddler looking for milk. Later that night, they're both scrolling through the post-win chaos on their phones. The fans are losing their minds over how handsome Chenyi looked on stage. The comments are getting wild, with everyone claiming they want to sleep with our boy. Fu Ziyunian smirks, telling Chenyi he better treasure their time together since the competition for his heart is so fierce. Chenyi just gives him an annoyed look, totally done with the man's ego trip. 1 month flies by and it's official. Chenyi has joined Xingyu to be by his man's side. Fu Ziyunian is looking way too pleased with himself, wearing a face so creepy that Chenyi has to call him out on it. They start bickering about their new manager and how Chenyi is always picking fights. Fu Ziyunian drops a savage line about how the only fighting they do happens in bed at night. Chenyi is fuming, pushing him away while Fu Ziyunian teases him for fighting like a kindergarten girl. They go back and forth like chibis, arguing over who was a bigger angel as a kid. Chenyi insists he was a well-behaved student, but Fu Ziyunian laughs, claiming he was actually prettier than all the girls back then. When it's time to be productive, Chenyi refuses to budge from the couch for grocery shopping. Fu Ziyunian tries to guilt-trip his little angel, but our boy is acting like a total brat. Fu Ziyunian sighs and says he'll just go alone. Walking out the door without a second glance, Chenyi is left stunned, realizing he might have pushed the laziness too far. The door clicks shut and he immediately panics, rushing out to catch him. Of course, Fuzi Union was just playing him and was waiting right outside with a smug grin. Chenyi realizes he's been caught in the trap and reluctantly agrees to go along. Winter passes in a cozy blur of snuggling and domestic bliss. But as spring arrives, their new drama finally premieres and shoots straight to the top of the charts. The shipping wars are intense, with fans debating who looks better with Chenyi. Some haters even bet that the couple will break up soon because Chenyi looks too fickle. To fix the public's opinion, their manager suggests they join a reality show called Fateful Encounter with You. It's the go-to show for celebrity couples to prove their love is real. The manager explains that showing a bit of their intimate life will win the fans. Fuzi Union leaves the final call to Chenyi, even though he's nervous about showing their private life to the world. Chenyi agrees to do it. Filming day arrives, and the host is ready to catch them off guard early in the morning. Chenyi opens the door looking perfect, and they sit down for the first interview. They look like the ultimate power couple on that couch. When asked about house chores, Fuzi Union protects Chenyi's reputation by claiming he does all the cooking because he's lazy. Chenyi quickly adds that Fuzi Union handles all the heavy lifting, making the host swoon over how protective they are of each other. The host hands over their first mission card and officially starts the recording. As soon as the crew leaves, Fuzi Union goes straight for a cuddle. But the mission is a total nightmare. They have to switch all their house chores and responsibilities. They both freeze, realizing the chaos that's about to ensue. Chenyi tries to escape by claiming he's sleepy, but Fuzi Union drags him toward the kitchen. They bicker over the possibility of accidental food poisoning, but Fuzi Union eventually gives in. He picks up the knife like he's preparing for battle, staring down a couple of cucumbers with pure intensity. Chenyi watches from the sidelines, looking absolutely delighted to be the one being served for once. Fuzi Union flashes a confident smirk, and Chenyi realizes with a fluttering heart that this is actually the first time his man is cooking just for him. He reveals that this isn't just the first time he's cooking for our boy, but the first time he's ever cooked for anyone in his entire life. Our hero is absolutely swooning, looking like he just won the lottery. Suddenly, Xiu Xiu bursts through the door, calling out for her brother. She takes one look at the scene and asks if he's finally gone insane or if he's just trying to poison people for insurance money. Chenyi doesn't even blink, telling her it's better to be crazy than to be as dumb as she is. While the stove is sizzling with what looks like a biological hazard, the younger brother tries to lure Xiu Xiu away to play games instead. Chenyi is getting salty, feeling like his sister is already replacing him with a better model. Xiu Xiu points out that his mouth is literally smoking, and she's genuinely concerned for his health. But our savage man is just holding a lollipop in his mouth like it's a cigarette, looking way too cool for someone currently burning an omelet. They decide to ignore the chef and go play, leaving him to his culinary chaos. 1 hour later, the results are in, and it's looking pretty grim on those plates. Xiu Xiu takes one look at the purple fumes rising from the food and immediately bids them farewell. She's not even pretending to be polite. She's getting out of there while she still has a functional stomach. She reveals she actually ordered takeout the second she walked through the door because she knew his food would be a disaster. Chenyi tries to defend his honor, claiming it can't possibly be worse than her own cooking. He then pulls our boy close for a sneaky little kiss, completely ignoring the haters. He whispers that he didn't even cook for his sister anyway. This special, questionable meal was strictly for his partner. The PDA is so intense that Xiu Xiu feels like she's already full just from watching them be so lovey-dovey. She retreats with her own dog food, leaving the two lovebirds to endure the meal alone. They sit down to eat, and Chenyi warns him that the cucumber might be a little spicy. He tenderly feeds our boy a bit of the omelet, trying to play it off like a high-end dining experience. Our poor hero realizes the cucumber has been cooked into a literal green puree. Chenyi finally drops the act and admits that he really can't cook to save his life. He's never been modest a day in his life, but even he has to admit that the kitchen is his greatest enemy. He finds cooking even more exhausting than the intense martial arts training he did as a kid. Seeing him so defeated, our boy offers to teach him so they can take turns in the kitchen. Chenyi tells him not to joke around, but his eyes show he's actually touched. In his past life, he was a lonely martial artist who only knew how to fight and never how to love. They share a deep, lingering look that has the tension through the roof. He spent his whole life practicing alone, never knowing the warmth of another person. Our hero is internally crying, thinking about how much his man has finally grown up. Chenyi agrees to learn, but only if his teacher is willing to give him some very hands-on lessons. He gives a flirty wink, looking absolutely devious. But the romance is cut short when our hero reminds him that since he's done eating, it's time to go wash the dishes. He wants a total role reversal, and he's going to enjoy watching the big, scary martial artist scrub some plates. Chenyi accepts his fate with a sigh, heading to the sink. But before he goes, he leans in dangerously close. He whispers a spicy question about whether they should reverse roles at night too, specifically about who gets to be on top. Our hero is left clutching his face in a total blushing mess while Chenyi walks away like a boss. Later that day, the chef is officially worn out from his battle with the soap suds. Our boy checks in to see if the dishes survive the encounter. They're having a cozy moment on the sofa when they suddenly remember they're still being filmed for the reality show. Chenyi just shrugs it off. If the world sees them being cute, then so be it. A new mission arrives in a mysterious envelope. It's time for mission number 2. The production team has arranged a date at an amusement park on the outskirts of the city. The catch, they only gave them $100, which won't even cover the ride there. Chenyi jokingly suggests they just walk the whole way to make it unforgettable. But our boy is practical and points out they can just take the bus, even if it means 32 stops and 3 transfers. Chenyi can only tusk at their budget-friendly fate. 3 grueling hours later, they finally arrive at the bus stop, looking a little worse for wear. They've still got another kilometer to walk, but at least they're close. Our hero is already complaining about being hungry. He admits he didn't eat much breakfast. And why is that? Because Chenyi's cooking was just that bad. Chenyi squeezes his cheeks playfully, asking what he wants to eat once they find some money. Our boy starts listing off a 5-course feast including fried chicken and steak. Chenyi has to break it to him that they're currently broke and can't afford a single crumb of that. They wander into a bustling market area. They spot a lady with a megaphone running a challenge where you can win $100 just for riding a bike. Our hero spots some tanghulu and is immediately distracted like a child. Chenyi has to drag him over to the bike challenge instead. A woman is struggling to ride the bike in a straight line while the crowd watches. Chenyi's sharp eyes immediately catch the trick. It's a backwards bike with rigged gears. If you turn left, the bike goes right, making it nearly impossible for a normal person to control. He knows the lady running the game is a hustler who would close shop the moment she saw a real pro. But they only have $80 left, so Chenyi decides to step up and win them some lunch money. He gives his man a confident wink. He promises that if he wins, he'll treat him to at least some instant noodles. The crowd thinks it's too hard and there's no way to control it. Chenyi hops on the bike, looking calm and collected. The lady is grinning, thinking she's about to pocket another $5 from a handsome sucker. But Chenyi is a martial arts master with god-tier coordination. He pedals with ease, defying the rigged mechanics. He reaches the finish line without breaking a sweat. Our hero is jumping for joy, demanding the lady pay up. She begrudgingly hands over the $100, looking like she just swallowed a lemon. Chenyi is feeling spicy and offers to go again for another round. Our boy asks what he'll do if the lady tries to chase him off for winning too much. Chenyi just smirks, saying he'll pretend to fall over and sue her for even more money. Our boy Fuzi Union is out here trying to win a prize, but the boss is a total scammer, claiming you only get one shot at success. Our other hero just wants to know how many times the losers get to try. Honestly, these two are just chaotic energy on a date. After a full meal, they're feeling extra sassy. Zunion claims he hasn't caught the dummy virus yet, but his partner isn't so sure. They head into the bustling night market looking for some fun. Our boy spots a ring toss game and immediately wants in. The only problem, he's completely broke and has to beg for some cash. His partner finds it hilarious how bold he is when his wallet is empty. But of course, he can't say no to those puppy dog eyes and drags him over to play. The boss tries to act tough, offering 3 rings for $10. They negotiate like absolute pros, scoring 40 rings for 100. Our hero hands over the rings, telling Zunion to just have fun since he probably won't win anyway. Zunion takes that as a personal challenge, eyeing the Monkey King statue with pure determination. He starts throwing, but the rings just keep clanging off the targets. It's his last ring and the pressure is real. Suddenly, his partner steps in close, telling him to lower his center of gravity and stop shaking. The skinship is off the charts as he guides Zunion's hand. Zunion is totally distracted by the sweet scent of his partner being this close. With one perfect toss, they let it fly. The ring lands perfectly and they actually got it. But wait, the boss is a total snake and tries to give the prize to some random old guy instead. He has the audacity to tell them to be considerate of the elderly and that losing is a blessing. Zunion is absolutely fuming at the blatant disrespect. The boss starts swearing at them, telling them to buzz off if they aren't going to keep playing. His partner tries to pull him away, saying you shouldn't bite back when a dog bites you. But the look in his eyes says he's about to end this man's whole career. He realizes the boss is using a rigged setup. He decides it's time to teach this scammer a lesson he won't forget. He starts tossing rings with god-tier precision. It's a literal barrage of rings flying through the air. Clang after clang, he hits every single target in the stall. The crowd goes wild, cheering for the absolute legend. He stands there with a mountain of prizes, casually asking the boss to bring out more. The boss is losing his mind, screaming at them to scram because they've won everything. The crowd starts roasting the boss for being a sore loser and running a rigged business. Our boys walk away as champions, picking out the cutest bear from the hall. Just when things calm down, a girl approaches, asking if he's the famous Fuzi Union. She's a massive fan who's been secretly following them and she's totally starstruck. She begs for an autograph and our boy is happy to oblige. He tries to keep it low-key since their show hasn't even aired yet. But his partner is standing in the back looking like a jealous husband. The fan suddenly turns away, realizing she's witnessing a top-tier ship in real life. She's a CP fan, and seeing them together is her ultimate dream. As night falls, they stroll along the bridge, enjoying some delicious BBQ skewers. They're totally broke now, but they don't even care if they have to walk home. They start reminiscing about when they first met last summer. Their hands interlock, and the atmosphere gets incredibly sentimental. Zeunian admits that he remembers the moment they met better than any martial arts lesson. Suddenly, the sky explodes with a massive fireworks show. Zeunian is mesmerized, thinking it's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. But his partner has one last surprise hidden in his bag. He pulls out a stunning bouquet of lollipops, asking if this makes the night memorable enough. Talk about a legendary move. Zeunian breaks down the budget like a total financial wizard, explaining how he flipped his prize money into a profit. He's literally beaming with pride over his hustle, showing off the extra $200 he has left over. Chenny can't help but burst out laughing, warning him that he's going to get banned from every tourist spot if he keeps this up. As fireworks explode in the night sky, they share a moment of pure, simple joy that feels like it belongs in a movie. Zeunian leans in and drops a total bombshell, telling Chenny he's virtuous enough to marry and bring home as his better half. They gaze at each other with so much affection it's practically glowing, realizing how lucky they are to have found a love that's actually reciprocated. Even a simple bouquet made of lollipops feels like a blessing in this moment. But the romantic vibes are immediately murdered the second they walk through the door and find a tiny terror having a meltdown. Zeunian doesn't even hesitate, lifting the brat by his clothes like he's a bag of groceries. Turns out the kid snuck over and threw the aunt's phone into a fish tank, and Zeunian is just here to gloat about it. He's living for the chaos while the poor woman is absolutely fuming in the background. She's reached her breaking point, ready to let anyone else deal with the little monster. Chenyi, being the sweetheart he is, actually tries to comfort the kid and wipe away his tears. The little guy immediately clings to him, begging for protection from his scary uncle. But Zeunian isn't having any of it and drags the kid away so they can actually get their interview started. The brat finally gives up and runs off to play, leaving the adults to handle their business. The cameras start rolling for their separate interview sessions, and things are about to get real. When asked if being apart will change his answers, Zeunian just gives a cool shrug, promising to say things exactly as they are. The interviewer is already a total fan, swooning over his handsome face and savage wit. He admits that back when he didn't have fans, he had to be the one to personally shut down the haters. The interviewer is shook by his candor, realizing he's just as blunt as the rumors say. She asks if he regrets going public with his romance since his popularity took a massive hit. He shuts that down instantly, absolutely zero regrets. He drops some major wisdom about idols being an inspiration and wanting his fans to follow him for more than just his looks. He believes love should be rational and make you a better person for the one you love. He's not here to preach, though, because at the end of the day, it's all up to the individual. The interviewer can't help but laugh, noting that their chaotic personalities actually complement each other perfectly. Because in a relationship, only the people involved truly know if it's a perfect fit. But just as they wrap up, the kid starts wailing again because he knows his dad has finally arrived. He's having a full-blown tantrum on the floor, dreading the moment he has to go home. Zeunian hauls him up, telling the little guy it's time to face the music with his father. The door opens to reveal Fu Siping, looking like a total mafia boss with a squad of bodyguards behind him. He apologizes for the trouble, looking every bit the high-powered executive he is. The brothers share a brief exchange about parenting with patience instead of force. The interviewer is standing there with her jaw on the floor, realizing that Zeunian's brother is actually the legendary billionaire chairman. Her brain is literally short-circuiting at the realization that our boy is dating into one of the most powerful families in the country. Netizens are flipping out, calling Chenyi the luckiest man alive for bagging a low-key billionaire. In the car, Zeunian teases our boy, asking if he feels like he's picked up a precious treasure. Chenyi jokes that the internet thinks he just stepped in dog poop, making Zeunian laugh so hard he nearly chokes. They're even joking about living off takeout because Chenyi is officially done with cooking duties. Zeunian pivots to talk about the minister drama, admitting they originally cast him just for his status. He praises Chenyi's brilliant performance, even if his chances for an award this time are slim. He has total faith that in a few years, our boy will be bringing home the Best Actor trophy. They share a sweet, intimate hug as they prepare to face the cameras again. It's time for the big event, and the red carpet is looking more intense than ever. The crowd is already going feral, screaming Chenyi's name until they're hoarse. Fans are waving signs, absolutely obsessed with our boy's handsome face. Zeunian offers his hand like a true gentleman, joking that he'll be the bodyguard for the day. Chenyi laughs, telling him he looks more like a mafia boss in those shades. They walk the red carpet with total confidence, the ultimate power couple stealing the spotlight. The fans are losing their minds, screaming for them as they head inside. Inside the ceremony, the atmosphere is electric as the winners are announced. As they watch the speeches, Zeunian reflects on how important it is to have people to thank on your way to the top. He thinks it would be the saddest thing in the world to stand there with no one to share the glory with. Our boy agrees, realizing just how many people have been there for him through everything. Zeunian notices something bulky in Chen Yi's pocket and wonders what he's hiding this time. Chen Yi is lost in thought, realizing he has a whole list of people he wants to thank for his success. He thinks of Zeunian, his fans, and his director, promising to share his future glory with all of them. They share a quiet, meaningful look amidst the glittering lights of the ceremony. Chen Yi pulls out a candy, a small reminder of their journey together. Beneath the table, they sneakily hold hands, a private promise in a room full of people. Suddenly, the system chimes in with a ding that only Zeunian can hear. The interstellar jury has approved the request. It's finally time for the system to unbind. The countdown begins, and the system starts whining about how this is the most unromantic farewell ever. Zeunian offers a silent thank you as the numbers tick down toward the end. He remembers the old saying about mountains and rivers flowing forever, a perfect way to say goodbye. Chenyi hands over one last candy, unaware of the cosmic shift happening right next to him. The system thanks him for bringing it to this world, hoping this is their final farewell for good. The unbinding hits 100% and the system bids a final sassy goodbye. A flash of light streaks across the night sky like a shooting star, marking the end of the system's journey. And our two leads are left together, happy and free to live out their own happily ever after. The news report is bleak, confirming that the unidentified body found in the alley has finally been linked to a culprit. But as Yan Yu walks through the cold, he's suddenly cornered by a voice filled with pure rage. Without a second's warning, a sharp slap rings out across his face. The girl calls him a piece of dog sh*t, asking if he even has a soul left in that body. She screams that he played poor Zun Chuan like a total fool from the very beginning. Because of Yan Yu's lies, the poor guy waited in the freezing snow all night only to be brutally stabbed to death. She collapses into sobs, blaming Yan Yu for every single drop of blood spilled. But our cold-hearted lead just stares at the falling leaves, claiming he told the man not to go and it's not his fault. As he tries to walk away, she continues to hurl every insult in the book at his back. Yan Yu just gives her a savage smirk, asking if she wants to take his place in the gutter. The scene shifts to the chaotic pulse of a nightclub. He pushes his way into a private room, finding another man just getting out of bed. Without missing a beat, he demands $20,000 like it's pocket change. The man scoffs, knowing Yan Yu only shows up when his wallet is empty. But Yan Yu isn't playing, threatening to dump him on the spot if the cash isn't produced. The room falls into a tense, heavy silence. Suddenly, the man snaps, whacking Yan Yu with a pillow in a fit of frustration. He huffs in anger, calling Yan Yu the absolute scum of the earth. Unfazed, Yan Yu just sits up and adjusts his clothes with zero remorse. He decides he's done pretending and officially ends things right then and there. Later, he rejoins a group of guys who are laughing about his supposed psychic powers. But the mood sours instantly when Yan Yu demands to know who touched his phone. A bald guy laughs, bragging about the cruel prank he played by texting that rich idiot to wait in the snow. The sound of shattering glass fills the air as Yan Yu smashes a bottle right over the guy's head. He looms over him, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, murderous intent. The guy trembles, stammering that it was just a harmless joke. Yan Yu roars that even if they were breaking up, the man was still his to mess with and no one else's. The memory of the stabbing flashes back, a haunting reminder of the life lost. The weight of the betrayal and the dying man's last pleas hang heavy in the air. He delivers a brutal kick, making it clear that nobody touches what belongs to him and lives to tell the tale. The vision of the bloody station and the unanswered texts continues to plague his mind. He stands over the bleeding prankster, looking like a demon possessed. The image of the victim being dragged away like trash is a scar that won't heal. The words "I'll wait for you" echo like a curse from the grave. His friends rush in to pull him back, begging him to just let it go before he kills the man. Yan Yu puts on a mask of chilling indifference, asking why he would ever be truly angry. He wipes the blood from his hands, acting like the entire outburst was just a bit of fun. Back at his apartment, the landlady is screaming through the door for her overdue rent. Yan Yu hides inside the dark room, listening to her call him a worthless bum. He lies in the dark, reflecting on a life built on scams and a broken family tree. With his main meal ticket dead, he realizes he needs to find a new target by tomorrow. But the silence of the night is broken by a rhythmic, haunting knocking. A sudden bang at the window sends a jolt of pure terror through his spine. He curses his luck, terrified that something in the room is about to break. He knows he doesn't have a single cent to pay for any repairs if the glass shatters. Gathering his courage, he flicks on the light to face whatever's out there. He slowly opens the window, peering out into the eerie, quiet night. A shadow stands in the opposite window, beckoning him with a ghostly hand. He tries to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched is suffocating. Panic sets in as he realizes he's trapped in a high-rise nightmare. He scrambles back from the ledge, his face pale with genuine fright. The shadow continues to wave, drawing him toward a fate he isn't ready for. He screams in terror, admitting he's absolutely deathly afraid of heights. He slams the window shut with a desperate bang. Collapsing to the floor, he gasps for air, trying to convince himself he's safe. But the ghostly voice whispers that it will wait for him forever. The words repeat, drilling into his consciousness like a needle. He looks down to see blood seeping across the floorboards in the moonlight. He finds himself paralyzed, unable to move as the nightmare consumes him. A final blood-curdling scream rips through the apartment. He springs up in bed, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. The morning sun streams in through the quiet window, proving it was all just a dream. He tries to calm his racing heart, blaming his weak constitution for the night terrors. Later that day, he's back to his usual tricks, sitting at a cafe with a bouquet of flowers. He's on a blind date, listening to some guy drone on about his boring hobbies. Yan Yu flashes his most charming, deceptive smile to keep the mark interested. But the girl from before reappears, offering a chilling invitation to the funeral home. She stares him down, disgusted that he's already hunting for his next victim. He just shrugs it off, casually mentioning that his rent won't pay itself. She softens for a moment, revealing that the deceased left some items behind for him. She tells him to come get them or don't, then walks out without looking back. The blind date guy snaps him back to reality, wondering what just happened. Yan Yu plays it off, pretending he's just coming down with a cold. The guy is clearly smitten, offering a gift from the heart to help out with his medical bills. Yan Yu accepts the cash, thinking that even small bugs have a bit of meat on them. But as he takes the money, a strange sensation washes over him. A system window pops up with a warning, zapping him for violating the soft rice rules. The rain is pouring down, and our guy is getting a literal reality check from his system. It seems looking for a new lover is fine, but leeching off them is a one-way ticket to getting fried. He's stuck in a room full of talismans, looking completely drained while he smokes his troubles away. He digs through a drawer and finds a specific name that clearly hits a nerve. As the smoke curls around him, he stares at the paper with an intensity that could melt steel. Suddenly, a drop of something sizzles on the page, snapping him back to reality. He quickly brushes it off and hides the evidence. He's on a mission to reclaim what his late lover, Sun Chuen, left behind, and he's not taking no for an answer. He makes the call, looking like he's ready to throw hands. Meanwhile, over at the Zun household, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the family questions who the hell just waltzed into the dead man's room. The mother is already hounding the sister for surgery fees for an uncle who probably deserves a lot worse. The sister isn't having it, basically telling them to rot in the hospital where they belong. She's savage, calling them out for their heartless greed while her heart actually breaks for her lost brother. She drops the bombshell that Sun Chuen only died because he was trying to escape their toxic clutches. As lightning cracks outside, Yan Yu stands in the shadows, listening to every disgusting word. The family tries to justify their actions, claiming they had no choice but to sell him off to some chairman to save the company. They even have the audacity to call his death a pity while being glad the stubborn kid is gone. Yan Yu clenches his phone so hard it's a miracle it doesn't shatter. He looks at the desperate messages Sun Chuen sent him before the end, begging for a meeting at the train station. He slides the phone open, lost in the memories of how they first met. Back then, Yan Yu was just a cool observer at a bar. He watched as some lowlife tried to hit on a very grumpy Sun Chuen. Our boy Sun Chuen had zero chill, telling the creep to get lost in the most satisfying way possible. When the loser scurries off to get his big brothers, Yan Yu finally makes his move. He smirks, clearly liking what he sees. He teases the poor kid for sipping one drink for 10 minutes, only for Sun Chuen to admit he's flat out broke. Yan Yu offers to treat him, though he doesn't mind sharing a glass. They look almost cute together, but the peace is short-lived. The trash returns with backup looking for a fight. Sun Chuen is ready to go down swinging, but Yan Yu stands up behind him like a literal shadow of doom. One look at Yan Yu's terrifying aura and the thugs realize they've messed with the wrong predator. They flee like the cowards they are. Sun Chuen is left blinking in confusion until Yan Yu whispers something that makes him jump. Yan Yu reminds him about those promised drinks, leaving our poor boy totally flustered. Instead of a drink, Yan Yu demands cash, which is peak chaotic energy. Sun Chuen is floored by the absolute audacity of this man. As they part ways, Yan Yu leaves him with a simple see ya. But Sun Chuen needs to know who this mystery man is. The answer, Yan Yu. Back in the present, Yan Yu stands holding a box of memories, looking absolutely hollow. The sister tells him there's a bank card inside, assuming he'll need it. He picks it up, but he immediately tries to hand it back, not wanting their blood money. She insists, but the system isn't having any of it. It threatens to shock the life out of him if he takes a single cent of soft rice. He drops the card, deciding he'd rather burn it all as an offering for his lost love. As the sister drives off, leaving the mother fuming on the porch, Yan Yu steps out of the shadows to confront the matriarch. He scares the daylight out of her, coldly asking for the location of the grave. Once he gets his answer, he leaves the house with a bang. His eyes are cold as ice as he prepares a special gift for the family. He uses his own blood to create a talisman of pure misfortune. It's a savage move, but they deserve every bit of it. As he walks away into the night, the loss of his yang energy from the blood starts to attract things from the other side. Suddenly, ghostly hands wrap around his neck in a chilling embrace. A voice whispers that it's waiting for him. He shakes it off, knowing he needs to get home before the spirits get too bold. Back in his apartment, he's still trying to negotiate with the system over rent money, but he gets zapped for his efforts. He prepares more talismans, sensing the building's bad feng shui is inviting trouble. He mentions seeing something in the mirror, but he knows panic only makes ghosts stronger. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with an unknown caller. He answers, and his protective talisman falls to the floor. A voice on the other end starts repeating the same tragic messages from the night Zun Chuan died. It's a haunting plea for him to come to the station. Yan Yu hangs up, his expression hardening. If the ghost is so desperate to see him, he'll stop running. If the spirit won't come to him, he'll go to it. And in the mirror, a dark reflection watches him with a sinister smile. He's being strangled by a literal ghost of his past. The resentment is so thick it's actually manifesting in physical form. But just as he starts to turn blue, the grip suddenly loosens. Our boy doesn't waste a second, dodging the next strike and pulling out a powerful talisman. He slams it right onto the spirit, triggering a massive spiritual rumble. Blue flames erupt everywhere as the exorcism begins. The talisman shatters into pieces, dissipating the dark energy. MC looks absolutely done with this haunting, wiping himself off and preparing his next move. He traps the spirit in a circle of light, but the ghost screams that he was lied to. Look at those eyes, the betrayal is real and it's terrifying. With a final burst of energy, the spirit is blown back. MC tells him to get lost and go back to the void where he belongs. Outside, the sun is starting to peek through the curtains. If the spirit stays any longer, he'll literally turn to ashes. MC pulls back his weapon, but the ghost isn't done and lunges one more time. He stops him midair, reminding him that the sunlight will be his end. He asks if the ghost really wants to be erased from existence. The spirit finally gives up, disappearing into thin air. MC lets out a massive sigh of relief, finally catching his breath. He collapses on the floor, admitting that even for him, that was way too close for comfort. He knows that ghosts who die unjustly always return with a vengeance, and it never ends well. Fast forward to the next day, and MC is out on the bridge trying to make a quick buck. He's offering fortune readings, but he's definitely not doing it for cheap. A couple walks up, thinking he looks way more dependable than the old guys nearby. MC just smirks, knowing he's the best-looking fortune teller on this bridge. As the sun sets, the couple starts dumping their drama on him. They've had nothing but bad luck since they got married. MC takes a good look at them and he sees something dark lingering. They beg him for a reading, looking totally desperate. MC immediately ups the price to $500 because he knows they'll pay. He asks for their names and birth dates to check their compatibility. He can tell they've been to every fortune teller in the city trying to fix their mess. He starts drawing out their charts and the result is chilling. Their elements clash so violently that it's literally a life and death situation. He looks them dead in the eye, ready to drop the truth bomb. He tells the guy straight up he's the one bringing her nothing but misfortune. Then, in true savage fashion, he demands his payment before saying another word. He just sits back and lights up a cigarette while they process the news. The guy loses his mind, calling it all nonsense, but the girl is terrified and wants a solution. He drags her away, screaming that the MC is just spewing lies. Back on the bridge, the argument gets even more heated. MC watches them, knowing exactly how this is going to end. The guy shouts after her as she storms off. She runs down the stairs, trying to get away from him as fast as possible. Suddenly, a car comes out of nowhere, wham. MC watches from above as the man cradles her body in the street. He predicted it perfectly. In this pair, one lives and one dies. He walks away without a hint of remorse. As night falls, the old fortune teller nearby just chuckles to himself, sensing the shift in the air. Later, MC heads to the cemetery to handle some personal business. He stops at a specific grave, looking down at the photo with a heavy heart. Suddenly, he feels a chilling presence behind him. A voice whispers his name, and it's not a friendly greeting. A female ghost appears, her neck covered in horrific bruises. She's begging for mercy, crying out in absolute agony. She lingers right behind him, her energy suffocating the air. Suddenly, cold hands grab him by the throat. It's Yan Yu again, hugging him from behind with a terrifying smile. He tells MC that it's finally his turn to suffer. MC rushes home, his neck itching like crazy from the ghostly touch. He quickly mixes up some talisman water, hoping it'll break the curse. He gulps it down, desperate for some relief. But it doesn't work, the marks on his neck are only getting worse. He collapses in pain, realizing his magic is failing him. Suddenly, the lights flick on. Yan Yu is sitting right there on his bed, looking down at him with a mocking smirk. MC is so broken, he actually begs the ghost to save him. Yan Yu just laughs in his face. It's the most chaotic thing ever. He asks who would ever save him after everything that happened. MC is left gasping for air on the floor, his life fading. In a last-ditch effort, he grabs his wooden sword. He points it at the ghost, telling him not to move another inch. Yanyu just stares at the blade, completely unfazed. MC looks down, his heart heavy with guilt. He tells the ghost that he knows he's hated, and he's ready to pay for his sins in hell. But he swears he wasn't the one who sent the text that led to the tragedy. He asks why he would bother lying now when he's already dead inside. He lowers the sword and tells Yan Yu to just leave. A sudden boom echoes through the room as the spiritual energy peaks. MC stands there completely drained of everything. The room goes quiet and the sword clatters to the floor. Our poor guy breaks down in tears, left all alone with his regrets. Yan Yu is brooding alone in his room, looking like he hasn't slept in a week. Suddenly, a loud banging at the door ruins his peace. It's just his landlady, and she's horrified because our boy looks like a walking corpse. She's hunting for another tenant, Zio Su, who's been MIA for days and owes rent. Our boy, Yan Yu, has zero interest in playing detective. Even though this dump barely has working electricity, the landlady won't stop nagging him to help. His phone buzzes with a chilling update. His enemy Dong Zai is finally dead. Apparently, the guy got flattened by a truck after a night of drinking, and the news is everywhere. Yan Yu's eyes go cold as he thinks of the name Zun Chuen. He heads out to a busy street market to clear his head. While the locals gossip about death and bad luck, he just wants to eat his skewers in peace. But Yan Yu isn't exactly a social butterfly, and his cold vibe keeps everyone at a distance. Suddenly, he spots a mysterious woman beckoning from a window above, but he remains completely unmoved. Back at home, the clock strikes 7, and it's time for some occult business. He starts drawing talismans as a strange, glowing energy fills the room. Out of nowhere, a pair of ghostly arms wrap around him in a tight back hug. The ghost asks if he's actually trying to kill him with those paper charms. He then curiously asks if smoking is as fun as it looks. Yan Yu tells him there's only one way to find out for himself. The ghost reaches out, ready to play with fire. He boldly steals the cigarette right from Yan Yu's mouth with a smirk. But Yan Yu grabs his wrist with a lethal warning glare. The ghost just gives him a playful look, completely unfazed by the threat. Yan Yu warns him that the last person who did that lost half their teeth. Ignoring the danger, the ghost takes a deep, dramatic inhale. He even dares Yan Yu to go ahead and hit him if he's brave enough. Suddenly, the scene shifts as a waiter approaches their table in a fancy club. A clumsy mistake sends drinks flying, but Yan Yu is quick to react. He pulls the ghost out of the way, leading to a very suggestive and awkward landing. As the waiter panics and apologizes, Yan Yu wonders if the ghost plans on staying down there forever. Our ghost boy is absolutely betrayed from the embarrassment of the position. He screams that Yan Yu is a total pervert for not letting go. Yan Yu just shrugs it off, admitting that everyone already says the same thing about him. The ghost huffs, lamenting his terrible luck for running into this chaotic guy. But Yan Yu decides to live up to his reputation and gives the ghost a cheeky pinch. He even has the audacity to compliment his firm assets, leaving the ghost fuming and swearing. Then he leans in close, whispering a suggestion that makes the air turn electric. Yan Yu puts out his cigarette, his mood shifting back to deadly serious. The ghost asks why he won't just end his suffering and kill him already. Yan Yu tells him to just go reincarnate since his killer is already dead. But the ghost's hatred is too deep to let go of the past so easily. He clings to Yan Yu, refusing to leave his side for even a second. Yan Yu offers to help fulfill his lingering desires if it means he'll finally move on. The ghost laughs, claiming he has far too many of those to count. He's obsessed with the fact that Yan Yu is still breathing while he's stuck like this. His face twists into something truly haunting as he stares him down. Yan Yu calls out his sweet-talking lies, but the ghost just asks for a kiss instead. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as they stare each other down. The ghost smirks, knowing exactly how to push Yan Yu's buttons. He climbs onto his lap, acting every bit the seductive little charmer. He starts baring his chest, asking Yan Yu if he truly wants to take things further. The neighbors outside start screaming about the noise, completely ruining the vibe. A group has gathered in the hall, ready to confront the shameless woman they think is inside. They're all waiting for a massive drama to explode in the hallway. Inside, Yan Yu and the ghost listen to the chaos unfolding right outside the door. The ghost nuzzles into his neck, completely ignoring the angry mob. The landlady kicks open the door to the neighboring room with a massive bang. But instead of a fight, she finds a gruesome, bloody nightmare under the bed. She lets out a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the entire building. She runs for her life, shouting to everyone that the girl is dead. The neighbors are convinced the building is cursed and filled with dark energy. Everyone starts packing their bags, desperate to escape the haunting. The landlady begs Yan Yu not to leave, terrified of losing her last tenant. Our savage boy uses the opportunity to demand a massive rent discount. He ends up with extra cash in his pocket, proving that crime, or at least drama, pays. As midnight rolls around, Yan Yu finally decides to head to bed. He drifts off into a deep sleep, thinking he's finally alone. But the covers begin to lift on their own in the silence. Something invisible sinks into the mattress right beside him. Yanyu doesn't even stir as the cold presence gets closer and closer. A ghostly arm wraps around his waist, pulling him into a dark embrace. The ghost snuggles up, patting him like he's a prized possession. Night falls over the apartment complex, but the silence is anything but peaceful. Yanyu stands in the shadows, looking like he's ready for a fight. Suddenly, a police officer named Suyu approaches him, wondering where all the residents vanished to. Our guy keeps it real, claiming that his only boundary is his own poverty. The officer finds his situation a bit depressing, but she's not above asking this handsome stranger to treat her to a meal. Immediately, Yanyu's internal system screams at him to stay away from the soft rice lifestyle or face a literal electric shock. Suyu shifts gears, asking if he was close to the woman who died recently. Yanyu, ever the businessman, offers to read her fortune for a cool $1,000. The officer isn't buying it and heads out, leaving him with a warning to stay in touch. But the moment she's gone, a vengeful spirit in a red dress starts making her presence known. A massive bang echoes against the door. Yanyu prepares his talismans, knowing this won't be an easy exorcism. He grips his coin sword, sensing the high level of resentment radiating from the room. This malicious ghost is ready for a bloody showdown. A soft knock comes from the other side, a trap designed to lure him in. Yanyu activates his spiritual sight, his eyes glowing with power. He sees the ghost girl frantically pounding on the door from the inside. She mimics Suyu's voice, begging him to open up and help her. Yanyu doesn't hesitate, tightening his grip on his weapon. The ghost's facade cracks into a terrifying scream. A single bloody eyeball peeks through the door crack, searching for its next victim. The pounding gets more violent, a rhythmic thud of pure malice. Then, a pair of eyeballs roll across the floor like marbles from hell. They stop right at his feet as the ghost giggles that she's finally found him. Her face is a nightmare of gore and wide, unhinged smiles. She whispers for him to come in and play. Yanyu simply scoffs and crushes one of the eyes under his boot. He charges in and impales the spirit right through her chest. The ghost in red screams as the holy energy burns her. He drives the coin sword home, determined to end this haunting. But the ghost is stronger than she looks, and the sword shatters into loose coins. She lunges forward, piercing Yanyu's chest with her razor-sharp claws. He gasps, coughing up a mouthful of blood as the pain surges. He lets out a strangled cry, feeling his life force slipping away. The wound is deep, staining his shirt a dark, visceral crimson. The ghost tries to drag him into the abyss with her. With the last of his strength, Yanyu throws a final enchanted coin. It strikes true, causing the malevolent spirit to dissipate into nothingness. The talismans on the door flutter as the energy settles. Yanyu collapses against the wall, clutching his bleeding side. Just then, the ghost of his past, Zun Chuan, appears before him. Our guy actually smiles, thinking that death might finally be a sweet release. He looks up at his lover, finding the irony of the situation almost lovely. Outside, lightning cracks across the sky as the spirit world reacts to his fading spark. Lesser ghosts gather, cackling about how they can finally feast on his pure energy. But they quickly realize that the powerful guy inside is absolutely fuming. Zun Chuan looks down at Yanyu, his expression a mix of heartbreak and longing. He reaches out to touch the wound, his hands trembling. Memories of their first breakup on a rainy day come flooding back. Zun Chuan remembers standing in the downpour, desperately waiting for a change of heart. The rain was relentless that night, mirroring his own despair. He had stood outside the building for hours, a pathetic sight. Yanyu had watched him from the window the entire time, torn between love and duty. Eventually, Yanyu told him to just go home. He lectured him about his parents and self-worth, trying to push him away for his own good. Zun Chuan had looked up, soaked to the bone and completely broken. He cried out that he didn't have a home anymore. He accused Yanyu of only dating him to play with his feelings. But despite the words, he threw his arms around him in a desperate hug. He whispered that he hated him, that he even wanted to kill him. But the truth was, he couldn't bear the thought of being apart. Back in the present, Yanyu starts absorbing the dark energy to heal himself. He tells the ghost to stop, his voice cold and commanding. He pushes the spirit away, refusing to let him see his weakness. He mocks himself, saying he's just a masochist who enjoys the pain. Zun Chuan's form flickers and vanishes, leaving Yanyu alone in the dark. The blood on his shirt is the only proof of the battle. 3 days pass and Yanyu is back to his books, trying to ignore the void. He knows his blood is a powerful ward, which is why the ghost hasn't returned. Suddenly, the lights flicker, signaling a supernatural presence. Zun Chuan reappears, looking remarkably healthy for a dead guy. He grabs Yanyu's wrist, his touch cold but familiar. He pouts like a kicked puppy, asking if Yanyu has any idea how much that hurt. Before Yanyu can respond, the ghost pulls him into a deep, passionate kiss. He even gives him a playful bite, earning a sharp HMPH from our grumpy lead. Yanyu warns him that he'll ruin his face if he keeps acting up. Zun Chuan doesn't care, claiming he's already a hideous ghost anyway. He shows a glimpse of his skeletal form, a reminder of what lies beneath the illusion. He asks how he could possibly look good after being buried for so long. But Yan Yu just pulls him closer, wrapping him in a tight embrace. They settle into a quiet rhythm, the world outside forgotten. It's a moment of pure tragic bliss. They share another soft kiss, sealing their fate for the next few months. Meanwhile, the landlord is outside losing his mind over the unlucky building. He rants about how the dead girl ruined his business and his reputation. Yan Yu eventually wakes up to the morning sun hitting the bed. Zun Chuan is still there, clinging to him and begging him not to get up. He sits up, looking exhausted by his ghost antics. Zun Chuan gives him the ultimate puppy eyes, complaining about how cruel he is. He wonders why, after everything, Yan Yu still won't treat him a little better. He wants to check upstairs real quick. But his clingy partner isn't letting him go alone. They head to the apartment where an elderly woman is busy packing up the remnants of a life. The poor lady is clearly exhausted and apologizes for the mess. But as she's talking, she loses her balance. She hits the floor with a heavy thud, and our guy rushes over to help her up, even though she insists she's fine because the floor is soft. He's not buying it for a second. Who calls a tile floor soft? Suddenly, the man of the hour makes an entrance, looking like he stepped straight out of a drama. He claims to be a friend of the family, sparking some major suspicion from the guy next to him. While the two bicker about when they supposedly hooked up, the neighbor hands over the keys, happy to run off to a mahjong date. Our main man isn't here for small talk, though. He pulls out a compass to track down a lingering spirit. The needle starts spinning like crazy because the ghost is literally right behind him. It's a chaotic duo for sure. He turns his attention back to the grieving mother, who laments how her daughter was always so willful. She breaks down in tears, explaining how her daughter ran away years ago and never looked back. It's a heartbreaking scene as she realizes she'll never see her child again. Our guy leads her out of the apartment, but his job isn't done yet. He sensed someone hiding in the closet. With a flick of a coin, he forces the spirit to reveal herself. It's the daughter, and she's a total wreck, sobbing about being a bad child and begging for the end. She's given up all hope. But our guy starts reciting a spell. The ghost girl looks up in shock as the spiritual energy surrounds her. He's not there to destroy her. He offers her a chance at reincarnation if she enters his gourd. She falls to her knees in gratitude. But before she goes, she has one final request. The system triggers a side mission, always gotta secure those rewards. She reveals a hidden stash of money under the bed, meant for her mother. Our guy promises to deliver it, and the girl finally looks at peace. His ghost companion asks if he's doing this for the cash, and he keeps it real. He's always broke. While searching the room, they find a drawer full of ghost-repelling talismans. He shuts the drawer quickly, leaving the ghost wondering how he became such a pro at this while still alive. It's a heavy mood as they leave. The ghost guy starts lecturing him about his past life, saying he used to be a total mess who didn't deserve love. He keeps rambling while our guy just focuses on his shoes. He looks completely unbothered by the insults, even when told he's nothing like his old self. He finally looks up and gives the ghost a playful flick to shut him up. That savage smirk says it all. He knows exactly what he's doing. He grabs his gear and heads out, slamming the door behind him. Of course, his spectral shadow follows right along, knowing he's off to fulfill that favor. They walk across the bridge, and the ghost guy is being extra clingy today. The sun is way too bright for a spirit, so he tries to hide his face. But our hero is actually a sweetheart deep down, and opens an umbrella to shield his ghostly companion from the heat. They make a pretty strange pair walking through the city. They arrive at the train station, where the mother is waiting for her ride home. Our guy approaches her and hands over a thick envelope of cash, lying that it's money he owed her daughter. The poor woman is overwhelmed with gratitude as she tucks the money away safely. Mission accomplished, he watches her walk away into the crowd. The sky is clear, but the work never ends. He takes a seat to rest, still holding that umbrella. Nearby, some old-timers are trying to make a buck telling fortunes. The ghost guy sits right next to him, joking that he'd starve if he tried to do the same thing. He even mocks an old man nearby, asking if our guy will be that ugly when he ages. Our hero just relaxes, lights a cigarette, and drops the ultimate burn. It doesn't matter because the ghost won't be around to see it anyway. That definitely shut him up. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires interrupts their peace. They look over the railing to see a chaotic scene below. A lady is screaming at driver, accusing him of using his luxury car to bully people. The crowd starts gathering, whispering about rich people having no morals. A man steps out of the car, looking wealthy and arrogant. But as soon as the ghost guy sees his face, his expression turns to pure horror. Our guy notices the sudden shift in energy. Down below, the rich man throws some hush money at the lady to make her go away. But the ghost is trembling with a rage we haven't seen before. He's finally found the man he can never forgive, Liu Changming. Zun Chuan can never forget the day his world shattered, as his own parents laughed and drank while selling him out to Chairman Liu for a business project. The night was filled with the sounds of a betrayal he never saw coming. Our poor hero woke up to find the disgusting Chairman Liu hovering over him, acting like he owned the place. But Zun Chuan isn't a pushover, and he immediately kicks the creep off the bed with a savage fuck off. He demands to know who gave this man the guts to enter his room. The truth is even worse than he imagined. His own mother gave the guy the key, and his parents agreed to this nightmare. Feeling utterly disgusted, the only person he wants to see in this moment of despair is Yan Yu. Back in the present, our boy realizes he had almost forgotten the man who truly caused his death. His gaze turns cold as he realizes someone else needs to die for what they did. He's done being the victim and is ready for some chaotic revenge. But first, he needs a moment of comfort, asking Yan Yu to just hold him tight. It's a rare, soft moment for our ghostly hero. Yan Yu holds him close, unaware of the storm brewing in his lover's heart. Meanwhile, a mysterious old diviner is watching them from the shadows with a suspicious stare. The scene shifts to a dark, lonely road where Chairman Liu's driver tells him they've finally arrived. The chairman steps out, groggy and confused about where he is. He starts complaining about the cold, but quickly realizes something is very wrong. He screams at his driver, only to realize the car is now completely empty. He stands alone in the dark as a haunting voice calls his name. A terrifying figure begins to crawl out from behind the rocks, whispering that it's almost time. Liu loses it and runs for his life, desperate to find anyone who can help. He scrambles up a set of stairs, screaming into the void. Suddenly, a pale hand grabs his ankle out of nowhere. He hits the ground with a sickening thud. When he looks up, he's staring into the face of a vengeful spirit with glowing eyes. "I found you," the ghost whispers, and Liu can't even scream as he tumbles down the stairs. He hits his head hard and the blood starts to pool. Zun Chuan stands over his prey, looking absolutely lethal. He prepares to deliver the final blow to the man who ruined his life. "Die," he screams, reaching out to end it all. But a sudden flash of golden light knocks him back before he can finish the job. Our boy is stunned as the old diviner from earlier steps out of the shadows. The old man is impressed, calling Zun Chuan a high-level malicious ghost. He even has the nerve to offer our boy a chance to be his servant and reincarnate. Zun Chuan tells him to mind his own business while Liu lies dying on the floor. The old man's expression hardens, claiming he can't let a ghost take a human life. He thinks he can lecture our hero on morality. But Zun Chuan isn't listening to some fake righteous diviner. He tries to attack, but his resentful energy completely dissipates against the old man's power. It turns out this holy man is actually a creep who raises fetus ghosts on his shoulder. The diviner mocks Zun Chuan, calling him a pet being raised by Yan Yu. He launches a spell, trapping our poor hero in a circle of blue light. Zun Chuan is paralyzed, unable to move as the seal tightens. The old man tells him to just give up or his soul will be shattered. But suddenly, a brick comes flying out of the darkness and hits the old man right in the head. The master face plants into the concrete in the most satisfying way possible. It's Yan Yu to the rescue, and he's literally holding a brick like an absolute legend. He tosses the weapon aside and walks toward his ghost boyfriend. The creepy fetus ghost tries to attack Yan Yu, but it's no use. When the little spirit tries to bite him, its mouth just burns from Yan Yu's pure energy. Yan Yu grabs the little nuisance by the head like it's a piece of trash. He effortlessly crushes the dark energy into a tiny black pill. With a wave of his hand, he shatters the barrier trapping Zun Chuan. Our hero stands up, but he's clearly shaken by the confrontation. Yan Yu looks him in the eye and asks if he really came here just to commit a murder. Zun Chuan snaps back, reminding him that he's a malicious ghost and killing is what he does. The old man tries to crawl away, terrified of the power Yan Yu is radiating. Yan Yu doesn't even give him a second glance, just kicking him out of the way like a pebble. He tells Zun Chuan it's time to go home, but our boy isn't ready to play nice. He slaps Yan Yu's hand away, fueled by years of pent-up rage. He screams that he doesn't need anyone to care about him. He even threatens to kill Yan Yu one of these days. But Yan Yu just grabs his wrist, refusing to let him spiral any further. Zun Chuan shoves him back, desperate to be left alone in his misery. The trauma finally pours out as he screams that Yan Yu wasn't there when he was being pushed around and killed. "I hate you the most," he cries, his face shifting into a terrifying skeletal form. He waited so long for a savior who never showed up. He thrashes in Yan Yu's arms, asking why his life had to be so miserable. As they kiss, the dark energy begins to fade, and Zun Chuan returns to his beautiful human form. Yan Yu whispers a promise to never let him out of his sight again. They share a deep, emotional embrace under the moonlight. "Come home with me," Yan Yu says, finally bringing our poor hero back from the brink of darkness. The street vendor promises the skewers will be ready in a jiffy. Meanwhile, our boys are squatting on the curb like total losers waiting for their snacks. Our hero wonders how his life ended up like this. Flashback to a while ago where he was trying to be all sneaky. He tries to tiptoe behind Yan Yu, but gets a face full of foot for his efforts. Our poor boy asks if this man has eyes in the back of his head. They end up chilling together, even though Yan Yu is being his usual prickly self. Yan Yu asks if he's being hunted for money, but our hero reminds him he's the one who paid for everything. As he rubs his sore backside, Yan Yu drops a cheeky comment about him being naughty. Rude, he flips him off because the bugs out here are eating him alive. Yanyu points at a building, admitting he's been kicked out and is officially homeless. Without a second thought, our hero tells him to just move it. Back to the present, they're finally heading home. As soon as they step inside, Yanyu face plants onto the bed like he owns the place. Our hero leans over him, noticing a strange mark on his hand. He hesitates for a second, before gently reaching out to hold it. While Yanyu catches some Z's, our boy gets caught being a little too close for comfort. He's definitely sweating bullets now. Yanyu decides it's shower time and warns him not to peek, as if our hero is totally offended. Suddenly, a massive crash comes from the closet. It looks like a fabric bomb went off in there. While cleaning up, he finds a bunch of copper coins Yanyu forgot to take out of his pockets. Something strange starts to float in the air. He starts digging through the drawers and finds something that stops his heart. It's a paper with both of their birth dates on it. Before he can process that, the door creaks open and Yanyu walks back in. He's not exactly thrilled to see his closet turned inside out. He demands everything be put back exactly as it was. Our boy tries his best to stuff it all back, but the closet refuses to cooperate and explodes. While a drama plays on the TV in the background, Yanyu tries to help, but he's basically a clumsy disaster. He gets frustrated and starts throwing clothes around. Our hero has to step in and show him how a pro folds laundry. They settle on the bed while the TV couple talks about the fleeting nature of love. The mood gets heavy as the drama hits deep. Our boy pauses. Yanyu teases him about the energy thing, leaving our hero completely flustered. Yanyu tells him to behave or he's getting the boot. He ends up sitting there with a shirt on his head like some weird bride. Eventually, they settle down to share the bed. As the TV couple talks about sincerity, they share a look that says everything. Our hero wonders if Yanyu would have replaced him by now if he hadn't returned. But the TV drama answers for them. True love doesn't care about anyone else. As the screen shows a couple growing old together, our boys finally drift off into a peaceful sleep. A new lady moves in upstairs, looking rich and ready to stir up some serious trouble. Our hero is already pouting because he hears she's tall, beautiful, and absolutely loaded. Yanyu is getting ready to head out, acting like this new neighbor is just another face in the crowd. But our boy is feeling the sting of jealousy, especially when the talk turns to leeching off others for survival. Money is the one thing you can never have enough of, and Yanyu is off to make some more. With a quick snap of his fingers, he's out the door to go set up his stall. Our poor hero, just flops onto the bed, feeling absolutely drained by all this chaotic energy. He can't stay down for long though, sitting up to obsess over some mysterious papers. He opens a drawer quietly, searching for answers he's probably better off not finding. He's staring at the text, but it might as well be ancient riddles for all the sense it's making. He considers asking Yanyu for the truth, but he knows that man keeps his secrets locked behind a wall of silence. Time for a little retail therapy to clear his head, even as dark energy starts to swirl around his desk. Yanyu returns with his arms full of bags, looking every bit the mysterious provider. He immediately clocks that our hero went out, and you can practically taste the tension in the room. Suddenly, a knock at the door has Yanyu slapping up a protection talisman like his life depends on it. He stands on high alert, staring at the wood as the knocking continues. False alarm, it's just a human neighbor, though our hero is still ready to bolt. It's Su-King, the new neighbor, and she's brought cookies to play nice. She's got a sharp eye for pretty guys, but she's also got an even sharper eye for detail. She casually mentions our hero's neck is bleeding, sending him into a total panic. Yanyu looks suspicious, clearly sensing that this woman isn't just your average baker. She leaves with a wink, but the mystery of how she saw our hero's injury lingers in the air. Yanyu is convinced she's not an ordinary person, and the talismans on the door start glowing with a warning. The air is thick with spiritual energy, and things are getting spooky real fast. Our hero looks through a lens and sees the hallway is absolutely crawling with ghosts. He suggests checking it out, but Yanyu is playing the I'm scared of dying card with a straight face. Our hero decides he's the one who has to take a look, checking the talismans one last time. Yanyu tries to stop him, but our poor hero is determined to find some real answers. The chibai bickering is cute, but the danger waiting outside is very real. He's confident though. As a ghost with high resentment energy, these low-level spirits should be a piece of cake. He phases right through the door, leaving the safety of the room behind. The hallway is a nightmare, but the ghosts actually move out of his way in total fear. He finds Su-King upstairs, and surprise, she's a diviner doing business with the dead. He watches as a spirit she was helping finally dissipates into nothingness. He takes a seat, surprising the lady who definitely wasn't expecting a ghostly visitor. She recognizes him immediately as the pretty boy from the apartment below. She assumes he has an unresolved desire, and girl, she has no idea how deep this drama goes. She's living the high life off the dead, and the candle light flickers as they begin their talk. Our hero notes her designer clothes. Being a medium for the rich is clearly paying the bills. She offers to fulfill any wish for the right price, keeping her business cold and professional. But even she admits there are some fates that just can't be fixed no matter how much you pay. He shows her a divination diagram and the spiritual energy in the room spikes. He needs to know what it means, his heart pounding in his ghostly chest. She explains it's a life divination where the elements are in total violent conflict. It's a one lives, one dies situation, and the horrible truth is starting to sink in. It's like a lamb falling into a wolf's den, a destiny that only leads to complete ruin. The realization hits him like a freight train. The dates on the paper are his and Yan Yu's. The candle blows out as the ghosts outside flee from the chilling truth. But he needs to hear the rest, no matter how much it hurts his soul. He demands she continue, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and sudden clarity. The verdict is final, one is bound to die while the other lives. Their fates are literal poison to each other. He returns to his room, the weight of the prophecy crushing his spirit. Yan Yu is waiting for him, and the distance between them feels like an endless ocean. He taps Yan Yu on the shoulder, trying to act like his world didn't just shatter into pieces. Yan Yu asks what he saw, but our hero is preoccupied with a much bigger, more painful question. He deflects, mentioning the neighbor's wealth to keep the mood from spiraling. But then he drops the bomb. Why did Yan Yu actually break up with him in the first place? The question hangs heavy in the air, and Yan Yu's hand clenches in a silent, desperate struggle. He demands the truth, refusing to be ghosted, literally and figuratively anymore. Yan Yu just stares at his book, the silence between them louder than any shout. He tries to brush it off as the past, but the hurt in our hero's eyes is undeniable. He thinks back to when they were actually happy, holding hands under the summer leaves. A time when a simple touch felt like it would last 1,000 lifetimes. Yan Yu used to joke about being a poor con artist, but he was everything to our hero back then. He remembers the quiet moments, the shared secrets, and the drawers full of their shared history. But looking back, he realizes he always had the worst luck whenever they were together. Like the time he ran away from home and sat alone on a park bench, feeling completely lost. Yan Yu found him then, his face flushed and his smile the only light in the dark night. Our hero was embarrassed to be seen in such a state, but Yan Yu didn't care at all. He begged Yan Yu to take him home, clinging to him like a lifeline. Being carried on Yan Yu's back felt like fireworks were exploding across the empty sky. Yan Yu joked about him paying rent, but his eyes were full of a warmth that promised safety. They walked into the night together, two souls trying to take on the world. He confessed his love, a moment of pure, unadulterated bliss. Late at night, our boy is getting deep and philosophical while tucked into bed with Yan Yu. He hits him with the ultimate, "Would you still love me if I was a worm?" variation, asking if Yan Yu would have come looking for him if he knew he was going to die that night. Yan Yu doesn't even hesitate, giving a firm yes while gripping his remote tight. Our poor hero needs that reassurance, asking one more time just to be sure he wouldn't have been left alone. The lights finally go out, but the drama is just warming up. As they snuggle close, the cozy vibes are ruined when our boy starts trembling like a leaf in his sleep. He's trapped in a nightmare, shaking uncontrollably. Our boy realizes his feelings have transcended the grave. He loved Yan Yu when he was alive, and he loves him even more now as a spirit. This love story is literally eternal, spanning across the boundary of life and death. Fast forward a few days, and someone is busy painting mysterious red symbols by the door to keep the bad vibes out. Yan Yu walks into the room looking like a total heartthrob. Our ghost boy is just vibing on the dresser, kicking his feet and enjoying the domestic bliss. He's curious about the new DIY protective project by the entrance. Yan Yu beckons him over, but he can't stop staring at his favorite phantom with heart eyes. When caught staring, he just uses his top-tier riz, claiming he's just admiring the view. Even in chibai form, these two are serving maximum cuteness. Suddenly, a knock at the door ruins the romantic atmosphere. Yan Yu goes to check it out, already knowing exactly who's bothering them. He opens the door to find the neighbor from hell, or at least the neighbor who runs a very successful, very supernatural business. She's looking gorgeous but annoyed, asking him to erase the protective array by his door. Apparently, his high-level security is scaring off all her customers and ruining her bottom line. Yan Yu is absolutely savage, telling her that her failing business isn't his problem. But then she gets a bright idea and offers him a way to make some serious cash. She wants to hire him as her assistant since she's too busy to handle all her clients alone. Our ghost boy is immediately on high alert, hovering behind Yan Yu and looking ready to haunt a girl. Yan Yu, however, is always down for side quest if it means getting ahead. He gives a charming smirk and tells her to keep talking.